Good morning, y'all. How are ya? Happy Wednesday. Hump day, they say. So I am not camera ready yet, so I'll be on audio for a little while this morning. But we've got some news, so I want to go ahead and get right into it. Before I actually step away from the camera and do some things. I need to make some coffee and such. But good morning, y'all. I hope all of you are having a wonderful morning. I hope the weather is good where you are. I know it's getting hot here in California. It's getting hot in here. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and jump on to Twitter. We're going to do some morning Twitter highlights really quick just because there's been some things that have been announced on Twitter from the DUI guy, if you guys have seen it. So let me go ahead and add that. So here we are. Just a few moments ago, about 29 minutes ago, the DUI guy did announce that Kate Moss and Johnny Depp are taking the stand today. So get comfy, get your snacks, get yourselves ready for today. It's going to be a big one, I think. As you know, it was confirmed before we closed out the stream yesterday that Kate Moss, that Amber Heard and Elaine did have a blowout yesterday. So you may be seeing Amber snuggle up to Rottenborn today. We'll see, how the energy is in the room. I did watch a live stream with Larry and a couple other people I'm not sure of that he invited into his stream. Then I watched Rob's stream as well, and they talked a lot about the motion from TMZ to block the video. So I'm still trying to understand, even though they broke it down piece by piece on what that motion means, it still means that it's coming in. So I'm not quite sure. I think the way that I understood it, and let me know in the chat if you guys understand motions better than I do, but it's basically a motion to allow someone from TMZ to testify for Johnny Depp in reference to who released the video, the cabinet video. So I kind of, like I said, I don't really know exactly how to break down the motion. So anyone watching this morning, let me know, how you feel about that. Um, some of these articles, you guys, that are coming out are just making me laugh. I mean, some of them, I haven't really had a time to see all the tweets that are going on this morning. As you can see, Marilyn Manson is going to be the topic moving forward. He's got a case very, very similar to Johnny Depp, and that is going to be something that you're going to be hearing about a lot. So keep your eyes out for that. We've got lots of tweets coming in. As it's 5:45 here in the morning on my end anyway. I watched The Secret Window last night, trying to just vibe a little bit with Johnny Depp. And girl. Well, I'm just going to call you girl because I know some of my viewers are male, but girl, I was tired yesterday. I don't even know what's happening. I'm a little bit anemic right now, so I don't know if it's my anemia that's doing that to me. But literally, when I walked away from the stream, my eyes were crossing, and I just fought it all day because I wanted to keep myself up long enough to get decent sleep. I didn't even make my what's that called, this thing to my schedule, I guess, to open up my stream this morning till like 2 o'clock this morning or something. Then I was trying to download the audio, still struggling with that. It's so long, and I had to slow down the voices because I think in the live stream when we did the Johnny Depp 4-hour tape or whatever, I turned it up to 125 so it recorded that way. So I was trying to struggle with backtracking the voices a little bit so they would be even keel. So that won't be up until this weekend, you guys. I give up on that. But lots of stuff trending this morning for Johnny Depp. I will be making Justice for Johnny Depp t-shirts and some hats and stuff. And I may do something about the Mega Pint. I'm not as talented with the animation that other people are. So I have to look around and see who's going to let me use some pretty good clip art for that. But anyway, there is lots going on this morning. We don't want to miss court. We're very close. We're already in Sky News, just so you guys can see our reminders on. We will refresh it. It is a live feed. So just in a minute, they're going to start showing them pulling up and all that. So when that happens, I'm going to, when the cameras pan into court, I'm going to step away for a few minutes, just so you guys know, so I won't be talking. But I did want to go ahead and share a lot of the stuff that's going on Twitter. This is never ending, so it's always good to have Twitter. This says, oh, I don't know what this is. From Andrea, the audio she just talks about the audio that did it for me in the trial was she tells him I love you, and he says, then don't smack me in the ear. Yeah, that's part of the audio I'm going to be releasing pretty soon here. So stay tuned for my channel if you guys haven't heard the audio. I think a lot of you guys have been in my live streams for that, but the problem with the audio is it's very, 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 very hard to hear. So I will be releasing it though, because I know, as I mentioned, Christina Pikel's had it on her channel. She got dinged for it though, so I don't know if she kept it on there. She was kind of going back and forth. She's got a lot of views on that. So I'm not sure if she's going to be able to keep that on her channel or not, but she's got one of the cleanest audios out there. So I'm trying to end up putting up some of the audios on my channel that are pretty clean like that, since we have access to that, to that website that we were talking about. The mass shooting yesterday, you guys, say prayers. That was a very sad story. 18 children died, 2 adults thus far. They said 21, I think, though, so they hadn't had an accurate count. Now it's 19 children. So it's just very, very sad. So, say your prayers for that, for those people. I mean, I couldn't imagine sending my elementary child to school and not seeing them that day. You know what I mean? I mean, just it would, anything that would happen to my kids, even now as adults, or anyone that's really close to me in my life, I would literally be broken. So I've just had so much loss in my life. I mean, it was just like dominoes in my family. So I'm very, very sensitive to anyone that loses loved ones, and to anything, just to random, anything random that happens in life, to illness, to just, I mean, it's just not a pleasant experience, no matter what it is, or even to hear that someone's ill. So please say your prayers for Texas. As you can see, a lot of people are talking about it. Where are we? We're at 10 minutes to 9 your time. So, oh yeah, this is a woman claiming, oh, that was the baby lady. Larry does go into the lady with the baby in the line a couple of days ago. If you guys want to go back and watch some of his streams, he did talk about that. There was a lady in the line for court, and she was giving a baby vodka. I mean, it was some crazy story. And then they were talking about the crazy people in the lines. There were some Karens in the lines and stuff like that. So let's see. Let me go into my profile though and put my live stream, pin it. I forget. So let me pin that, because I'm not camera ready this morning at all. I did manage to jump in the shower though, so that was kind of cool. All right, so here is my live stream, and I'm going to pin that for anybody that wants to tune in with us. We are on time this morning. What is trending? I believe you, Johnny Depp, is trending this morning on Twitter. So that is something else to talk about. Anything else? I did read that document. Johnny was looking quite suave and debonair yesterday. That smoking though, I don't know. It's just, I'm not pro smoking. I used to be a smoker years and years and years ago, but I was able to manage to escape it. So I'm glad, because it probably would have aged me. There's a retweet I did of Ben Chew wearing a Hollywood Vampires t-shirt. Very cute. Ben Chew is cute. Then there was this that I saw yesterday. You mean the video where AH is saying it would. So there is a text message out there that confirmed that Amber Heard did take the tapes to TMZ. As you can see, she was texting someone, Paige, her mother. So these are some text messages from her mother. It doesn't give the date. Doesn't give the date on these. 7, I don't know. It doesn't give the date, but it does say from Amber Heard to Io. It says because it would have gone straight to TMZ, which will happen on Monday anyway. So she already knew. And when you saw her cover her mouth in the deposition, that was something to definitely pay attention to, because she did leak that video. So let's see what else was out there. There was an article released yesterday from Culture Matters about male DV, or victims of DV. This is TMZ. TMZ was trending yesterday, so everybody's kind of aware about that. I know y'all want the tea on the jurors, but we can't talk about them much. But we can talk about how much the judge hates this witness. That was yesterday. I don't really know which witness the judge was not. I don't know, but the judge was also very annoyed yesterday, as you guys remember. So there's that. Don't forget to follow me on Twitter if you want to see some of my tweets and retweets. Let's see. What else do we have here? Why is Sudafed trending? Something going on with Sudafed? Let's see. What do we got from Geller, Depp, and Christina this morning? New video. Oh, oops. No, that's Sam. Sam's got a new video out. Good morning. Good morning. Everybody's saying good morning. Can't cope with the two T-Rexes outside the courtroom. So is Geller Deb in the courtroom? I wish I knew who she was. I really wish I knew who this lady was. Okay. Something from Umbrella Guy. Hey, Elaine, after Amber Heard dumps you, if you need work, hit me up. Everybody's being very, very funny with about Amber Heard and Elaine having a blowout. Let's see. I tried. Let's see. What the hell happened to Jennifer Howell? I know. So it looks like somebody made a video on that. I like Andrea a lot. Does she have a YouTube channel now? I was hoping she would make one. Depp legal analysis impeachments. Miss Tepp. Maybe she does. I hope she does. Maybe she did make a YouTube channel. Maybe she always had a YouTube channel. I don't know. I like Andrea, though, a lot. All right, y'all. So we should be online pretty soon here with the court. So we are just minutes away. We are minutes away. Emily D's just going live now, looks like. Let's see if I just want to check our audio when the court starts. So we're doing that. Whoever is viewing, thank you so much for being here. I know it's hard to get a little bit. Wait, set reminder, it's on. Why are we not on, people? 3 minutes. Usually they go on a little bit earlier. I'll just keep refreshing. Oh, let me check my resolution too. Y'all, oh my God, you guys, I looked at a computer yesterday. I'm so excited. I'm gonna be getting it here in a couple of days. Boy, computers are expensive. I will tell you that. My brother, I think I mentioned yesterday that my brother was helping me pick out a processor. So I think I found one. I'm very excited to get a desktop. I need a new laptop too, but that's easier to grab than a laptop. A desktop. Desktops are pretty spendy. But I bought a monitor a couple of months ago. It's okay. It's a 4K monitor. I still use a TV though, for one of my monitors because I can't see. My eyes they're not super bad, but they're just bad enough to where I need a bigger screen. That's why I don't like doing things on my phone because I can't see, So they should be going live anytime now. Resolution. Oh, I guess I can't check my resolution until they start. Let's see. So Johnny Depp is taking a stand this morning. That is very, very interesting, you guys. I'm interested. Oh, Sam, I didn't mean to click on your profile. I was trying to get the new tweets. I thought there was some new tweets. Yeah, here we go. Let's see if we can get those tweets really quick. Made some people angry last night by daring to point to a mistake made by Team Depp. People make mistakes, sometimes really bad ones. It wasn't Johnny's fault. It still sucks. I'm not here to kiss the legal team's ass. If they fuck up, they fuck up. Hope they do better today. I wonder what she was talking about because I don't watch. She's streaming on Twitter too. If you want to join into her stream, it's good moaning. I'm gonna hide behind the camera until I put some makeup on and blow dry my hair. So I might miss. I don't know who's. It depends on who's taking the stand. That's why I want to make some coffee. What else do we have here? My hair's wet. Let's see. Oh. We are arriving. Mr. Depp is in gray this morning. Come on, Sky. Are we up? Are we up? Give me 1 second. I'm just... let me... Sorry. Let me stop. Can you please let me know in the chat as well if my audio is okay? Usually when I'm solo, it's fine. It's when I start playing the audio from the screen sharing that I start having problems. So here we go, because they have now went to live feed. We're in the courtroom. Oh, let's see how we do. Remember, we do stay mute anytime they go to sidebar or until they actually start doing their thing. So let's see if we can stream 1080p. We'll stay with 720 and see how that works. I like to try to pull off 1080p if I can. But okay, so I'm going to go ahead and expand this. We'll see when they start the audio if we echo. Mr. Depp is in He looks like he's in charcoal gray. I don't know why, but the other feed looked like he was in like a lighter gray. What are we doing? They always kind of do this. There's James from court. Are we behind? What are we doing here, people? Let me know if there's an echo, you guys.
How are you? Good morning. I know.
There is Whitney. Okay. All right, y'all, I'm going to escape for a minute. I'm going to go grab some coffee, and then I'm going to try to put myself camera ready a little bit. So we are always mute, remember, when they go to sidebar or when they, go up to see the judge. So if you don't hear any sound, it doesn't mean that it's not working. It just means that they're up there talking. So I will be back in a few minutes. I'm curious to know, what do you guys eat for breakfast? Morning, y'all. I'm still here. I opened the stream, and I stepped away for a few minutes. I'm trying to get myself camera ready, so I hope you guys don't mind you know kind of saying good morning to each other. I'm trying to make a pot of coffee and throw my hair together so I'm at least camera, I don't know, decent, I guess. So I hope all you guys are having a wonderful morning. I'd like to know, what do you guys eat in the morning for breakfast? I'm just curious. Are you a breakfast person? Are you not? Do you drink coffee? I think I asked you guys that yesterday. I think some of you said yes and some of you said no. But it looks like we have 6 people here. So thank you everybody for being here. Kate Moss is taking the stand, and so is Johnny Depp. It was announced this morning on Twitter. If you missed the very first part of my stream, I started at 5:45 my time, 7:45 your time. And yeah, I'm really happy that all of you guys are here. So if you're not commenting in the chat, please let us know. At least say good morning. Tap the like button, you guys. It really helps the channel grow. I thank you for being here and choosing my stream. I chose 7:20 today, so we'll see how much buffering we get. I was so excited. I did announce as well in the beginning of the chat, in the beginning of the stream, that I looked at computers yesterday, y'all. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. I'm getting a new desktop, so we should have much better speed in the future. But yeah, today's a big day. So, we're going to have Kate Moss. We'll see what she says. And Johnny Depp, of course, is taking the stand. So we'll see what he says. So it's going to be very interesting. I would advise to read the energy between, Elaine and Amber, and see, we might see Amber, kind of coddling up to, baby Rottenborn, because of the tension going on between um, Elaine and Amber. So we'll see how it works out. Make sure you're following James in court or whatever it is. We did go over some tweets this morning. The TMZ thing. I watched a live stream yesterday from Larry and from Rob, Law and Lumber, and Runkle, and they did talk about the TMZ motion regarding the video where he is, the cupboard video. So as you can see, we have a little bit of buffering this morning. That's new. That was not happening a minute ago. So I really hope that 7:20 is going to pull it off for us. I don't know, but I don't think it's me. Like we said before, I think some people are just having trouble with the stream as well. Like I said, it was announced on Twitter, so I feel like there's just a lot of traffic. Like I said, please send your prayers out to Texas and all the people that lost their children yesterday. That was incredibly sad. I mean, I don't even like to talk about loss. I've had so much in my life, I don't even like to talk about it. But yeah, send your prayers their way. That was a very tragic incident that happened yesterday in Texas. I did watch the press conference. It was really, really, really sad. It was sad. I couldn't imagine, like I said in the beginning of the stream, sending my child off to school and not seeing them ever again. That would just absolutely devastate me. And my kids are adults, but they are everything to me, very close to my family. So very, very close to my family. So anyway, you guys, as you know, when they sidebar, it does go mute. So it's not my sound, but please let me know, Candy or E, if we echo at all with sound. But I am going to keep my mic muted, because I think some of the speaker, I don't have earphones. I'm not using earphones right now. They give me a headache. So I'm trying to step away from the earphones. So like yesterday, I think we were pretty good, but I'm going to keep my mic muted most of the time, so that, the sound on the computer can definitely not echo with the mic. And then if you hear any echoing at all, just let me know immediately, and we'll try to work with it like we did. I appreciate all your feedback and helping me kind of work that out. So I'm going to step away again, but just wanted to say good morning to you all. There are 8 of you here. I'm so excited. So yeah, I didn't get the audios out yet yesterday, y'all. I'm having a tough time with those audios, so they will be out this weekend, though, when we have a break. So let's see. Everybody's back to their table. It's time to play.
All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, please receive your next witness.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Depp calls Kate Moss to the stand. She will be appearing on your screen.
All right, ma'am, can you hear me? Yes, can you count to 5 for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thank you, ma'am. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Moss, or I should say, good afternoon, your time. My name is Ben Chu from the firm of Brown Rudnick. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Kate Moss,
Ms. Moss, where do you reside?
London, England.
From where are you testifying today, Ms. Moss?
Gloucestershire, England.
Ms. Moss, do you know Johnny Depp?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Depp?
I had a relationship with him.
Did there come a time when you and Mr. Depp had a romantic relationship?
Yes.
For how long, Ms. Moss, were you and Mr. Depp a romantic couple?
From 1993 to 1994 to 1998.
Ms. Moss, did there come a time when you, while you and Mr. Depp were a couple, that the two of you took a vacation together to the Golden Eye Resort in Jamaica?
Yes.
What, if anything, happened when you were in Jamaica with Mr. Depp?
We were leaving the room and Johnny left the room before I did, and there had been a rainstorm, and as I left the room, I slid down the stairs and I hurt my back.
How did you...
And
I apologize, Ms. Moss. Please continue.
and I screamed because I was because I didn't know what had happened to me and I was in pain. And he came running back to help me and carried me to my room and got me medical attention.
Did Mr. Depp push you in any way down the stairs?
No,
During the course of your relationship, did he ever push you down any stairs?
no, he never pushed me, kicked me, or threw me down any stairs.
Ms. Moss, have you ever before today testified in any kind of court proceeding?
No, I have never.
Why did you decide to testify today?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right,
That's beyond the scope of what we just talked about.
all right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Ms. Moss. We have nothing further at this time. We greatly appreciate your taking the time to testify.
All right, any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you, Ms. Moss.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, we're calling Dr. Shannon Curry. Oh, shit. I'm putting on my makeup in front. Oh, shit. Kate Moss is gorgeous. Gorgeous. Oh, my goodness. She's gorge, man.
All right, Dr. Curry.
please tell me it's going to be Chu that's going to question her and not Dennison. Ugh.
Good morning, Mr. Dennison.
Good morning, Your Honor. Plaintiff calls Shannon Curry, Dr.
Yeah.
Shannon Curry.
That's fine, ma'am. You're still under oath, so please have a seat, doctor.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Curry.
Good morning.
Can you remind the jury who you are and what you do?
Sure. I'm Dr. Shannon Curry. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist, and I'm here today to rebut the testimony that was provided by Dr. Hughes.
Which of the opinions rendered by Dr. Hughes do you intend to rebut?
So generally speaking, there are three main categories that I'd like to talk about today. So the first is that Dr. Hughes misrepresented the tests and the results that she utilized in her evaluation. She misrepresented my testing and the results that I obtained in my evaluation. And she communicated in a manner, provided testimony in a manner that presented essentially her own opinions and the self-report of Ms. Heard as facts.
Okay, the first category you talked about was the misrepresentation of her own test methods and results. What do you mean by that?
So Dr. Hughes she stated that she administered 12 tests. In actuality, she used 8 checklists. About half of those were symptom checklists. The other half were checklists about experiences that people can have with domestic violence. And those are not appropriate for forensic settings. They are easily exploited.
Other issues that you intend to address relative to misrepresentation of own results?
Yes, so in addition to using these checklist measures, which are easily exploited in a forensic context, they're developed for research or treatment only. She also stated that these checklists revealed things that they simply cannot reveal, especially in this context. Let's see. She also misrepresented information, clear indications on several of the objective measures that she offered. And there were indications visible that Ms. Heard had essentially engaged in what we call response distortion. So clear indications of exaggeration on one of the measures that's specific to PTSD, clear minimization of symptoms, intentional, on another more broad personality and psychopathology-based measure that she gave to Ms. Heard, which she did not acknowledge.
Did you intend to address anything relative to the CAPS-5?
I did. So Dr. Hughes administered the CAPS-5 about 10 days after I did, almost 2 years after she initially tested Ms. Heard. And she did not administer the test appropriately. So she left major components blank. She didn't apply the scoring rules that are clearly outlined with the test. And yet she diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD based on that assessment.
What about Dr. Hughes's use of the personality assessment inventory?
So of the tests that Dr. Hughes administered, 2 would be considered, of those 12, 2 would be considered what we call forensically relevant instruments, meaning that they're objective enough and they provide us with some information about how the examinee approached the test, that it would be appropriate for this setting where the examinee is going to have a natural incentive to present themselves in a way that benefits the outcome of their case. Now, on the PAI, there were clear indications that Ms. Heard was responding and obtained scores in a manner that's consistent with individuals who have a personality disorder. And there was also an indication that several scales, we call this a configuration. So you might have one main scale that you notice is elevated, then you look for additional subscale information to get additional information on what could be elevating that scale. And there was a configuration that showed that even though Ms. Heard had moderately elevated one of the scales that can be associated with trauma, that elevation is better explained by childhood or distant traumatic experiences like the complex trauma Ms. Heard reported experiencing growing up.
Okay. You said that Dr. Hughes utilized checklists that are not appropriate for forensic analysis.
Here you go, Dennison. Spit it out.
Yes, so as I said, in any sort of forensic context, whether it's a civil or a criminal matter, a person who's being evaluated is going to have major incentive to present in a way that benefits the outcome of their case. So you always approach the examination, I believe Dr. Hughes said, with a healthy dose of skepticism, but that alone is not enough. We have to operationalize that. So we actually have to administer very comprehensive objective tests that either control for attempts to manipulate the test results or reveal attempts to manipulate the test results, so that we're not just blindly accepting the results or the self-report of the examinee.
How many tests were administered by Dr. Hughes?
She said that she administered 12 tests.
How many of them were appropriate for forensic physical examination?
So the trauma symptom inventory is appropriate. It's an objective measure, and it does have two primary scales that look at how the person approached the test. The personality assessment inventory is an excellent test. It is a broadband measure, meaning that it captures not only symptoms of mental illness, but also general personality traits. That also gives us pretty detailed scales similar to that one test I administered, the MMPI, that tells us a lot of nuanced information about the way the person approached the test. She also administered a malingering screen that can be very, very useful, but not in this context. So it's called the Miller Forensic Assessment Symptom Test. It's a brief set of questions that you ask the examinee, and it's been shown by research to be extremely effective at identifying an examinee's attempts to fake a severe mental illness or psychosis. And psychosis is when somebody loses complete connection with reality. It's excellent for that purpose. It's actually been shown in research to not be effective at all for identifying a respondent's attempts to fake PTSD, anxiety, or mood disorders. The questions are just too odd for somebody who has the wherewithal to be trying to have PTSD to endorse. They see through it. So she used that. That's a fine test, but not appropriate for this context.
Of the various tests that she administered, how many were these checklists?
8 of them.
All right, and what are you talking about specifically?
Okay. So I had mentioned that there were 2 main categories of checklists she used. The first is the symptom checklists. Those included the Beck Depression Inventory. It's a brief inventory of items that essentially show all of the symptoms of depression that a person might have, and you rate which level of severity you have for each question. She also gave the Beck Anxiety Inventory, very similar, but just with questions about anxiety. She gave the Mood Disorder Questionnaire, which is a very brief, again, checklist. It shows symptoms of bipolar disorder. Bipolar disorder is a mood disorder where you might have an extended manic episode and then a very extended depressive episode. And then she gave the Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Checklist, and that is a screening instrument only. It contains every single symptom of PTSD. So there's a secondary danger here too. When you think about it, given that PTSD is the most frequently feigned and claimed diagnosis in civil courts, if you're handing somebody a checklist that lists every single symptom of PTSD, you're essentially teaching them all the little nuances that we're looking for to give that diagnosis. So she gave that to Ms. Heard. Ms. Heard endorsed most of the items, and Dr. Hughes diagnosed her with PTSD and substantiated that opinion by Ms. Heard's checking those items on the PCL-5.
Were there another group of checklists that Dr. Hughes used?
Yes, so she also, and I forgot one on the last because I don't think of it as one, but Previously, I'd explained, and I do not expect you to remember, it's called the Life Events Checklist, which is just an inventory of experiences a person may have gone through that are traumatic. Dr. Hughes also used that, and that's appropriate to use before the clinician-administered PTSD scale, the gold standard CAPS-5. However, she administered this long ago before she gave the CAPS-5. Now that going on to the second group, there were 3 checklists that she gave that are specific to abuse. And the first she gave, the danger assessment scale, was actually developed for use by nursing staff in an emergency room setting, specifically for female victims of intimate partner violence. The purpose of this is important because our forensic ethics, our psychology ethics talk a lot about relevance. Is the test relevant to the purpose? And the danger assessment scale, its initial purpose is completely different. This was developed to show high risk factors for dangerousness and pretty much to help a female who is in an extremely abusive partnership, who is in the emergency room with extreme injuries, to stop rationalizing, because if she has to check off all the things that have happened that year that have been dangerous, does he own a gun? Has he, I won't go into all of them, but the more she checks off, the more likely it is that she might realize that she is in imminent danger, and then accept resources offered by the hospital and social work to protect her. That was the purpose of this scale. It was never intended to be used as a retrospective measure to look back in time and find out whether abuse was occurring based on one person's report years later in a litigation. She also gave the conflict tactics scale revised, the second edition. Similarly, this scale was developed for research purposes, to research family violence. Again, there's no control for exaggeration or minimizing. It was just given to research participants anonymously so that we could get data on the prevalence of abuse and how abusive dynamics work. And on that, there's 39 questions where the respondent indicates essentially certain abusive behaviors they may have engaged in, and then 39 where they indicate behaviors their partner might have engaged in. And obviously you can understand that in a forensic setting, the respondent is likely to put a very minimal amount of behaviors they engaged in, and then extremely increase the number of behaviors their partner might have. And then lastly, let's see, the abusive behaviors observation checklist was the third checklist she gave. This one has not, there's no known research even on its effectiveness for what it was developed. It's a theoretical, very brief checklist that was meant to be used for therapy, where an individual who had experienced domestic violence could essentially read through some of the behaviors that constitute violence that they might not have been aware of. And if those behaviors applied to them, or if some of those coping strategies were ones they utilized, they would check that off. And then they have a way to talk about it because now it's been put to words. Again, this is similarly problematic if you're in a civil litigation, the person's motivated to have the results be consistent with a claim or an allegation of intimate partner violence and an allegation that they've been severely harmed, then they could simply just check off more. And not only that, but checklists like this one specifically give a lot of nuanced information about what clinicians might be looking for when they're assessing whether violence was present or whether the person's self-report is consistent with a genuine self-report of having been victimized. They're given all that information that we might be looking for.
Can you talk specifically about Dr. Hughes's use of I think you called it the PCL-5?
Yes. So the PCL-5 is the post-traumatic stress disorder checklist. This is different, not to be confused with the CAPS-5, which I've talked about previously as being the gold standard. The PCL-5 was developed by the National Center of PTSD. It's intended for treatment. So if I were, for instance, working with a service member who I know had been in combat, I would probably give this as a standard with my intake. Before we do the diagnostic interview, it kind of gives me a read on how somebody who's there for treatment, who we assume can be taken at their word because If they give us correct information, they're going to get an appropriate treatment. And if they give us incorrect, they might not get the treatment they need. So I would give this checklist to them. And then if they recognize some of those symptoms of PTSD, they could check it off. And that would probably indicate to me that I need to then do the next step. If they're checking off more items than not, I would probably decide to administer the clinician administered PTSD scale, that gold standard interview, to find out more about a diagnosis.
The last thing is what everybody refers to as the CAPS-5.
Yes, the CAPS-5.
What about, well, you talked about forensic use. What do you mean by that?
So when I'm talking about a forensic evaluation, that's an evaluation that isn't done for therapy or treatment. It's specifically to assist the fact finder, to assist the judge or the jury in the court by providing information about the psychological status about an individual. And that's an important delineation too. We are not psychologists. I wish we were mind readers. I wish we had a crystal ball and could find out whether intimate partner violence occurred and look back in the past. But it's nothing like that. Really, it's a lot less interesting. We look at data. We have to control for those response biases. And then we also are looking at functioning, which is really the bottom line of the assessment. Did the person have a change in functioning from before the alleged trauma, or in this case, the alleged IPV, to after? Is there a decline in the way they're going about their lives?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach? All right.
Dr. Curry, let's look back at some of those domestic violence checklists that you were talking about.
Okay.
And did you see any problem with the use of those?
Yes.
What problems did you see?
Well, Doctor, first of all, they shouldn't be used. So we do have professional standards that require that we utilize instruments that are relevant and appropriate for the particular setting, and that we substantiate our opinions based on data that is reliable from tested, accurate, reliable tests for the purpose. So there's that. It's inconsistent with the ethics. And essentially, they just shouldn't be used. They don't provide us with the robust information that it would be expected in such a high stakes setting.
Would you have expected Dr. Hughes to comment on the limitations of the checklist she was using?
Yes. So first of all, Dr. Hughes provided opinions based on these checklists. So she referenced especially the danger assessment scale several times throughout her testimony, stating that Ms. Heard was in a very dangerous situation. We also have an ethical guideline and a professional standard as well that indicate that whenever there is question about the reliability and the validity, and in psychology, we use the term validity to talk about accuracy of any of the methods that we're using to collect data, we clearly communicate not only that there are limitations to our opinions, but we also need to provide the fact finder with information about what the potential implications or impact could actually be. So for instance, if we use a scale that's idiosyncratic for the purpose, but we would first need to explain why we made that decision to not follow standard procedures. And then we would need to explain the use of this scale might introduce some potential exaggeration of this symptom. And so I'm trying to control for that way, but that was one of the limitations of my opinion. You have to make it very clear. Transparency is really at the center of good science in general.
You talked a little bit about ignoring response distortion. What is response distortion?
Response distortion is a term that speaks generally about an examinee approaching a test and providing answers that are either exaggerated or minimized, but in some way an inaccurate representation of their current mental status or their experience.
What test do you believe that Dr. Hughes failed to acknowledge response distortion on?
So she administered the personality assessment inventory, which is similar to the test I gave the MMPI-2. It's that general broadband measure of psychopathology symptoms and personality traits. It includes several scales that are very good at detecting either exaggeration, minimization, or even trying to claim that you have unusually good qualities. On that test, there were clear indicators that Ms. Heard, very similar to the way she approached my MMPI, engaged in defensiveness. And in fact, there's a function that you can look at. So you have that main scale elevation, we call it positive impression management, was elevated. And then because we want to make sure that somebody isn't elevating that scale just because they have such well-being, there are additional configurations of scales that you can look at to find out what's going on. And so the Cashel discriminant function is sort of the name of one of these configurations, these equations that are done. And she was highly elevated on that. In fact, that elevation tells you that no, this isn't accidental. This isn't because she's just doing so well in life that she has an extremely, extremely low amount of problems. No, this is an intentional over-reporting, or I'm sorry, an intentional effort to minimize any appearance of having problems.
Now, you may have addressed this, but there was a reference to malingering.
Yes. So what's interesting about Ms. Heard's approach to different tests is that it seems to be influenced by what we call the face validity of questions on the test. So if a test looks like it's measuring PTSD, you see exaggeration on her validity scales. If the test has less face valid questions, for instance, the personality assessment, which Dr. Hughes administered, the MMPI-2, which I administered, where she can't quite figure out what the questions are asking, they seem really banal in general. On those, you see extreme defensiveness, minimization of any potential pathology, essentially presenting herself as perfect and free of any mental illness or personality disorder. But on the trauma symptom inventory, which Dr. Hughes administered, that was the one that I previously indicated for ease of explanation. When the test results come out for how the person approaches the test, that test itself prints it as a percentage. And there's a really excellent scale for finding out if a person is exaggerating their symptoms of PTSD. It's called the atypical response scale. And the TSI-2 is the revised version of this test, and that scale was improved this time around to really try to be a clean indication of, is this person exaggerating? And it puts quite high questions in the test that are so unusual. They might sound like PTSD, but even the most severe cases of PTSD don't have these symptoms. And so somebody who's intentionally trying to exaggerate PTSD, or possibly unintentionally, but nonetheless, who's exaggerating it, is likely to endorse these items, even though they're not real PTSD symptoms. Ms. Hurd scored so highly on this that even if there is, although Dr. Hughes correctly said, there tends to be a negative skew when people have the high levels of distress that's associated with PTSD. So sometimes people score higher on this, even when they do have PTSD. She scored so high that that is effectively ruled out as a possibility.
Okay. What about Dr. Hughes's administration and use of the CAPS-5?
Okay, yes. So Dr. Hughes had diagnosed Ms. Hurd with PTSD back in 2019 when she began testing her. It wasn't till 2 years later, more than 2 years later, 10 days after I administered the CAPS-5 with Ms. Hurd, that Dr. Hughes held an impromptu evaluation session remotely with Ms. Hurd and administered the CAPS-5. She had previously diagnosed PTSD without using what we consider to be the gold standard PTSD diagnostic interview. And again, when we're doing a forensic evaluation, it is an important responsibility, and part of our ethics and professional standards are that we document everything to allow for transparency and full judicial scrutiny. And Dr. Hughes administered incorrectly. She left huge sections, very relevant sections blank. There's no way to understand why she scored it as high as she did based on the information that's provided. You're essentially supposed to notate the examinee's responses as verbatim as possible to explain your reasoning and implying their scoring procedure. It's a standardized test. And if you don't follow those standard procedures, it's completely invalid. Not only that, but it looks as though Dr. Hughes further invalidated it by trying to show that she had assessed for the childhood trauma impact. And she had said that she went back and asked the childhood question, but you can't do that. If you're assessing for 2 separate periods of one's life to find out the relatedness to PTSD, you do 2 separate CAPS interviews, period. You don't create your own question system. That is non-standard administration of the test, and it invalidates it.
All right. You also mentioned with respect to the PAI, or the personality assessment and inventory, that Dr. Hughes failed to mention some elements. What she failed to mention?
Oh, okay. So on the personality assessment inventory, so first she failed to mention that there were clear indications of response distortion. She also failed to mention that Ms. Hurd scored in her score profile, again, so there are main scores. She did elevate a score for the borderline personality disorder sort of section, but that in and of itself would not indicate a diagnosis. However, the configuration of her scores overall is consistent with that. And in fact, it's one of the diagnostic suggestions given by the test itself. And then also there's a configuration around Ms. Hurd's trauma responses on that particular test, which demonstrates that it is more likely that those symptoms were reported in relation to something in the distant childhood. It's more consistent with childhood chronic abuse than present circumstances or recent circumstances.
Okay, I think you said in addition to the issues with her own testing, Dr. Hughes misrepresented your results.
She did.
Can you tell us how?
So what I would say the main issue was that she said that Ms. Hurd obtained a normal profile on my MMPI-2.
All right. How do you disagree with Dr. Hughes relative to the profile?
Okay, so the profile was not normal. So Ms. Hurd already had subtle elevations just by the test by itself as it came out. There were subtle elevations, but they were elevations that if the validity scales hadn't been as elevated as they were, you might have said this person has some traits, but this isn't necessarily at the level of a true pathology. However, Ms. Hurd elevated a scale that essentially is a defensiveness scale on this test. And when you're giving this test, you always are mindful of different norms or groups who may have similar profiles. And there are certain groups of litigants who tend to elevate this scale as well. So I had that in mind. However, Ms. Hurd elevated this so much that it was far beyond the mean for the litigants that are known to have the highest levels of this scale, this defensiveness scale. And when this scale is elevated to the level that it is, you automatically understand that it is very likely that those clinical scales, I keep doing this because I'm seeing it in my head. It looks like sort of an ECT. It's sort of these peaks you see on a graph. And when you see these peaks and you have this huge peak over here for the defensiveness scale, what you know is that these peaks are artificially, they've been lowered or suppressed based on the respondent being so defensive. They still detected what's likely there for her, but it's not as high as it should be. So you make an adjustment. And the recommendation is that anything at 60 or above, we call it a T-score of 60 or above, is considered significant. Ms. Hurd's were already over 60. Some were quite higher than that. And then you see a very clear profile. And that was how I got that. I mentioned a 3-6 code type. Now, the test does its own correction also for some of the scores, but not the ones that are her main code type. With the test correction, she had a 1-3-6 code type, which is very similar.
What is a 3-6 code type?
A 3-6 code type is something that has been researched and found to be highly correlated or probabilistic of certain behavioral tendencies and personality traits. And the traits with a 3-6 code type tend to be marked by a lot of externalization of blame, a lot of denial about one's own personal faults, intentional or not intentional, but just extreme denial, hostility that is strongly controlled and suppressed. The person may not even realize how hostile they are, but family members, those closest to them, are very likely to report that they lose their temper, and when they lose their temper, it explodes. We have sort of what we call a cookbook for these code types, which will provide you with all the information that's been researched to be associated with them. And our cookbook actually states that 3-6 profile specifically tends to be associated with cruel and ruthless behavior, particularly to those who they perceive as less powerful than them and subordinates.
Describe for the jury the review process that you went through relative to the MMPI.
So I conducted a very methodical analysis of the scores. I do this for every test, and I also did it when I was reviewing Dr. Hughes's scores. So what you haven't seen that's in Discovery is that I created a 25-page outline just of her scores with, and it's sort of a table. So I'll put the score, I'll do it in sections so that I can understand different groupings, different research studies. And I start with looking at all the validity scales. So I put in the score, I put, and I'll even color the table to show me if it's kind of in the high zone, moderate zone, or low. And then if it's low, is it a significant low score or is it just low so it doesn't mean anything? And then in the right side, I put all the research data that I found on this particular scale score. And so I start with the validity scales, the way the person approached the test. Then I go down to essentially, we call these the first factors. So their overall sense of well-being and how well they cope. On this, actually, Ms. Hurd's, she endorsed scores or endorsed items that were the opposite of PTSD. So really saying that she feels free of distress and that she views herself very well. So then I go down to control, self-control, loss of control, coping abilities, and I put in the scores that are associated with that in the research and the test development. Then I go down to clinical and personality pathology, and I look at all the scores that are significant there, first with the top level main scores, then with all of the different sub-scores, again, citing the research, the meaning, the level of elevation, and what that means. And then I do comparison with different research groups. So for Ms. Hurd, I did a section that looked at all sorts of different scores that have been implicated with a PTSD presentation to see if any of those were consistent. I can't remember how many there were. I think I put 13 on there, but I could be wrong. But I believe that there was only one that could even be, in some research, is sometimes associated with it, but it was general anxiety, which turned out to be more trait specific. I looked at the scores that are typical of women with IPV. Hers were not consistent at all with those. I looked at the scores that were consistent with people who are frequently in litigation. Hers actually were very highly correlated with those. That tends to be also consistent with a 3-6 code type. And the reason for that is believed to be that they tend to perceive themselves often as victims who need to avenge wrongs.
Were there other results you believe Dr. Hughes to have misrepresented? For instance,
Whatever.
the TSI-2.
Yes. So Dr.
Hughes-
Hughes
Baby Rottenborn
generally said
doesn't
that testing
respond to her the way
supported
Rottenborn
PTSD,
does.
and that there was an etiology for her trauma of intimate partner violence. She did reference that essentially I can't remember if she said that the trauma symptom inventory indicated PTSD, but she did say that the elevation on that validity scale is consistent with PTSD, and that's simply not true. That scale was designed and has been tested and shown to be there to show when somebody is endorsing extremely unusual items that are not consistent with PTSD. And even though when some people are experiencing PTSD, their distress level is so high that they'll engage in what we call a cry for help, and they may sometimes exaggerate distress. Again, when you're looking at scores as high as Ms. Hurd's, and then you're not seeing indications of PTSD in the more subtle tests where she doesn't know what she's endorsing, it's good evidence that her over-endorsement on that one test is because of the reason the scale was made, to detect exaggeration and feigning of symptoms.
Is this the test that resulted in the 98 percentile
Yes.
score?
Yes, on that atypical response scale.
And what does that 98 percentile score represent?
So that 98th percentile score just represents that among 98% of people who take that test would not have endorsed. She scored more of those unusual items that are not consistent with PTSD than 98% of people who have ever taken that test.
Does that relate to this concept you talked about before called feigning?
Yes.
What is feigning again?
Well, feigning is essentially exaggerating symptoms of a disorder.
I think the third thing you indicated you were going to talk about was self-reports and personal opinion as facts. What are you talking about there?
So in any science and in psychology specifically, it's really important that we use precise language and we say what we mean, and we do not present opinions as facts, because when you are in the role of an expert witness, or an expert in any setting. Essentially, a
May
layperson
not be able to
Notice she keeps
detect
checking
the
Elaine's
difference
notes.
between something
I
that
told
is
you,
personal
she's
opinion
pretending to be the attorney,
versus something
and
that
she's
is
not letting the attorneys be the
substantiated by
attorneys.
research data, test data, reliable test methods. So our ethics talk about, especially the specialty guidelines of forensic psychology, the responsibility we have to distinguish between data, then inferences we're making from that data, what the data can mean, sort of like those tables I do. I put the data, the inferences based on the research, and then what my ultimate opinion is, integrating all of that data. And it's very important that we clarify that to the fact finder, to the judge, the jury. That's our responsibility, that we do not cloak personal opinions or the self-report of an examinee as an expert fact or somehow scientifically based when it is just a personal opinion or self-report of an examinee.
What do you mean by self-report?
The self-report is essentially what the examinee tells you during the interview.
Okay. When did Dr. Hughes do this most?
She did this most when describing instances of alleged IPV. And there's also an issue there because one of our ethics also discusses the importance of relevance and withholding, essentially constraining our testimony to the data and not including private information, personal information that unnecessarily compromises the dignity of any of the litigants. She provided a lot of what was Ms. Heard's report to her, the allegations of abuse, when describing Mr. Depp, who she had not examined, when describing Mr. Depp's behavior, his motivations. I believe she used the word obsessive jealousy quite a few times, talked about Ms. Heard being in a highly dangerous situation. These are simply things that we cannot detect based on testing and a psychological evaluation. We have to evaluate the person, we have to get consent, and we can only describe an individual, not whether or not IPV has occurred. And we certainly shouldn't go into explicit details about sexual encounters or other things that are highly prejudicial, shocking, and hard to forget.
Dr. Hughes says that Ms. Heard has PTSD. Do you agree?
I do not.
Why not?
The results of my multi-method comprehensive evaluation based on carefully selected, researched, relevant test instruments, based on comparing those instruments to Ms. Heard's self-report, observing Ms. Heard's behavior over 12 direct hours of assessment, reviewing copious notes from prior therapists who indicated symptoms in their notes, reviewing the notes of Nurse Filati, previously Nurse Borum, who spent, I believe at one point, almost 2 months with Ms. Heard daily, reviewing the notes of her treating providers, all of the legal documents and discovery. There was no evidence of PTSD.
How is evidence of PTSD generally exhibited?
So really the bottom line in a forensic psychological evaluation is a change in functioning. That's what we're looking for. Again, I said, we don't have a crystal ball. We're not wizards. We can't get into somebody's head. What we're looking for were their identifiable changes in the way the person engaged in their world. Were they able to keep a job? PTSD is an extremely disabling diagnosis. When a person has true PTSD, it is difficult for them to work. You'll see unemployment, job loss. It causes extreme levels of distress and impairment. There's divorce, there's isolation and estrangement from children, from family members, extreme alcohol abuse, often a string of sudden DUIs when the person never had any before. They become homebound, they can't go to the store. They're certainly not going to events. They're not having success in their film career, usually. They're not exercising every day, pursuing their hobbies, being avid readers, obtaining level 3 sommelier training, having dinner parties with friends, speaking to public groups. Those are just indications of very high functioning And when you're looking for a decrease in functioning over time, that is inconsistent with that decrease.
What about Dr. Hughes' suggestion that Mr. Waldman's statements served as a trigger for Ms. Heard's PTSD?
All right.
Did they object again? I missed it. I'm going to go with a hat instead. I don't like my hair. So I figured camo today. I'm wondering if the Kate Moss thing is going to be good for their, because it was so short, you know? I'm trying to see what Twitter is saying. Is Laura B in the audience? Did anybody notice? Every time there's an objection, he loses it. That's why I just don't like Dennison very much. Even the two women, the two younger attorneys, like the baby Camille and Camille, they were winning the objections. But every time Dennison's involved, I feel like he's not as effective is the problem. So it bothers me. I don't like Dennison doing some of these. He rubs me the wrong way. I just don't like him. I shouldn't say him. I'm just saying I don't like his style.
Dr. Hughes had suggested that perhaps Ms. Heard's PTSD was somehow triggered. What's your view on that?
I would say that it can't be triggered if PTSD isn't present.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
All right. Cross-examination.
Here we go. She's like, oh, look at her face. Look at her face. She's like, oh.
Dr. Curry, I just want to make sure that we all remember you're not board certified, correct?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And you've been licensed for how long?
I've been licensed for 10 years.
Okay. And you are being paid by Mr. Depp's legal team to be here, correct?
Yes.
How much have you charged so far?
What does that even matter?
Over 100,000?
I truly don't know. I don't do my own books.
Over 200,000?
I don't know.
Over 300,000?
I don't
That would
know.
be way too much, but I do not know.
Okay. Now, just so that we all remember, you had dinner
Oh
at Mr.
God,
Depp's
she's gonna bring
house
up the muffins.
for 3 to 4 hours.
Is she bringing the
with Mr.
muffins
Depp,
up?
Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez, correct?
I was interviewed. I asked if there was anything I could eat because at about 3 hours I started to get hungry. Mr. Depp then offered to order takeout for the entire team.
So you had dinner at Mr. Depp's home.
Where is she going with
Mr.
this? It's
Waldman,
absurd.
Mr. Chu, Ms. Vasquez.
Is Twitter saying
and Mr.
anything
Depp,
about this
correct?
candy?
Yes.
And you had drinks.
Is
as
she gonna
well,
mention the
correct?
I
muffins?
actually don't know. I do remember that there were drinks.
Do you recall testifying earlier that you did have a drink, a mule something?
Oh
No,
Jesus!
I remember testifying that there might have been a mule. A Moscow mule.
Okay, thank you. We didn't have animals there as well, right?
No animals.
Okay, that's good to know.
Mhm.
And you talked about transparency. I just want to make sure you had several designations, expert designations and reports in this case. correct?
Her
Yes.
need to
And not
clown
one of
is
them
not a good look
did
for
you
her.
disclose that you had dinner and drinks at Mr. Depp's house for 3
What
to
the
4
fuck does
hours
that
with
even
Mr. Waldman,
matter?
Mr. Chu and Ms. Vasquez. Is that correct?
Ms. Bedehoff, you're mischaracterizing what occurred.
Dr. Curry, please answer the question. Not once did you disclose this in any of your.
I did
reports,
not
correct?
disclose that I was interviewed as that standard procedure.
But it's true that you have never gone to a client's house to be interviewed for.
Is he gonna object somewhere? Because this is
Yes,
ridiculous.
because I never had a client that was essentially homebound because of their celebrity status.
All right. And you talked to Mr. Depp for 3 to 4 hours before taking on the role of assessing Ms. Heard and deciding whether she was suffering from any distress, correct?
I did not talk to Mr. Depp. I was talking to his legal team and he was there to observe.
He was present for the 3 to 4
Yes.
hours. And are you saying now he just stayed silent and said nothing all day?
I don't recall what he didn't or didn't do. I was answering questions.
Okay. Now, your expertise here is limited to whether Amber Heard suffers from PTSD currently. Is that correct?
Yes, I was tasked with conducting an evaluation to determine Ms. Heard's mental
You know, we want
status.
very, very strict time limitations
Okay.
because we promised to get this case to the jury. So I really appreciate.
Oh, now she's burning their time.
Sure, okay? Thank you very much. Now.
They're on crunch time, dude. They're
after you had
panicking.
the dinner, you
So she's gonna
provided
spend
a
her 30
designation in
minutes
February
talking
of
about
2021
steak.
in which you said, and this is long before you ever saw Amber Heard, correct? You said that Amber Heard, quote, exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder, end of quote, correct?
No,
No, we went through this before.
we didn't.
But, and that was on the designation, was it not?
I told you last time that I did not write that.
Okay, and you don't know who did on the legal team, correct?
No.
Okay, and then I also asked you, if you may recall, whether you listened to the audio recording in which Mr. Depp taunted Amber Heard that she had a borderline personality disorder. Do you recall that?
I recall you asking me that, yes.
Did you recall listening to that audio tape?
I don't recall Mr. Depp taunting Ms. Heard. I do recall that he at some point suggested she might have that diagnosis.
Okay, and that was back in these audio tapes back when they were together, correct?
Yes,
Okay, now you've never before been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to someone who has bipolar disorder, correct?
no, as I previously stated, that's not true.
All right.
Not up here anymore.
I can't
You're
hear.
on familiar project.
All right.
Is she asking for her testimony to be stricken? Because if she's, let's put a clown nose on her at this point, please. Yeah, of course she has. I thought she was going to bring up the muffins. Elaine. My God. Someone said, is Elaine really going to start with this nonsense again? Of course. All she's doing is repeating her line of questioning from before. Brian said, Dr. Curry ate food while having an hour-long meeting. The audacity. Elaine reminding everyone that experts get paid and that Dr. Curry had dinner with the team. Oh my God, Elaine, you're not a comedian. Please stop trying. I love Christina's sense of humor. What is it? Fuck you, Elaine. You're screwed. I'm listening. I'm watching all these tweets.
Now, you recall testifying in your deposition on March 21, 2022, correct?
Yes,
And you were under oath at that time, correct?
yes.
And the question I just showed you on page 207, line 5, have you ever been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has bipolar disorder? And your answer at that time was no, correct?
She just said
Yes,
no.
I've forgotten a case.
Okay. And have you ever been asked to testify whether anyone has behavioral or characterological conduct that suggests they may be an IPV perpetrator?
I can't, yeah, I may have. It's difficult after about 250 cases. It's difficult to remember specifically.
All right, and have you ever been qualified as an expert in the area of IPV?
No,
And have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in domestic abuse or violence?
domestic.
Abuse or violence?
Yes, that's been a component of testimony.
Oh no. Is she gonna pull out a page where she said no? She wouldn't even let her see it. See, she just wanted it. That's what I'm saying. So now she's going to try to prove her as a liar, which she's not. We all know.
Line 16 of page 207, have you ever been qualified as an expert in the area of IPV? Your answer on line 20 was no, under oath, correct? Then the next question, have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in domestic abuse or violence? And goes into page 208, line 4. The answer then under oath was no.
And your point being,
Now,
You would
agree
agree that the literature is quite clear that trauma-based symptoms such as PTSD or complex PTSD have symptoms that overlap with borderline personality disorder and histrionic
now
personality disorder.
I see.
Yes.
okay, and you would agree that it's important to use
Valid, reliable measures for an accurate diagnosis, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. You chose, however, not to administer the structured clinical interview for DSM-5 personality disorders to SKID. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay. And would you agree that that is a state-of-the-art
Oh, okay.
structured clinical
Candy, thank you.
interview?
Not for a forensic evaluation with a sophisticated examinee.
But to determine.
It doesn't matter because the jury doesn't like Elaine.
No, not
Anyway.
in this setting.
You don't agree with that?
I do not.
And you don't agree that that is the gold standard assessment for reliable, accurate psychiatric diagnosis?
It's a good one, but for treatment settings especially.
Okay. Now, did Ms. Hurd?
What
you
does it
said
matter
you
that
talked about, you read all of the treatment records, right?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recall reading the treatment records for the psychologist Bonnie Jacobs, who saw Amber Heard over 5 years?
I do.
And did you see anything in Bonnie Jacobs' notes over 5 years in which she diagnosed Ms. Heard with borderline personality or histrionic personality disorder?
No.
Now, you also saw the notes of Dr. Cowan, correct?
Mhm.
And you even attended his deposition, correct?
Yes.
All right. And he saw Amber for roughly 2
She's
years
nervous.
as part of
She
the
knows.
Dr. Kipper connection, right?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And did you see anything in Dr. Cowan's notes? And did he say in his deposition that he diagnosed Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
I saw the symptoms clearly delineated throughout his notes and in his deposition. He does not use diagnoses, so he would not have diagnosed her.
He said specifically in his deposition, he did not diagnose her with that, correct?
Yes, and he also specifically stated that he does not use diagnoses.
All right. And you also have seen Dr. Banks, Dr. Amy Banks, the psychiatrist, her deposition, correct?
Yes.
And did
Not
Dr.
her
Anderson,
deposition, I reviewed her notes in the transcript.
all right, did Dr. Anderson diagnose Ms. Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
I don't believe she provided any diagnosis since she was a couples therapist.
All right. Now, you've said quite a bit about Don Hughes, but do you remember how many years of experience Don Hughes has in IPV and?
Is this the idiot that everybody's making memes
I know
about?
it's quite a bit.
Extensive, and she is board certified, correct?
Yes, she is.
All right, and she spent.
Oh,
29
Dawn Hughes.
hours of
Nobody likes her
examination
anyway.
with Amber Heard. Did she not?
Yes, mostly interviewing.
All right, and she interviewed her therapists, Bonnie Jacobs and Con Cowell, correct?
Yes,
And she also interviewed Amber's late mother.
yes.
Okay, and she administered 12 different tests over the period of that time.
That's
correct?
that's
Well,
irrelevant.
As I said, the majority of those were checklists, which are inappropriate for the forensic setting.
I understand, that's what you're saying, but she administered 12 different tests, correct?
If you want to qualify them as tests, sure.
Okay. And so you disregarded, no.
Why isn't he objecting?
Okay. Let's go to the CAPS-5 and PTSD. Now, you assessed Ms. Heard's traumas in her life, correct?
What's Camille? Are they panning on Camille?
Yes, I did. I give her.
I'm
an
looking for
instrument to
something.
assess for any trauma exposure throughout the entire lifespan.
Yes, that's fine. And you wrote that Ms. Heard's exposure to a traumatic event, namely one of the sexual assaults by Mr. Depp, more than satisfied this requirement. Did you not write that in your notes?
What?
That is not what I wrote in my notes. Do you have my notes? So we
And
can
you
look at that?
administered a.
Do you have my
structured
notes? No, of course you don't.
Based on that trauma.
Elaine, nobody's putting up with your shit.
Not exactly. It's not quite right.
Okay. Now, Dr. Hughes administered a full intimate partner.
I wish
violence
somebody had
assessment, correct?
the notes.
That's not
a psychological
Hey,
assessment.
Candy,
We can't
since you're working,
assess
can you
for
look on that
intimate
website
partner
and see if
violence. That's
the notes
intent.
were entered
Dr. Hughes
in there?
administered a full intimate partner violence assessment,
She
correct?
stated that, and that's actually something I'm rebutting today.
Okay, and you reviewed her psychological testing?
I sure did, yes.
Okay, and are you aware that in September 2019, Ms. Heard had a trauma-based symptom on many of those valid tests?
Can you be a little bit more specific? Many of those
Do you-
valid tests, which tests are you talking
Do
about?
you have a recollection of that, September 2019?
She won't
She
specify.
administered all of her testing in September 2019, so I'm not sure which one, oh, except for the CAPS 5, which was 10 days after mine in 2021.
Now, Dr. Hughes clinically evaluated those symptoms and established that Ms. Heard does have PTSD from the totality of the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp, correct?
That's what she stated, yes.
Okay. Now, Dr. Anderson's clinical notes that said Amber had come to.
Objection, hearsay.
I haven't even asked the question yet, Your Honor.
Are you going to read her notes?
Well, no, actually, I wasn't going to read her notes. I was going to ask a particular question. You talked about danger. Do you recall that in your testimony?
Yes,
All right. Now, if a patient comes to you as a couples therapist
Mhm.
with two black eyes, would you assess?
She never had black eyes.
Maybe a potential danger there?
sure.
There's no black eyes.
Did you read Dr. Anderson's notes?
I believe I did.
Now, you administered the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2, the MMPI 2. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And you used that to determine whether Amber had PTSD, right?
not by itself, but it was a part of the data.
Okay. And in the 60 to 70 T-score range for that test, which, quote, deliberate attempts to mislead are uncommon, end quote. Isn't that correct?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
In the T-score section of that, for which assesses deliberate attempts to mislead. Do you recall? She scored a 60 on that test, correct?
So there are multiple T-scores for at each scale, so I'm not sure which scale you're talking about.
Okay. Well, we can deal with that later.
Of course we
you
can.
Agree that you need to follow ethics and best practices.
Is she really trying to talk about ethics with Dr. Hughes?
And the
Is she really trying to do that?
Are the American Psychological Association ethical principles and professional code of conduct, right?
Mhm.
And the American Psychological Association's specialty guidelines for forensic psychology, correct?
Yes.
And specialty guidelines 1.02 states that forensic practitioners, quote, strive for accuracy, impartiality, fairness, and independence. correct?
Oh, okay. Thank you, Candy. I'm sorry. I thought you were at work. I apologize.
Specialty Guidelines 1.03 states that you have to avoid a conflict of interest.
Yes.
correct? Now, in addition to not listing the 4 hours you spent with Mr. Depp, Mr. Baldwin, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez, you also did not list that you spent an hour with Dr. Shaw, correct?
That's incorrect.
You say that the designation said that you spent.
During
an
my
hour-
deposition, I also clarified this. I didn't spend an hour with Dr. Shaw. There was an introduction with the attorneys present on Zoom. My time on that call was less than 30 minutes.
But you still didn't disclose it, did you, in your reports?
No,
Okay.
What does that mean? What does that have to do with anything, Elaine?
You have not been asked to testify about Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
What?
I was asked to testify about somebody's behavioral mental status in general, so that can include behavior involved in a relationship with Mr. Depp, but not specifically.
Can you pull up day 10?
Oh God, Elaine, just stop.
At page 2710.
You're just making a clown out of yourself. It's sad. You want us to believe all the
2710.
ridiculous, excuse my French, retards she brought up there, but she with that were arrogant, had weird facial gestures, and she wants people to actually
May we
take them
approach?
seriously.
All right. All right.
He has to be guided from that lady sitting next to him. He's too passive. I don't like him. He's not assertive enough. Oh, Candy, you're funny. Did you call in because you wanted to see this? I'm really shocked that Kate Moss's deposition was so short, but I think it was. I think it was effective because it was just, hey, did he push you down the stairs? No, this is what happened, and I think that's good. I think that's good for them because they have the most time left and they're trying to use it productively. So I get that. Elaine, do you really think you've got something? Because you don't. I love Twitter. I'm obsessed with Twitter. See, she didn't win he won the objection.
Thank you, Michelle. Great job.
Or wait, am I off here?
Does the witness also have, okay. Yep. So, Dr. Curry, this is your testimony from day 10 in this case. And if you can look at page 2710, line 13. Now, my question was, now, is it your testimony under oath today that you have not been asked to testify concerning Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp, including any abuse? And your answer under oath to this jury that day was, that's correct.
Yes,
Correct?
I still agree with that question.
All right. And you have not made any determinations, including any opinions, that Ms. Heard abused Mr. Depp or Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, you said that's outside the scope.
Yes,
Right? Okay.
of psychology.
And you cannot testify whether Amber Heard suffered any emotional distress as a result of any of the defamatory comments that she has alleged Mr. Waldman made through Mr. Depp, or Mr. Depp made through Mr. Waldman, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you want me to read my response?
Sure, objection. I'm
What
sorry.
I-
Hold on, Dr.
Sorry,
Curry.
Your Honor.
That's okay. Oh, and what's the objection? You're on first. Okay.
Oh God. Can someone just shut her down, please? If they think what is Larry saying about the jurors? Wow. So I heard from a reliable source, someone with direct Twitter connection is gunning for pro Johnny Depp because he's the victim accounts. If my account disappears, you know who did it. Well, pissed off. Yeah, no, she does not like Elaine. She's regretting hiring Elaine.
Now, you have not rendered any opinion as to whether Amber Heard
She had to move on.
exhibits patterns of behavior that would suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false. Would you agree?
No. I mean, yes, I would agree with that.
Oh, thank you. And you have not, no, that's right. That's all I've got. No further questions.
All
Thank you.
right, redirect.
You were asked about the skid.
Yes.
What's that?
It's a structured clinical interview. It's for rendering a diagnosis. It's best for treatment because you're asking direct questions of the examinee and about symptoms. So if you have an examinee who has a tendency to minimize, you're not going to get much information.
Why didn't you use it?
Because, well, first of all, I had a limited amount of time for my evaluation, and I had already had to use, just to complete the interview was extremely time consuming. And I had to even restructure it into handouts so that I could keep Ms. Heard on track. I determined based on that, so this is where you would make an inference. So because I was having difficulty getting direct answers to my questions from Ms. Heard, I had determined that creating forms of those questions would be a better use of the time, which it was. And then I further deduced that adding on the structured clinical interview would probably be unproductive, given that I had limited time and needed to use the best, most reliable methods for getting information in that time.
You were asked about the APA specialty guidelines,
Yes.
specifically 1.02 and
Yes.
1.03.
Mhm.
Have you complied with them?
I have.
No further questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Curry, you can have a seat in the courtroom. You're on to go. Thank you, ma'am.
It doesn't matter that Dr. Curry isn't board certified. She's a hell of a lot more educated than the people that they brought up.
Morning recess for 15 minutes to not discuss the case and do not do that.
Okay. My God. First break. That's okay. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter now. I mean, I just,
All right. Just for planning purposes, Sammy asked Mr. Tobin to be here as early as noon, just in case with the flu and trial. I'm not sure what time we get to that motion, so.
oh, for the motion. They're going to do the TMZ motion today.
They need to work on that. They're gonna find out who the next witness is. So let's go ahead and take a recess until 10:55, okay? All right, thank you.
All rise. Okay. So we're going to remove this for a second. Elaine annoys me. I have to tell you all that. She annoys me to no end. But she's also very tense and very stressed out because she's not getting along with Amber at all. Now, Rottenborn is sitting at the back of the table, as you can see. So obviously he's getting ready to address something. I don't know who's next because we did get the witness list. And if you guys revisit the witness list on Twitter, then you know that we've been through, thanks, E. We've been through a lot of the witness list so thus far. I think Dr. Curry did a good job. I mean, she's very direct. It doesn't matter that she's not board certified. She's been more on point than any of these ass clowns that they brought up. That Eve Barlow's. Sorry, I know I got sidetracked in the middle of my thought, but let me show you this. Eve Barlow is pissed off because we need to check the tweesters. Hold on, let me put that banner up just so I know where I am for the day. Where is my break thing that I made? Break time. Do I have? Oh, well, I'm not BRB, but it's break time. Hold on. I'm trying to build a system with what I'm doing here. Let I say this. I need to learn to be a better host. All right. So I'm going to put this up real quick. Let's go to Twitter for a second. I'm going to put myself here. Okay. How's the stream, you guys? Is it all right? How's 720 working out for me? Everything's grainy, framey. My brother Antho is helping me find a processor that's super powerful, so that's awesome. That's JD getting to the courthouse if you guys didn't see it. I watched Secret Window last night. It was kind of weird seeing Secret Window. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it matters to a certain extent. Never mind, today was too juicy. Here we go. What was he saying? Let me go to the DIY guy and see what he's saying. They're going to get to the TMZ stuff today. Amber's pissed though. She is pissed. You can see it on her face. The deputies will not let us sit in the third row today on both sides. Not sure why. We'll find out later today. I sat there yesterday with no issue. Kate Moss and Johnny Depp are both taking the stand today. I just said good morning to Officer AK Deputy Peacock. He just looked at me and said, "Oh boy." That's cute. That's cute. Thanks, E. Appreciate it. Thank you. You're like my mod. When we get big, you can be my mod. Thank you, Candy. Can I call you K? I have a thing. I call everybody by their first initial. Except for I can't call my son Nick by his first initial because it sounds weird. All right. So here we go. I talked to the stenographer yesterday after court about court, cameras and court reporters and stenography. She's really sweet and funny. She waved this morning as I waved back. The deputies will not let us sit in the third row today because not sure why. Ben walked over to Amber's camp and dumped a pile of candy. Talk about a power move. This is psychological game at its finest, folks. They're fucking with them because they know they're winning. I mean, I can't really say they're winning because we don't really know that, but you can kind of figure it out. Yeah, I agree. I mean, well, the thing with me and the psychology. Okay, thanks, Kay. Oh yeah, Kathy H. Oh, good morning, Kathy H. I didn't see you. I apologize. Good morning. You haven't seen Ace this morning either. I know we had a couple newcomers yesterday. Did you guys notice that? They popped in and popped out. So who knows? I hope everybody is deciding to subscribe and tap the bell and just maybe observe. I know some people, especially early in the morning, they've got jobs, so they can't participate in chat. But I know is it Marilyn? Mary? Hopefully she'll be back today if she's not already watching. But I'm trying to get a hold of all the names and keep myself on board with my crew here. I'm trying to figure out what I want to call my followers as I build. Shout out some names, you guys. What should we call our followers? I like the word soldier, but I don't know how to incorporate it into something groovy or something cool and catchy. So that's all for the DIY guy. I haven't posted anything this morning on Twitter. So the trial is trending again. Let's see what else. We've got 35 more tweets coming up here. Can you guys see them okay? I mean, I don't know if you care, but Depp heard. Ben walked over to Amber's. Oh, yeah, I already saw that. Cranky Elaine reminds me of my granny telling me off for grabbing one of her cookies. Oh, my God. Johnny Depp and Amber Heard defamation trial resumes 6th and final week. This is week 6. I thought it was week 5. I mean, technically, like Candy said, it's week 6. Like she was saying, we were trying to figure it out. But, cannonballs. Ooh, that's good. That's good. The Cannonball Crew. Ooh, boom. There it is. Cannonballs. I love it. I love it. That's our new thing, you guys. Cannonballs. Yes. So we are officially my crew is officially the Cannonballs. So that I get to say good morning and address y'all that way. So you're right, Candy. I guess this is technically week 6, even though week 3 we were off. So it's kind of interesting. For deliberation, I'm still a little lost and confused on that. Do we rest today and then closing arguments are tomorrow and then verdict is Friday? I think I wanted to tell you this on the phone, Kay. I feel like I don't know if we talked about this, but I feel like they said something about the jury only has 1 day, which is kind of hard. I mean, if they really are only giving the jury 1 day to deliberate, that's kind of weird. But I don't know. I could be wrong. And okay, new. This is new, you guys, from Court TV. A source tells Johnny Depp's team wants to introduce a new rebuttal witness regarding Amber Heard's domestic violence arrest with Tasha Von Ray. What? Oh, cheat. What? Whoop, there it is. What is happening? What's a happening, hot stuff? I want to learn how to make some really cool merch. I'm stuck in the 80s. I love it. All right. Very smart move to abandon cross-examination of Kate Moss. Just before direct was concluded, the Elaine sharply looked at Rottenborn and shook her head, furiously right before he stood up and said no more questions. That was the right play. Good, shut that shit down. They had no say in that. None. Oh, I know someone popped into the chat, remember yesterday, if you're watching, and wanted to know who the attorneys were. So here they are. I don't recall seeing this girl right here. Does anybody recall seeing her? So this is Ben, Camille, Jessica, Stephanie, Yarlin. I think this girl right here is Yarlin, but I'm not quite sure. Rebecca and Samuel. So I do believe this guy right here is Samuel. One day okay, 1 day, 3 days to determine award. Thank you so much. Where are you getting your information from, girl? Let me in on it. Am I just behind? Kay's gonna be my personal assistant. He's gonna be my moderator when we get big. Y'all stay and be my OGs. Let's see. What else? Starting out with a bang today, Kate Moss has got the entire room rattled. The jurors in the entire gallery are perked up and all jurors are scribbling down information. Number 9 scans the room and number 8 is smiling. Okay, so I've got Runkles and Rob and Larry's live stream up from day 19, and I'm desperately looking for the juror printout. Keep the time tabs, you guys, because remember my live stream doesn't update on its own. Hold on one second. I'm trying to find this. Where is it? I don't know why it's not scanning through that blueprint. You think I wonder if, does anybody know if you can find the juror blueprint on the internet? Rob put it up on the screen yesterday. I know he put it up on the screen on this live stream. Hold on one second. I'm trying to do this. I know he put it up on here. They had a 4-hour, no, they had a 2-hour stream. Give me one second. Is that it right there? Oh, is this it? Wait. No, he held up that so many people were watching. They had 100,000 people watching that day. God, could you imagine 100,000 people watching your stream? Kind of intimidating. Hold on one second. I'm looking for the blueprint of the jury box. I had all day yesterday to fix it and to get it. I'll look it up on Google, but I know Rob put it up. Maybe it's when Larry comes in the room. Here's Larry. Hold on. I'm not in the chat right now. Hold on one second. I can't find it. I think it's right in the beginning. Because what happened was Runkle was just they call off these juror number 9, juror number 7. And I know that Rob brought out the blueprint. Is this it? Wait. There's like this white thing that comes up. Where is it? It's right there, maybe? Hold on. I was looking for the juror box. I don't think there's a... Yeah, Law and Lumber. You have to follow DUI guy. Yeah. What? Okay, sorry. Wait. Oh, wait. This is week 5. I went back and checked. Verdict reads on May 27th. Oh, shit. End of week 6. 1 day to determine guilt. I was first a legal specialist in the military. You followed DIY guy. You have to... I am. Are you talking about the juror grid? Yes. Yes, I am. Yes. When I was talking to you before, I was actually looking at their live stream because Rob brings it up because they were taught, Runkle was blurting out the jurors' numbers, and he was like, "Here, let me show our audience a blueprint of it so that they understand what you're saying." So that's why. Oh my God, Cannon Girl, get your shit together. Read my chat, man. Maybe it wasn't this one though. Maybe it's not this one. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's on the internet. I was trying to. This is stressing me out. Don't get stressed out. It's okay. We're just viewers. It's just they talk about the jury box so much, and so like when juror number 9 and when the DUI guy posts his tweets, I wish he would have posted. I wish somebody would have put the jury box blueprint out so we could see what what they're talking about, which they I'm trying to go through this fucking thing. I don't know. Yeah, he does. Lawn number, I know. Oh, but on his Twitter? On his Twitter? Okay, let me close this then. Okay, let me see. Did you guys see this? I didn't retweet it. Hold on. This is why couldn't they examine Kate Moss? This girl is giving me a headache. Candy stressed me out too. I stayed up till 1 going through you guys, I'm telling you, don't do that. I mean, I like the website, but if you're trying to watch the trial and go through the website, it's a lot. It's just too much. I was going to do, I mean, Candy and I will go through it and we'll talk about it on Saturday like we talked, but the verdict will already be out. So God, I wish somebody would. Let's see. Kate Moss came on immediately. They got Kate Moss in and out. Oh, I should have Twitter up so you guys can see what I'm doing here. Let me switch to Twitter. The tweets. I was gonna go to Law and Lumber and see what we can do here, and see if we can. I just want to pull up this jury box because I know they talk about it all the time, but I just forget. I forget who's sitting where. Yeah, this says Johnny Depp's witnesses and experts not only appear more competent, but also kinder. They're more respectful. Safe to say the jury are not forgetting Kate Moss in a hurry. When Ben Chu said her name, juror number 7's face lit up. Oh, who's this? We need to be following this lady right here from Court TV. He is a white man in his 20s or 30s. Most all jurors jotted notes as Kate Moss described accidentally slipping down the stairs in Jamaica. Read this entire thread. Well, we really don't want to read the entire thread. The website, you said the doc is the same as the website. That isn't true because if not, then I want the link to that version. How are we on time? Sorry. Y'all, my stomach's been acting up. I haven't been sleeping lately, like really rested sleeping because I got to get up so early. I've been cross-eyed tired. I know that for sure. This has been the most stressful thing. Oh my goodness. Oh, look at how cute. Andy he made a t-shirt. I love Dr. Curry. Oh, I just recently, have you guys seen Andy Signor's story? Very sad. I saw it. He posted a video in 2017. He kind of went through something similar. My son was kind of telling me the story of Andy Signor. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend that you see it. We might go over it in a live stream on the weekend. Oh, we're back. We're back. Okay, we're back. We're back. Sidebar. The doc only carries through 423. All docs and evidence are available on the website. Yeah. I agree 100%. I'm going to try to find this jury box thing. If my phone's bugging, let me turn my phone off. My phone's blowing up. I think this is the most makeup I've ever put on ever. Since I was working in my young days. I remember working 4 to 1. Oh my God, it was murder back then. It was so hard to keep that schedule and have 2 little kids. Okay, here we go. When the word alleged IPV is thrown out, Bikery number 5 raised her eyebrows very quickly and was fixed her mask. She rarely shows emotion, and this was a big moment. I am debating whether number 5 might be Team Heard. Uh-oh. I have had this thought for quite some time, and it's very hard to tell, but sometimes her reactions and emotions are incongruent with her other 8 juries. Man, all they need is 1, they said, for a hung jury. Which I don't even understand what a hung jury is, but that's all right. It's okay. We're back. We're fine. I'm on Twitter on Chrome while they're at sidebar trying to figure out stuff. I'm trying to go to Lon Lumber's thing to get a screenshot of that, of the jury box. Kate Moss is gorgeous, man, for her age. She's gorge. He seems to have a really good relationship with everybody he's ever broken up with, which I think is important as well. Ben walked over to Amber's camp and dumped. Oh, we already know that. Never happened. Supermodel. Ex-girlfriend Kate Moss tells a jury never been pushed. Yeah, we already talked about that. I'm looking for the jury box. So there's 9 jurors, but only 7 randomly chosen ones will decide. Okay, so what we need though is if Lon Lumber has a mock of the jury box. Moss married. Camille is up there. Is Camille running anything today? Please say yes. I wonder who's doing closing arguments. I think it'll be Ben Chu. Attorney and woodworker say, and yes, this is how official account of Lawn. What? Oh, this is the official account, Lawn Lumber. Okay, so Lawn Lumber, do we have photos of the jury box? He doesn't have any photos on here. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Wait, let me mute myself. Hold on, Candy. All right, y'all. Thanks, Candy, for reaching out. Okay, so I am following the guy that's updating all the documents. So let me go on his website. Let me go on his page and see what's happening. God, my Twitter is blowing up. Okay, so give me a second, y'all. Update added 7 exhibits. Oh, here we go. Is this what you're talking about, Candy? Let's see. 14 hours ago on Depp Dive. Let me see. Oh, cool. He's got the link right here. That's awesome. Okay, cool. Yeah. So, E, are you following this guy on Twitter? Just follow the guy on Twitter, A-N-G, what is it? A-N-G-Y? No, why is it bad? Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking to me. So, E, if you're on Twitter, all you have to do is follow the account Angie, Angie 3101. Angie 3101. But she is if you follow her, since I think it's you, right, that's using PCs. If you follow her on Twitter, then you can actually open up the direct link to where the exhibits were added. Okay, so we're going backwards. Or no. Yeah, he's going backwards when he adds. So he's going opposite, if that makes sense, you know? So the way he's entering the exhibits is retro. So it's like, or actually, that's wrong. He's entering exhibits newest to oldest. Oh, maybe. Oh, I don't know. I didn't pay attention. I don't know. Probably. I don't know. So what is the, let's see. Okay, 5 to 5/18/22. 5/18/22, 5/17. PDF. These are all PDFs. Ooh, there's new audio files. Shut your mouth. Oh my God, there's so many. Oh man. We got to save these for break. Hold on. Before I play this, let me turn my mic off.
Here's mine.
Well, just think about how you approached me with it. You said, I gotta talk to you. Of course, we have to see Dr. Laurel. We gotta see her separately. You were looking for me to go since you saw her last time by yourself. You called Nathan, and he told you that this week doesn't look good because there's so much shit going on as it is.
Yeah, well, I connected Laurel and Nathan so that he could plan it for you, or he could schedule you. And then when I got that text from him today saying it would have to be next week, I guess, I said to you, can we talk about this? Because it's twofold. One, I have to plan to go see her too, you know? So it does.
Well, that's never going to conflict because whenever you.
Well, it does because here's why it does. It's a marriage, she's a marriage counselor. And if I'm going to see her by myself only, it's completely pointless and redundant.
Why?
That's because she's not my counselor. The client is the marriage, right? So it does it's
Okay, I was trying to get those audios so I can listen to them later and figure out how to get those on my channel. We haven't listened to them, so I don't know what they're all about. They're new though. They're new entries. I mean, obviously this is all public record, so it's not anything that they're being posted publicly on Twitter, so it's fair use. So this new evidence, it looks like, if you look on the website, looks like this is everything they were talking about Amber Heard did not submit. So this looks like what they were saying Amber Heard didn't give up in the first place, is what I'm gathering from this. If you look, I mean, I don't have time to go through all this, but it's all PDFs. There's no audio files that are new. As far as 519 goes, and 518 and 519, it looks like this is all PDFs. No audio files, no video, no footage. 516, there is new added. So it looks like no audio files, it's all PDF. If you are looking to, kind of see what they're showing. God, man, there's so much in this case. It's like, Jesus. There's no way to even go through half this stuff. I feel sorry for the people that are working on this case.
All right, your next witness.
Okay, y'all, I am going to mute
Sorry.
myself.
Let's get the jury first, right? All right, you ready for the jury?
I did pull the audios though, so we will listen to those on a live stream on the weekend. But I'm going to try to get them up on my channel before that. Man, that 4-hour video though, that 4-hour audio, I'm having a bear of a time trying to get that downloaded. It's just wasting my time. So I'll probably do the hour and 10-minute audio, and then who's the Bitcoin guy? I'm not the Bitcoin guy. I don't know who you're talking about.
All right, thank you. Are we ready for the next witness? Or do you want
Yes,
to
we call Mr. Depp.
Okay.
What? Debonair Depp's back up on the stand.
All right. So just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay?
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Depp.
Good morning.
We heard a lot about some statements that Mr. Waldman made. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Mr. Waldman is your attorney or was your attorney?
Yes.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1245? And this is already in evidence, so permission to please publish. If we could scroll down to the second page. Mr. Depp, do you see the statement here attributed to Mr. Waldman?
Yes, I do.
When's the first time that you saw this statement?
All right.
Rottenborn. Can you stop? Amber's riding his ass. You already know. Amber is like, Beba, shut it down. Shut it down. Beba. Me. Look at baby Rottenborn. And his face. Oh my God. Baby Rottenborn just looks so weird. Okay. Eric, are you looking to follow the person that's posting the updated documents? It's just Angie, ANGY 1302. If you go to Twitter and look up Angie 1302, you can follow along with whatever latest document she's posting. And it's very easy. Yeah, Angie, ANGY
Okay,
1302.
thank you. Mr. Depp, when is the first time that you saw this statement by Mr. Waldman?
The first time that I ever saw this statement was in August. It was when the piece was when she August 2020, when I was countersued by Ms. Hurd. This is the first time that I saw any of these statements.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1246? And this is also already in evidence. Thank you. We could scroll down to the second page, or the third perhaps. Thank you. Mr. Depp, do you see this statement that's attributed to Mr. Waldman here?
I do.
And when is the first time that you saw these statements?
Same, when the countersuit was filed.
And could we please go to Defendant's Exhibit 1247? And again, this is already in evidence. If we could scroll down, please, thank you. Mr. Depp, do you see the statement attributed to Mr. Waldman?
I do indeed, yes.
And when's the first time that you saw this statement?
This is the same. It's the counterclaim to August 2020.
After you saw these statements for the first time, did you form an understanding as to where they appeared?
I didn't, as to where they had appeared, these statements.
In what publication?
No, all of that, I didn't know exactly. It just seemed like a lot of word salad to me. I didn't know where they'd come from, or, I mean, where they ended up. Or...
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Hurd testifying that you did not assist her in getting her role in Aquaman?
Yes, I do, yes.
And what is your response to that? It's not exactly true. Do you know when Ms. Hurd first auditioned for Aquaman?
Strangely, I know the date. Well, no, yes, I do know the date, because I was scheduled with my band, the Hollywood Vampires. We had done 2 shows at the Roxy, which is a place in Los Angeles, to rehearse for we were invited to play at the Rock and Reel concert, which is a huge rock and roll festival. So we did the 2 shows to go to Rio and play there. Mr. wanted to come with me, and Whitney, her sister, had come as well. While we were there in Rio, we were rehearsing, getting ready for the show. Ms. Hurd informed me that she would have to get back to Los Angeles for an audition, meaning this basically after our 2-hour show or whatever, we would have to get on the plane immediately to make it back to Los Angeles for this audition. And that audition was at Warner Brothers, whatever film it was.
And when were you performing at the Rock in Rio?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was I believe it was the 24th of September.
In what year?
That was 15.
What do you understand happened after Ms. Heard auditioned for Aquaman?
After Ms. Heard's audition, or possibly auditions for Warner Brothers and I suppose the creative team, Ms. Heard expressed to me that the film was going to be, Warner Brothers had said that the film was going to be shooting in Australia. And Australia was for Ms. Heard, that was a potential problem, which.
Objection, Your Honor. Your approach.
Okay.
Okay, Candy. Gotcha. Does he have something on his forehead? Like, I feel like he's got. Is that a scar? I don't remember him having that before. But he could have. I don't know. Because I watched Secret Window last night and it could have been there. He was a lot younger. He looks very healthy, though, because he's been quite thin in most of his movies. But age will do that, you know. Was there a little glance there to Camille? She's like, you got this, babe. You got this. I didn't know her tweets say protected E. I followed her and I'm on her email list now. So it's like, I didn't get that message. But I'm new to Twitter as well. So I've never really practiced my account. Oh, now they're laughing. Oh, man. All this whispering when he's up there. She wants him to look at her. And he's not going to. He's not going to. He needs to keep his focus. He can't give her that. He can't give her that kind of power. Yeah, that's true. I just see, you see that curve over his forehead right there? It looks like kind of like maybe there's some kind of a scar or something there. I only say that because that could have occurred with her also. You know what I mean? Poor Johnny, man. He's all beat up. You know what I mean? She has absolutely nothing, but yet everyone she comes in contact with scars them in some way, you know, physically scars them. So it's just kind of very interesting the way anyone that has communication with her ends up being branded in some way. Sad.
I apologize, Mr. Depp. Could you please continue? What happened after Ms. Heard auditioned for Aquaman?
I was informed by Ms. Heard that the film was going to be shooting in Australia, and that was of concern to her, and because it was of concern to Warner Brothers. So she asked if I would, because I had a multi, for a few years I've had a multi-film deal with Warner Brothers, and so we've been in business together. So I knew these people. I've been on films with them. So she asked me if I would speak to them. I made a phone call and I spoke to.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I don't believe he said anything. I think he was going to say who he spoke to.
All right, let's see. Overruled at this point.
I spoke to the three upper echelon Warner executives: Kevin Tsujihara, Sue Kroll, and Greg Silverstein. And I told them that.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Jesus.
Objection, next question.
What was the result of you speaking with those individuals?
Well, I can only say that ultimately she did get the job in the film. So hopefully, I suppose I had curbed their worries to some degree.
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that she saw you consume 8 to 10 MDMA pills while you were in Australia in March of 2015?
Yes, I do remember that.
How
I
many?
also remember her saying that I took a handful.
Objection beyond the scope. Question.
Sorry, that was extra
All
residue.
right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
How many times have you done MDMA in your life, Mr. Depp?
Actually, not that many times. I would say in my lifetime, maybe. In my lifetime, MDMA, 6, 7, maybe.
And how much MDMA have you done on those occasions?
Not enough to properly. Well, not enough to properly experience what the chemicals are supposed to do to you.
Have you ever consumed 8 to 10 MDMA pills at once?
No, ma'am. No, I have not.
And why is that?
Because I'd be dead. I'm pretty sure I'd be dead. I think one would die. Yes, and probably rather quickly.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you some pictures from the home in Australia that Ms. Heard testified about.
Sure.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1817, which is already in evidence? Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do. That's the downstairs bar of the house we rented in Australia.
And can you please show the jury where you were sitting when Ms. Heard threw the 2 vodka bottles at you?
If I touch this thing, will it make a
Yes,
mark?
it will.
Yes. Okay. So this chair, that one here, was over here. And it was in pretty much when I was turned around, or they were on swivels, so when I was turned around towards the bar, I'm facing the bar. When I turned around this way, this chair here was in pretty much exactly this same position as this chair. It was when I was facing Miss Heard, who was, let's say she was, if you're looking at the photograph, she would be about here.
Could you draw a line in the direction where Ms. Heard was relative to where you were sitting?
Yes, absolutely. So if I'm sitting here, she was over here, back here.
Approximately how far away from Ms. Heard, from you was Ms. Heard, if you can recall?
I would say it was probably 10, 12, 15 feet, maybe.
Don't look at him like that. Don't do that. That is not a good look for you.
Approximately where was your hand when the vodka bottle hit it?
That's not a good look for her at all.
It was leaning.
What's funny?
Sorry. My arm
What's
was
funny
leaning
about
on
any of
the,
this?
The marble bar.
I take offense to that. I don't like that.
Right there where that imaginary seat is. And leaning, kind of just being back and looking at Miss Heard. She just walked away with the the second bottle. Well, I mean, she walked this way when she threw the first bottle, which is actually visible
Can
in
you
the
please circle
background on
where
the
the
floor.
first? Could you please circle where the first bottle
Oh,
is?
sorry, excuse me. All that is the exploded first bottle that went past my head, and the second bottle hit right up here where my hand was resting on the marble bar.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820?
Oh, I know. But
Mr.
he's
Depp,
not
do you
looking at her.
recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
This is behind that very bar.
And what do you see on the floor in this picture?
I see what looks to me like some kind of napkin. It looks sullied, soiled, blood, I don't know. And I see glass in the corner, blood obviously on the floor, and a towel leaning up on something.
Do you know how that bloody tissue got on the floor?
My best guess,
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
I'm
Do you know how the blood got on the floor, Mr. Depp?
pretty well. I know how the blood got on the floor. It came from my dripping finger, so that's why the tissue is. I'm 99.9% sure, since it is. Looks like it's got blood on it as well, as what I held my finger with.
Do you see the wall on the left side of the photograph?
I do.
Was there a wall-mounted phone on that wall?
On the left side of the photo. No, I didn't. No. Not that I recall, no.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 394, which is already in evidence? Mr. Depp, do you recognize this text message?
I do.
And what is this message?
It's a text to Dr. Kipper. I'm sorry, just reading through. Yeah, this is my text to Dr. Kipper, who had just happened to be in town, telling him that I've had it, and that I just lost a fingertip.
How long after your finger had been injured did you send this text message, if you can recall?
It's hard to tell, because I'm going to look at the timestamp. It's delivered 3/7/2015, 5 o'clock. But I know that because of Australia time, it was the 8th, and it was probably, the whole thing lasted probably until about 2 p.m. Or so, when that was when Kipper was called, Jerry was brought in, Jerry Judge, sorry, excuse me.
So do you have an estimate as to how long after your finger had actually been injured that you sent this message?
I don't think it was very long. I think it was probably within the next, I'm sure it was in the next half hour or so. I would have had to sneak into a bathroom, lock myself in to type this out.
And how were you able to send this text message to Dr. Kipper in the state that you were in?
Well, he wasn't available at the time, so just sort of thumb your way through, don't you?
I don't know. They already know that, though. I don't think
How
that's.
long after sending
This
the
isn't
text
a new
message did you see
text
Dr.
messages.
Kipper?
They've already seen all this stuff.
I don't recall it. I think it took them probably 30 minutes or.
And even with that
between
language,
30 and 40
that
minutes.
doesn't prove he did
And
what she said he did.
What did Dr. Kipper do when he first arrived at the home?
Well, the first thing he wanted to do is inspect the damage of my finger and try and figure out exactly what had happened, how it happened.
And what did you tell Dr. Kipper about how your finger had been injured?
Objection, Your Honor.
We
You're
appreciate
saying we discussed this several times.
I didn't hear the question. Johnny Depp had to thumb his way through messaging Dr. Kipper with a severed finger. That sounds horrifying. Amber keeps looking at Rottenborn because he's their only hope right now. That's true. That's true. She's probably elbowing him. She's running that show. They're letting her be the attorney like idiots. I mean, they're the attorneys. They don't need her to tell them what to do. But because she's paying them so much, that's why I'm paying you. It's an I'm paying you, you owe me attitude. I better win. It's that kind of a situation. Sitch, if you will. Yeah, I don't still. I don't think that's damaging. I don't. I mean, that's not. I mean, the language is inappropriate, of course, and I'm sure the jurors are seeing that because you have jurors in their 50s, jurors in their 40s, jurors in their 20s. I think the jurors in their 20s and 30s aren't really taking that, personally. I don't really think they are, but I think, I think they're. Remember, it's about defamation. It's about defamation and the op-ed. So you have to keep your mind on that. When you're talking about DV, that reflects to the op-ed, which therefore the op-ed accuses and is referring to Johnny Depp, even though it's specifically not in his name. He's not called out, but the op-ed was written in relation to Johnny Depp, specifically about Johnny Depp, and that is where the defamation. Did it defame his name? Is he guilty of the things that she's accused him of doing? That is what, and also in reference to that, her counterclaim is she's basically saying he did to her what she's accusing him of doing to him. So it's just this, like they said, games, like Ben Chu said yesterday
Mr.
morning.
Depp, when Dr. Kipper was treating your finger, what did you tell him about how your finger became injured?
I told him that there was obviously, I mean, when you saw the damage in the house and everything, the blood everywhere, I mean, obviously there was serious damage done. There would be no point in lying to the man. He'd been through it with me and Ms. Heard before. I told him that she had thrown a bottle of vodka and smashed and cut my finger off, the tip of my finger, just but a good chunk. I miss it.
Mr. Depp, you heard Ms. Heard testify about an alleged incident of abuse on your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
I remember her testifying to that, yes.
And when did you and Ms. Heard go on your honeymoon together?
I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhood of August, because I had just finished the film, maybe end of July. August. I'm not quite good on the exact date.
Do you recall the year?
It was 2015, I believe.
And where did you and Miss Heard go on your honeymoon?
We took the Orient Express from Bangkok, Thailand to Singapore.
And what happened while you and Miss Heard were together on the Orient Express?
There were times when it was very agreeable, very nice, and then there were times when something had become dissatisfactory for her, and she would start the rant, the blooming of a fight would be on deck there, and at one point it didn't. I mean, I don't remember it lasting long at all. I just remember that I took a pretty good shot to the face, to the eyes, somewhere up here. So I had a bit of a shiner. But it all ended, and then everything got fine again, and we'd go to dinner, and it was all fine.
Did Miss Heard ever apologize to you for giving you the shiner?
I don't recall.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, which is already in evidence? Mr. Depp, do you recognize this photograph?
I do. It was with the chef and the maitre d' and the staff were asking if they could take a photo with us, and they'd been very kind. They'd given us a
And
private dinner card.
so where was this photograph taken?
That was in the that looks like it's in the, yes, that's towards the back of the Orient Express. That's in the back train bar compartment, and just out back you could smoke on the sort of caboose or whatever.
And what, if any, injuries do you have in this photograph?
I think the eyes a little bit bugged out, if you will. It's, yeah.
How did that happen?
These things could happen very quickly. If you disagreed.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive. She just asked, how did that happen?
I believe he was about to explain.
Well, I'll state the objection.
Okay. So, Mr. Depp, specifically, how did the injury in this photograph occur?
I'm sure it hit me. Is that better?
Does this picture accurately reflect what you looked like on that date?
I don't look at myself much, but it certainly looks like me with a black eye.
Does this picture appear to have been photoshopped in any way?
No, no. I think it would be difficult to photograph or to start getting into sort of digital processing with a number of people in the shot, especially in a wide shot.
Could we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301? And this is a new one, Your Honor, so this is not in evidence.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's reflected in this photograph?
Yes, this is the staff. It's the manager and his staff at the Raffles Hotel in Singapore. And before we left, they asked if they could take a photograph with us.
And when was this photograph taken?
Well, that would have been, we were off the Orient Express. We stayed in Raffles, I believe, a couple of days, few days. And then from there, we flew to San Francisco.
So this photograph was taken after the photograph we just looked at?
This photograph was taken after the photograph in the dining car of the train, yes.
Your Honor, I move plaintiff's exhibit 1301 into
All right,
evidence.
any objection?
Oh, happy honeymoon. So it's
Any,
31st of October.
any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1301 is in evidence, can be published to the jury.
Mr. Depp, what, if any, injuries do you see on your face in this photograph?
I see pretty much the same. I see that the area in here has been well is swollen and yeah, there's a bit of a shiner there.
Thank you. We can take this down. Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that she punched you in the staircase incident because she thought of Kate Moss in the stairs?
Do I remember her saying that?
Yes.
Yes, I do. 3 times. Yes, I do.
Do you have any understanding as to what Ms. Heard was referring to?
Yes, I do. As Kate Moss, Kate testified, it was many, many years ago. And exactly what happened is what she said happened. I recall speaking with Ms. Heard about that very incident because of the downpouring of rain, because it was raining very heavily that day that Kate slipped. And I recalled the story to her.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
May we approach Your Honor? I do not like that snicker. I don't like that. The jury is looking at her as she's staring him down and grinning. That is not a good look. I'm telling you. They will remember that. She needs to understand this is the last day. This is the last day, and they are clocking everything she's doing. And if she thinks that sitting there leaning over, staring into him is, you know,
Please
if she,
continue, Mr. Depp. What did
thank
tell
you.
Ms. Heard
She
about
won that
the
objection.
staircase, or with Kate Moss?
I'll make it easy for Mr. Rottenborn. Ms. Heard took the story and turned it into a very ugly incident, all in her mind. There was never a moment where I pushed Kate down any set of stairs, yet she's spewed this 3 times before.
Objection, Your Honor. Ms. Heard simply testified that she heard a rumor, and that's
What's a
not
rumor?
responsive to the question.
Sir, hold on.
Sorry.
Objection. Overrule the
It states the
objection.
facts and evidence.
Overrule the objection.
Sorry, I was drawn by Mr. Rottenborn's voice. What would you like? Was it?
So what specifically had you actually told Ms. Heard about the incident with
Miss Moss and the stairs?
Very simply that we were in Jamaica. I had left our bungalow about 3 minutes prior to her. I was standing outside and suddenly rain starts just coming down like it's, monsoon. And then I remember looking and seeing Kate coming out the door, and there were 3 little wooden stairs, and she slipped, her legs went up, and she landed directly on her coccyx and her lower back. So, and she was obviously physically in pain, and she was hurt, she was crying. So I ran over and grabbed her to make sure she was all right. That's it. That's all. And the rumor of it, I'd never heard a rumor of that before Ms. Hurd grabbed hold of it. It's like that. Sorry.
Mr. Depp, we heard testimony from Miss Hurd's sister, Whitney, during this trial. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And how would you describe your relationship with Whitney when you were in a relationship with Miss Hurd?
I liked Whitney very much. Initially, when I first met her, I liked her very much, and grew to love Whitney very much. Because I always, it seemed, Whitney, Amber's sister, Whitney seemed to always get the sort of dirty end of the stick, and I felt bad for her.
It'll be after this.
Because it wasn't new; it had been there for life, and that was seemed pretty obvious. So I took to Whitney very, very quickly, very easily. She was a very sweet kid. She was wonderful.
What do you mean that Whitney got the dirty end of the stick?
It was a kind of a strange combination of loving sister, trusted sister and friend, and then lackey, and then either the punching bag or the dartboard, or the recipient of some rather demeaning and ugly words, or she would have wine thrown in her face.
And who was the source of those demeaning words and the wine that you just referenced?
Well, that would be Amber Heard, her sister.
And how do you know that?
Well, I witnessed quite a lot of it. The wine in the face was something that happened in New York, which I think that even made it into the papers. I believe that even made it into the papers. It was in an elevator.
How did you first learn about that incident?
Miss Hurd told me in detail.
What else did you observe of Miss Hurd and her sister Whitney's interactions during your relationship with Miss Hurd?
They were just constantly up and down, but I could sense, I could feel that Whitney was trying to please her sister, trying to be up to snuff, and it just seemed like she got shot down.
Objection, Your Honor. This is going beyond the scope of the question or his foundation for knowledge of that.
Your Honor, I asked what he observed, between them. I think this is responsive to that.
And his testimony as to what Whitney felt is.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you ever see Miss Heard physically attack Whitney?
No, I've never seen any full-on blowouts, physical blowouts between them. Tons of verbal
Objection
blowouts.
beyond the scope.
Overruled.
I've certainly seen Miss Heard grab Whitney, push her around. There were a number. There were half a dozen times when some of us, whoever was in the general vicinity, would have to leave. This is at Orange, when Whitney and Amber were living at Orange. Whitney and her boyfriend at the time, Sean Krajewski, and we had to leave the apartment and wait in the car while they fought.
And when you say fought, do you mean
Physical.
physically or?
Physical.
And when you said Miss Heard would push Whitney around, do you mean that to physically push her or metaphorically?
Both.
You heard Whitney testify that she lived in Penthouse 4 at the Eastern Columbia building for a time, correct?
That is correct, yes.
How did Whitney come to live in Penthouse 4?
My recollection when Whitney first came to stay at the Eastern Columbia building in Penthouse 4 was she and her boyfriend, Sean, had broken up. And she needed a place to go. And so Amber asked if she could stay in Penthouse 4, and I said, well, of course, you know.
How long did Whitney live in Penthouse 4?
It was well over a year, on and off.
Did you ever ask Whitney to move out of Penthouse 4?
No, I did not, no.
Why did Whitney ultimately move out of Penthouse 4?
Objection, foundation.
It's his apartment, Your Honor. He was living there.
Oh, overruled.
Whitney moved out of Penthouse 4 long before the marriage. And it was due to an argument that Ms. Heard and Whitney had, which had to do with Whitney working at the Art of Elysium with Jennifer Howell and those people. And Amber asked her to leave, get out.
Where did Whitney live when she moved out of Penthouse 4?
My understanding is she went to live with Jennifer Howell.
Your Honor, I know you anticipated having a motion at noon.
You can keep going. That's
Okay.
fine. We can. How much longer in direct do you have?
I have a bit.
Okay, it's okay.
Mr. Depp, do you recall hearing testimony during Ms. Heard's case from Mr. Mandel?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
Mr. Mandel is my former business manager of 17 and a half years, who at a certain point I discovered had been embezzling quite a lot of money. So I had to take action against him and he and my lawyer of 17 and a half years, as they were in cahoots, as it were. And so Yes, Joel Mandel is, and they, which was, they settled their case with me. They made their settlement. But yes, it was the big, that was a very, yeah, Joel Mandel is a very bitter man who ended up with a lot of money that I worked hard for over the years.
Do you recall Mr. Mandel testifying in this case that you do not spend very much money on charity?
That I don't, sorry?
That you do not spend very much money on charity?
Objection, Your Honor.
Use one approach. Okay.
Yes, I know. I know. Her demeanor today is going to damn
Mr.
her.
Depp, just to remind you, my question was, what is your response to Mr. Mandel's
Her
testimony
demeanor
that
is not
you do
good
spend
at
very
all.
much on charity?
She's very smug today.
My response to that is Mr. Mandel is a very bitter man.
And trust me, the world is
one
picking
thing
up on
about
that, and so is the jury.
Me, myself, personally, with regard to charity donations, sending money to a charity, I prefer, I would rather that my name were not on it. I don't want the name to be the important thing or the thing that people talk about. So when I donate money, I donate without my name being involved because I don't see that that's important, my name being there in terms of money. Now, if I am able to visit hospitals, or if I'm able to meet with Make-A-Wish children, I've held on to the relationships that I've held on to within the Make-A-Wish Foundation and the Children's Hospital and various other places. Then obviously my name is involved. When we held premieres in Leicester Square for several films, Charlie and the
Objection, Your Honor.
Chocolate Factory.
Again, beyond the scope of his response to Mr. Mandel's testimony.
I believe this is in response to Mr. Mandel.
I'll overrule the objection.
So basically, when it was a public, let's call it donation or whatever, I would talk to the studio. I would talk to Disney.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Talk to Warner Brothers. I would talk to whoever the studio was well before the premiere, and make the premiere a benefit that would, once we did what we did a benefit premiere for Great Ormond Street Hospital. We did a couple of benefit premieres for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I mean, if you can turn a premiere with that many thousands and thousands and thousands of people there into a benefit, it works and it helps. But it wasn't presented under my name, you know. It was Disney's doing this or Warner Brothers is doing this. I'm not looking for the pat on the back, as it were. If I can make it happen, great. But I don't need the pat on the back. I don't need the adulation. I don't need the attention.
Did you hear Ms. Heard testify that one of the charities she donated a portion of your divorce settlement to was the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles?
Yes.
What is your relationship with the CHLA?
Objection, Your Honor. Irrelevant. to the
May
issue
we
of
approach
substance.
She can't compare with 30 years in the business. No matter what she does, like, he's earned his way, man. You know? He's earned his way, and even him, putting this out and going after this for, because we all know lawsuits last forever. So it's like, for her to sit there on a fucking high horse as if she's making some kind of point with her snickering and her grandiose, like, energy, after we saw the word salad video by Richard Grannon and the little narcissist test that we've seen so many times, it's a formula of manipulation and gaslighting and control, and that's what it is. Psychologically, that's what it is. Psychopaths. I did a live stream on psychopaths, specifically with Sam Vaknin, who said psychopaths are, and there's a very few and far small percentage of people that are deliberately out to hurt someone else and get gratification from that, and she is deliberately out to come for him. Why she has so much hatred towards him, nobody can figure that out. And I think that's the case with a lot of people like her. Nobody can figure it out. She's so jealous of this thing he's built for his whole life, like, in the industry. Johnny Depp isn't someone that just was in one movie and became, just like Jason Momoa. It's the same thing. Jason Momoa has earned his place. Zendaya earned her place and is getting phenomenal recognition for Euphoria right now. And she's involved now with the production of it. She's a producer on the show. So these people, they earn their way. They're not like Amber Heard, which are just trying to climb the ladder in any way, shape, or form, if you know what I'm saying, and then turn around and say, hey, look, world, look where I am status wise, and look who I know, and look how I get ahead. I mean, is she honestly, psychologically, in her mind, convincing herself that she isn't what exactly everyone knows she is? I mean, is she that delusional? And I'm afraid to say I believe she is. I believe she is. I mean, if we need to revisit Sam's interview again, it's a 2-hour interview, y'all, but I will do it again. I will do it again because it's one of those 2-hour interviews where people, when anything audio, people don't want to listen to anything educational or seminarish.
Mr. Depp, what is your relationship with the CHLA?
I've had a relationship with the CHLA for probably 20 years or so.
And what's just the
There
nature
you
of that
go.
relationship?
20 years.
Well, essentially, sometimes there are Make-A-Wish kids who are in the hospital there, and that their wish is to.
Objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Again, I have to find some, maybe, I mean, I just like Sam's interviews so much. I mean, I can't express, but when it comes to education, when it comes to audio and people like listening to long psychological interviews, they have very little patience, but it's just so important. It's so important to hear Sam's definition of how psychopaths work. And I think it's really important. I mean, it really changes your perspective as well when you watch true crime, when you watch movies with villains, especially like Silence of the Lambs, for instance, or any villain in a movie that is very psychological. You kind of get the understanding of, what a psychopath and what a sociopath and what a narcissist truly is. There's been several. True crime is a thing these days, so it's like unless you understand these demented people, then you don't, I mean, it's more than what this woman is doing to the people in her life, and what she's done to this man is absolutely unacceptable. Just
Mr. Depp,
unacceptable.
I'd like to take you back to exactly 6 years prior to this week, the week of May 21st through May 27th, 2016. What happened at the beginning of that week?
She lost that objection. Damn it.
May 21st.
Excuse me, May 20th.
May 20th. This is, we're talking 2016 here.
Yes.
May 20th, the afternoon of May 20th, afternoon, evening, my mom made her exit. She'd been fighting cancer numerous times and for many years, and she fought all the way to the end. And so my mother passed away on the 20th of May. Which does bring instant perspective into one's mind. I spoke to Amber that night. I called her on the telephone, explained to her that my mom had passed, Betty Sue had passed, and that I thought that the best thing we could do was to that I file for
Objection, Your Honor.
divorce.
Hearsay. What Mr. Depp told Ms. Heard.
We can move on. Your
Okay,
Honor.
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Depp, what happened at the end of that week on May 27th, 2016?
May 27th, my daughter's birthday. May 27th, I was not in Los Angeles. I was on the way to on tour, and that was when Ms. Heard went for the restraining order. And oh yeah, also that was the day that Alice Through the Looking Glass, a film I had done, was opening.
Did Ms. Heard know that you were out of town on May 27th?
Yes.
And how would she have known that?
Well, I told her I was going on tour. I mean, that was well established.
How long were you going to be out of town on that tour?
2 to 3 months.
And did Ms. Heard know how long you'd be out of town?
I don't know if she knew exactly how long I'd be out of town, but it was a pretty extensive tour of Europe.
How did Ms. Heard's actions on May 27th, 2016 affect you?
Changed everything.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, it didn't change
of this
everything?
lawsuit.
Sorry.
Sure, if you could wait till the objection, please.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Relevance.
Tourette's.
Your Honor, this is one of the key
If you want to
dates.
approach.
Oh, now she's not laughing? She's not laughing? No? Now she wants to act all serious? Keep looking back at him. Or actually, was she looking at Whitney? Maybe she was looking at Whitney. She doesn't have control of this range. She thinks she does, but She better be very careful. This is the last day, man. That's the only reason why I'm taking it so seriously, is because this is the last day for Amber Heard to make an impression on this jury, and for her to be laughing and treating everything like it's a joke, like you've lost, like already having that attitude. People are picking up on that immediately. That is not anything that the jury is not going to notice. And the world, I mean, it's already trending all over. It's trending on Twitter right now. All of her snickers and laughing. Why does Johnny keep calling Miss Heard? What the fuck? He's just being formal. He's being respectful. I mean, I don't think he's trying too hard. I think he's just the same as he was the first time he was up on the stand, and but he's annoyed. I mean, he's certainly annoyed because him and Rottenborn just don't get along. That's why they put Rottenborn on him, when it comes time to cross him, because him and Rottenborn have a terrible energy anyway. He doesn't like Rottenborn. Rottenborn doesn't like him. And I wouldn't be surprised if Amber's tried to swindle her way into Rottenborn's bed, if you know what I'm saying. But I mean, that's just my own opinion, because that is her way. That's her MO. That's what she does. So it's like when she had that fight with Lane, that's why everybody was, this is what Elaine is trying to tell her. See, they keep huddling. So this is why she keeps having to put her intact. I mean, come on, man. If you got it, the jury is studying everything. That's why, like, I love to hear LawTube talk about this, because there is nothing funny about this at all. That's why the lawyers and attorneys have tried to, when they get things like tagged to them and stuff, they think it's funny on a personal note, but when you're talking about the case, it's a defamation case. So she needs to be very, very careful about how she acts. This is a defamation case. This is the man that tried to kill you. You should be terrified to be in a room with him, not laughing.
For you to listen to Miss Heard's testimony at this trial?
I'm sorry.
What has it been like for you to listen to Miss Heard's testimony at this trial?
Objection to relevance, Your Honor.
Oh, overruled.
Insane. It's insane to hear heinous accusations of violence, sexual violence, that she's attributed to me, that she's accused me of. I don't think anyone enjoys having to split themselves open and tell the truth. But there are times when one just simply has to, because it's gotten out of control. Horrible. Ridiculous, humiliating, ludicrous, painful, savage, unimaginably brutal, cruel, and all false. All false. I wanted no human being is perfect, certainly not. None of us. But I have never in my life committed sexual battery, physical abuse, all these outlandish, outrageous stories of me committing these things and living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring the truth out. So this is not easy for any of us. I know that. But no matter what happens, I did get here and I did tell the truth, and I have spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back reluctantly for 6 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No further
No further
questions.
questions.
Do you want to take
lunch
lunch at this point?
or
Or
just-
Okay, all right, let's do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take lunch this time. Do not discuss this case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
We got to hear Emily, you guys.
And
We
don't
got.
break anything on your way out. Thank you.
I got to hear Emily. I don't think they get to cross him. Hold on. I got to hear Emily.
All right, so just a reminder that since you are back on the stand, do not discuss this case with anybody to include your attorney.
Oh, do they get to
Okay?
cross him?
You
I
can
wasn't
just have a
sure.
seat back there. We do have some other issues to take care of. Before we take care of the third party motion, can I have attorneys come forward on our,
Where's Emily's live? I want to hear what she's saying about her laughing. Where's there she is. Emily D. Oh shit. Oops. Wait, that's not what I wanted to do. Sorry, you guys. Sorry about that. Sorry. My fault. I need to stay on that just in case something happens that we need to hear. I didn't like her laughing at all. That rubbed me the wrong way. This stuff is like, I just know too much about narcissistic abuse, man. It's like, it makes me want to bring it up in this channel, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to get stuck talking about it because it's not a fun topic. It's an educational topic, but it's not a fun topic to talk about. It's very, very narcissistic abuse is very, very evil. Give me 1 second, you guys. I'm going to bring up Emily's stream if I can. I have to go through these channels to get there. So I just want to have her ready when court adjourns. She may be talking, I don't know, but hopefully she will say something about it. I've got to hear one of the attorneys talk about her expressions and her demeanor in court. That was unacceptable. Absolutely 100. I mean, and it doesn't make the lawyers look good either, not having any control on their client. That's terrible. That's not good at all. I don't know why Emily's not coming up. I know she's talking. Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to figure it out. God, she's got almost 200,000 people watching her stream. Could you imagine? I know I'm not supposed to say I have a little thing right here that says, "Mom, don't say Do not say Don't say
to impeach the defendant. Impeaching the defendant, Amber Heard. What would they impeach the defendant on? Well,
Okay, hold on. Hold on. I know this is not good for me to do this, but when they go to sidebars, when I want to hear her talking.
So this is not easy for.
Let's see.
that are memorable.
Oh, here we go.
That are almost chilling. Like, I can feel the stillness. I can feel like it made me still. I imagine that it made the courtroom
All right.
still.
So just a reminder that since you are back on the stand, do not discuss this case with anybody to the doctor. Okay.
I got this one's muted.
We have some other issues to take care of.
Much more emotional
Before we take care
than
of
other testimony in
the
this
third
case.
party motion, can I have
All of you are feeling it.
attorneys come forward on our
We're going to get into the TMZ motion. Do not cut the. No, don't cut it yet. They haven't approached yet. We need to hear what they're saying. I'm going to throw an absolute tantrum. But for all of you that have been watching this trial the entire time, did Depp's testimony make you feel? Is that different than how Heard's testimony hit you? Because if it's different for you, it's not unreasonable to believe it's different for the jury too. I can't believe there's 187,000 of you here in the chat. Hi. Don't leave yet, because we're going to get into this TMZ motion and see if TMZ is able to block one of their former employees from testifying. This is now a puddle of lawyers at the bench. I see you guys in the chat.
So,
you guys are like, I actually teared up.
Candy, there's your
Power of
answer.
truth. He sounds sincere. Literally bawling. I see you. I hear you. It was like that testimony made me still. Like, even though we're watching it through the screen, you can feel it. And though I know that Johnny Depp is a good actor, that didn't feel like acting for me. It's going to be up to the jury to decide how it felt for them. I'm very interested in what the judge is talking about. Maybe it's time, maybe it's not. We are going to answer some questions, and then we are going to wait for this motion from TMZ. For those of you that are just joining us and are new law nerds here, hi. What's going on with TMZ? Would love to tell you. Yesterday, TMZ filed an emergency motion to intervene. They are in legal muggle attempting to block their former employee from testifying. I think they have grounds to intervene. I think it is appropriate for them to try to intervene. I think we'll pass that hurdle, because the first hurdle is they have standing, right? They have to have a reason to come into court and ask the judge for something. There has to be a
Okay, I understand now. I understand. If you guys weren't following, I get it now. So remember yesterday on Twitter when the list was floating around for Twitter? Remember that? Everybody was posting a list of the next witnesses that would go on for Johnny Depp. Well, the Tremaine, remember? And we were like, who's Tremaine? Well, Tremaine is the former employee of TMZ. So once TMZ got wind, when that list was announced through Court TV or whoever did it, whatever anchor did it, or whatever, outlet said, this is who Johnny Depp is bringing up as rebuttal, that's when TMZ panicked. And they went and they had somebody run to the courthouse and file this motion to block this Tremaine employee from saying who gave the video to TMZ. So now I understand it. At first I was like, what are they talking about? Like, I understood them going through the let me get her off of there just in case someone like reports me that I'm trying to use her stream or whatever. But so now I get it. Now I 100% get it. So the only thing we didn't hear is whatever she said when they were done. He's still waiting. All right. So we're going to keep it on this just in case before we go to lunch. You guys, oh my God, I'm so itchy. Somehow I'm itchy today. I got a fan above me. And this hat is giving me a headache. But anyways, that's what they're talking about. So this motion that TMZ filed yesterday in the late afternoon on the 24th is in regards to one of the witnesses that is listed on Johnny Depp's rebuttal witness list, and they are trying to block them. So that's the reason why, because this person is supposed to testify as to where this cabinet video came from. So obviously this person is going to be able to say that Amber Heard probably is one of those people that, somebody from Amber Heard's camp, or it was Amber Heard herself who sold that video to TMZ, and TMZ is panicking. Like, oh shit, we can't let one of our former employees say this. So that's where they're going to talk about the motion. Now the motion will either be obviously accepted or denied. So that is why we were watching Emily. But right now we just want to make sure that we don't miss the judge saying anything as they're exiting for lunch. I don't think is the jury still in the room, because they didn't stand up yet. So I think the jury's still present for them. So
that was
they're still up there. So that's the only reason why I was bringing it up, is I wanted her to say something about the motion. But I also want to.
But they are out of time.
They're out of time.
Ottenborn already cross-examines in a rapid fire kind of jackhammer style. His tone has been aggressive for a lot of his cross. So I imagine he's just going to come out going, that's in my head how that goes. I'm a tax lawyer. Hey, Kathleen, if he was legally required to pay the $7 million to her and she directs it to be paid to the hospital on her behalf, Amber would be entitled to the tax deduction. So this is nonsense. I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
They never addressed it unless Ed White, the accountant, addressed it. But that was her thing. No, he's going to get the tax break. But I agree with you. I just don't.
I'm so infuriated, you guys. I'm like, today has
don't think it's
really,
come up in
really,
court, but
really,
thank you for
really,
clarifying
really
for the
affected
lawyers.
me.
So the lawyers can be like, no, that's not how any of that works. I
don't know. I don't think we should keep watching her stream. I was really wanting someone to say something about Amber Heard's expressions. Because, I'm not an attorney, obviously, so I can't comment on, I can comment on how I personally feel about that. But I think, everyone now, has had a chance and an opportunity to hear both sides. I think everything that Johnny Depp has presented has been pretty authentic, in my opinion. I don't see how anybody could think that he was acting. I just don't get that vibe from him. I guess, someone could actually, there are people out there, especially in divorce cases and stuff, where the parent tries to act like they're this or that and ends up getting full custody while they're masking their true self of, being abusive to the husband, or whatever wife just has more power and money, and the spouse or partner doesn't have that kind of pull. So they end up getting what they want from the court system, and then they just bully the other partner all the way around. But but I wouldn't want to set a precedent with that decision and not protect the whistleblower. Yeah. Well, like I said, if justice for Johnny, man, if there's a person, if TMZ, as rotten as they are, have someone on their staff, or had someone on their staff that has a conscience and, has heard the story and feels like somehow they have contributed to Amber Heard taking advantage of Johnny Depp, and, and also, who knows, she may have this person that's supposed to testify, she may have had someone in her family that was, that's experienced DV. In other words, there's always a reason. There's always a reason for someone wanting to do something. It's not like they just jump up and do it because they're going to receive whatever, because there's always a cost for doing things. So I feel like, if this person is going to stand up and say something about this video, then I feel like they're doing it for a cause, in my opinion. That's just me. That's what I feel. Maybe I'm a little naive in the world and just want to believe that there's good people out there. But at the same time, who knows? Maybe this person, like I said, has, some kind of experience with, DV or SA, and you know what I mean, and is infuriated by her laughing, and just has heard the story or whatever, and doesn't like the fact that she's trying to manipulate that kind of back, that kind of story when it's just, there's no authenticity to it, So Whitney sure as hell doesn't. Why does she have some kind of mark underneath her eye? Did you see that? Whitney does not. She looks worried. Whitney, I don't know Whitney, okay? I don't know who she is. I don't know. But just reading by her face, she looks worried. I don't know why. She looks affected. She can't believe this, though. I do believe she is stuck in this situation with her sister. I think she's on the wrong side of the fence. She knows she's on the wrong side of the fence. She doesn't have any choice in the matter because she was present for all this shit that they've already lied for. Lies, lies compile with more lies and lies and lies. And that's why they use that term, lying liar is a liar or whatever it is, um, there's no good outcome, that could come with this. There's no good outcome that could come out of this. You don't mock something that's serious and say this man. That's the first thing that came into my mind as a viewer or as a person that's observing this on TV, because who knows what the energy in the room is like. I'll have to look at Larry's posts, or whoever else is in there. James, the court guy too. I try to look at his posts. But that's another thing, is the energy in the room. I mean, if she thinks the courtroom is not picking up on her snickering and grinning and all this kind of stuff, that they're definitely picking up on that. I mean, you don't snicker and laugh as if you've already won, because that could just be the turning point for the jury that was leaning towards Amber. That could be the one thing, in that instance where the jury could be like, why is she, there's no way. So whoever that juror was that they said, whatever number juror was that they said they don't know if, they can't read them or whatever, by her snickering and laughing and that smile she had on her face when he first got up there, they are paying attention to everything. They can see her. They can see her. So, yeah, I am going to put us on a little bit of a music something. And I'm going to switch out my coffee. I think I've had enough coffee. I need to get me some water and take my vitamins. But yeah, it's lunchtime, you guys. So we're going to go ahead and instead of having lots of discussion, I'm going to go ahead and put the banner on with some music and I'll come back. But we haven't been dismissed yet. That's why I still have the court up, because we haven't been dismissed yet. I don't think they've let the jury out of the room yet, if I'm not mistaken. Usually they stand up and and let the jury walk out for break time. So and they could have already been escorted out. I don't know, but I didn't see everybody get up to let them walk out. Oh, my nose is so itchy. Candy, are you still here? Thank you guys for hanging out. We started out strong with about 7 or 8. That's been my average today. I don't really know authentically. I'm trying to understand the way the eye works, like through StreamYard or through through StreamYard, it tells you how many people are watching your stream, but it kind of fluctuates. It'll start at lately it's been like 7, 8, 9, 10, and then it'll go down to 6, and it'll stay steady at 6, and then it'll go down to 3, and then it'll go up to 4. So it kind of fluctuates. I know usually Marilyn comes in the afternoon like she did yesterday. Ace usually comes in the morning and then kind of leaves, I think. He hasn't been consistent. He's visited my live streams in the past. So I don't know, what people's schedules are or whatever. Not everybody, can watch this court proceeding every single day. People have lives, real lives outside of Johnny Depp's life. But I feel pretty. I don't think they are. I don't think they are, because he's still in court. The break will officially start when they exit the courtroom. See, they're still up at sidebar. So I think that's the reason why they haven't excused the room yet. Now they will, though. Now she'll come on the mic and say, okay, break. That's why I kept it up.
Mr. Tobin?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, sir?
Very well, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tobin. If you could just come to the center. Okay.
Who's Mr. Tobin?
Thank you, sir. side. All right. Mr. Tobin, if you want to.
Certainly, thank you.
I gotta make this relatively short, as you can understand, but I wanted to take up your motion. I have
Oh,
read
this is the
your
TMZ motion, you guys.
And the declaration and everything attached to it in all the cases. And I have reviewed it, so I'd rather you not regurgitate that based on our time limit, but anything you wish to add to that is fine. If you want to, if I could focus you a little
Please.
bit. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Yes, sir. As far as your comments about Virginia Rule of Evidence 2:508, that's a criminal rule of evidence. So that's not your strongest argument. And as far as what goes on is when or if the witness testifies, whether it's hearsay or it's third-party knowledge, that's something I'll deal with at trial. So again, not what I'm concerned with. As far as Supreme Court Rule 314, which I would like you to talk a little bit about that as far as intervention. And I got to tell you where I'm at right now. The concern, the issue I have with the argument is intervention obviously would make you a plaintiff or defendant in the case, and it has to deal with an issue that's germane to this case, and this is a defamation case. So if you could just tailor your argument to that issue, sir.
Sure, I'm happy to address the intervention. For the record, Your Honor, Charles Tobin from the law firm of Ballard Spahr,
Yes,
here
sir.
representing TMZ, which is the publisher of news and entertainment for the celebrity and entertainment industry. And Your Honor, we're seeking to intervene simply to protect the relationship between reporters and their sources when it comes to reporting news in the public interest. We, as the court noted, we really don't have a dog in this hunt as far as Mr. Depp misheard. We're really here purely on the First Amendment-based issue of reporters' privilege and reporters and their sources. Your Honor, the intervention rule, as the court is aware, allows intervention by anybody where the issue is germane to the subject matter of the proceeding. And certainly, Your Honor, the purported testimony, the proffered testimony of a former employee of TMZ who purports to be in a position to disclose confidential information learned during the operation of journalism, during his work as a journalist, is a germane issue that is being raised in this case. And Your Honor, we would point the court to the Tafts, Fletcher, Malden, and Reed versus Southern Bank and Trust case, 213 Virginia Circuit, Lexus, 253. It's a Norfolk Circuit Court decision from 2013. And there it was an interpleader action. The funds had been interpleaded into the court by two trust companies that were fighting over it. And the man who had sold his property, who had no interest in the funds themselves, intervened in the case because he was uncertain as to his liability for excess funds, which was an issue that was not directly in litigation between the two parties. It was not part of the cause of action between the two trusts fighting over the money that had been pleaded into the court. The circuit court held that certainly the rights of that man was going to be affected by the decision making in the case. He would be prejudiced if he didn't have an opportunity to intervene, and no party was in a position to assert his rights. And so similarly here, Your Honor, TMZ is a news organization. It routinely accepts information, as is common in journalism, under exchanges of promises of confidentiality. If it is not able to intervene in this action, and neither of the parties is going to be in a position to assert the reporter's privilege, it is TMZ's journalist privilege that we're talking about, then the rights are certainly going to be prejudiced.
But if the witness, in all the cases, and I reviewed the cases that you had, in those cases, the witness was compelled to testify.
They're going to lose it. They're going to lose it.
Testify, so there was an issue about the privilege of the witness. It's my understanding in this case, this witness wants to testify and is not under subpoena.
He has been subpoenaed, Your Honor.
Or subpoena. Okay.
Your Honor, I have a copy of a subpoena.
They're going to lose it.
Entered last night, compelling Mr. Tremaine to give testimony in this case. And so he is coming under a compulsion under subpoena.
Well, and if he takes a stand and he asserts some sort of privilege, then that's something I will deal with at that time.
Sure.
They lost it.
I'm here because of the scenario where he may not assert that privilege.
Right, exactly. And that's
And
why I'm saying all your cases that you showed were the opposite, where they did assert the privilege.
Well, it is a unique situation.
Right, and I understand you might have some issues with a former employee, and you have some avenues to go deal with that.
But once he testifies,
They're losing it.
His way, we have lost our opportunity to intervene and to intercede.
Right.
And Your Honor, the privilege, I know Your Honor, you said you read the case law.
I did.
Appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
But the privilege, it has been recognized by the
Deny it.
Supreme Court in the Brown
Deny it.
case,
Motion is denied.
applied by the circuit courts uniformly.
Haha.
It is a very important underpinning of
Motion is denied. You can already tell.
reporters and sources and reporters and the public without the ability to enforce its promises by current employees or former employees. A news organization will have absolutely no control over being able to enforce its promises. And so we would ask the court to permit us to intervene and to assert the privilege that belongs to TMZ, which is the organization, after all, Your Honor, that would be responsible to the source.
Deny
if
it.
the privilege were waived.
All right, I understand Mr. Tobin argument. I appreciate it very much. Okay, did the parties wish to be heard?
Good morning, good afternoon, Your Honor. I'd like to begin where Your Honor began. As a threshold matter, the court should deny TMZ's motion to intervene. Intervention is not appropriate for the reasons suggested in Your Honor's questions. As Your Honor is well aware, intervention is only appropriate with leave of court where a third party seeks to, quote, file a pleading to intervene as a plaintiff or as a defendant to assert any claim or defense germane to the subject matter of the proceeding, unquote. Virginia Supreme Court Rule 3:14. As Mr. Tobin, to his credit, has conceded, TMZ is not asking to file a pleading. It cannot properly categorize itself either as plaintiff nor defendant, and it seeks to assert no claim or defense germane to the subject matter of this action. Moreover, even if the privilege were applicable, which is not the case here, the testimony intended is directly relevant and would outweigh any qualified privilege. Quote, an intervener must be asserting an interest that is part of the subject matter of the litigation, unquote, Hudson versus Jarrett, 269 Virginia 24/32. Here, as Mr. Tobin stated, TMZ seeks to protect potential information solicited from a third-party witness, which is in no way a matter before this court, citing Commonwealth versus Gill, 89 Virginia Circuit 323, a 2014 case.
This is fantastic.
Where the intervener filed it.
I think she's going to grant it. I don't think she's going to deny it.
Not a matter before the court, unquote. The outcome of this trial will not affect TMZ, and it does not have a sufficient interest in the subject matter of this suit to intervene. See Texas Fletcher, Maiden and Reed PC versus Bank National Trust Co. 2013 Westlaw 5849140. Granting, and this is distinguishing it, granting the motion to intervene where the intervener's liability would be affected by the outcome of the litigation. Finally, Your Honor, TMZ lacks standing to object to testimony by a third party in this action because TMZ, as Your Honor pointed out, is not being compelled to testify. TMZ's reliance on the Philip Morris case for the proposition that the privilege cannot be circumvented by seeking confidential source information from an employee is inapposite. 36 VA Circuit at 1. For one thing, as noted in that case, there is no testimonial privilege akin to that enjoyed under the Fifth Amendment, which would allow a reporter to refuse to appear before a grand jury and answer questions. And Philip Morris, as Your Honor is aware, the party issued a third-party subpoena for records to trace confidential sources. Philip Morris is inapposite here, as that case related, as this case is related to witness testimony, not records. As Your Honor suggested, TMZ's quarrel, if any.
Oh, no. No, 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 no. Oh my God. What did I do?
Armuro, Your Honor. To the extent they have
Sorry.
a beef, as it were, a cognizable beef, it is with it is with Mr. Tremaine. It is not with Mr. Depp, and they clearly do not have standing to assert or to intervene because they are not intervening as a party, plaintiff or defendant. So we respectfully submit, to the extent the court disagrees, I can go into the arguments
That's
why
right,
the
sir.
privilege is inapplicable, but I will
All right,
reserve that.
thank you. All right, yes, ma'am?
Your Honor, I would like to weigh in from just a different perspective,
Okay.
and that is because we're trying to deal with some important issues of privilege, et cetera. But from our perspective, representing Ms. Heard, we have issues with this witness separately, and I want to make them very clear for the
No,
record.
you mean you don't
is
want this
somebody
witness
who
to say
should have
she's.
been identified in discovery, was never. Second of all, it's not relevant whether, apparently what they're saying, he's going to testify. We have not had the opportunity to discover that. Is he's going to claim that someone leaked to TMZ that Ms. Heard was going to obtain the TRO on that Friday and also leak the video, the kitchen video with Mr. Depp being rather violent. I'm almost certain he's not going to claim it's Ms. Heard, so I think it's never going to come in.
Right. Ms. Garhoff, I understand all that argument. Do you have any argument as to this particular motion?
No, my
Okay, then we can address
well,
you.
my point is, though, if you balance the prejudice versus the probative value, I don't even see how he can come in on foundation or hearsay or relevance.
That's just not part of this motion at this time. Thank you, ma'am. All right, Mr. Tobin, your
You
motion,
keep
get the
you
last
keep
word, sir.
burying yourself, Elaine. You got to stop. You got to stop doing that. You're not doing
Appreciate that,
anything for Amber.
The court shook your head when he made the snarky comment that this is not Edward R. Murrow. Obviously, the First Amendment applies to everybody, citizens, the New York Times, or TMZ. And this is a First Amendment-based privilege. Your Honor, the Philip Morris case is actually a very good case to answer Your Honor's question about the intervention of somebody else in order to assert the privilege. Their ABC was a defendant in the case, and it moved in order to prevent other people, the phone company.
But they were already in
airlines.
the case in that particular.
I understand. There is no other mechanism.
There's no way.
So
She's already made up her mind.
it
You
would be
can
an
tell.
Interesting procedural issue for Peter
Motion is
on
denied.
whether a journalism organization, or anybody else who's a First Amendment holder would be denied.
Motion is
on a
denied.
Constitutional-based privilege.
Let's go to lunch.
I also, just for the record and for the merits of the case, if I understood Mr. Chu correctly, he said this is not an issue in the litigation. This does not relate to an issue in the litigation. Well, it's not an issue in litigation. It's not part of a prima facie part of the defense, part of the allegations of the complaint. If it's impeachment evidence, if it's collateral to the main issues in the case. Under the Brown v. Commonwealth decision under the Virginia Supreme Court, under the application of that privilege in the Philip
She's not
Morris
buying
case,
it. You can tell by her face. She's
he
not
is
buying it.
supposed to be compelled in this case.
Which is, again, it's not being compelled, it appears.
Well, he is appearing by subpoena, and it is a compulsory process, and he will have an obligation unless he asserts privilege under oath. But it is our privilege, Your Honor. It's not an employee.
You can't block him.
Or a rogue employee's
Legally, you
privilege
can't
to
block him.
waive, on behalf of its employer.
Thank
This
you.
is an unusual situation.
Motion is denied.
But the answers are there in the law, and it is a First Amendment concern.
This is not the first unusual situation in this case. I can
For either
tell you
of
for
us,
Mr. Tobin.
for anybody here, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you coming in today, and I appreciate your arguments. Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, in this matter, under Virginia Rules Supreme Court 3:14, a new party may intervene as a plaintiff or defendant to assert any claim or defense germane to the subject matter of the proceeding. A new party may not intervene unless they assert some right involved in the underlying litigation. A party is not entitled to intervene merely because a byproduct of the litigation adversely impacts them, and the decision to allow intervention is within the broad discretion of the trial court. Here, the rights asserted are not germane to the trial. The central issues in this case are whether defendant defamed plaintiff and whether plaintiff defamed defendant through a theory of vicarious liability. The issue of the confidentiality of sources has not come up, as in other cases cited by EHM, which is the corporation that TMZ belongs to, is under their umbrella. In Brown versus the Commonwealth, there was an attempt by the criminal defendant to subpoena institutions in order to obtain the name of the confidential source. When the author of the article was subpoenaed, she refused to identify her confidential source on the stand. And in this case, it appears that the witness is willing to state the name of the confidential source without being compelled voluntarily. Whether that breaches a non-disclosure agreement between Mr. Tremaine and EHM is not germane to this matter and can be litigated in a separate matter if EHM so chooses. And while breaches of contract must be taken seriously, and the court does, any alleged breach is not germane to the underlying litigation here. That contractual action has no bearing on this case and is thus not germane to this litigation. Therefore, I'll deny the non-party EHM Productions motion to intervene.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, I've known Mr. Tobin for several years. I meant no snarkiness at Georgia.
Well, you're just a snarky guy. Yeah.
They denied the motion.
Your Honor, I am concerned that we preserve the issue fully. And so,
For the record, yes.
For the record. And so I would ask, may I have the opportunity to object when Mr. Tremaine is questioned by question?
No, sir, you're not party to this case. However, I will note for your record your objection to his complete testimony on behalf of your client.
Right, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Motion denied. He's in.
As with the Hicksville witness, Your Honor, I would ask that we could voir dire him before the jury to find out when he contacted counsel and when they became aware of it. And I think also, under the circumstances, in fairness, I think we should at least be able to ask him what he's going to claim.
Response?
Your Honor, I don't think that's appropriate. Certainly, I don't think a proffer is necessary or appropriate in this case.
I'm not going to do a proffer in this matter. Okay? All right. Mr. Rottenberg,
Sorry.
it's almost at lunch.
I know, I'm so sorry. But I truly am the messenger here. Mr. Murphy, just informed me that he has to just clarify one thing about.
Okay, all right, okay. That's fine. I think we need Ms. Myers.
She's getting irritated now. They're pushing it. So let's see I was trying to get Emily. Oh my God, I should have left Emily up. I feel uncomfortable. But man, I need an attorney's opinion on this. I need an attorney's opinion on this. Oh my God, the motion was denied. Jermaine is in. So that's good. I mean, if Amber Heard, it's going to be up to the jury to believe whatever it is that the witness says. So, nobody can make that determination. Whether they want to try to block this guy or not, doesn't matter. It's done. And you saw Elaine try to get up there and say, hey, can we say something that, yes, he is. He's next after Johnny. Remember, Johnny has to be crossed by Rottenborn. Elaine tried to block it also, or at least interview the witness, because they're saying this witness came up from out of nowhere, which I'm sure was not exactly what they're saying. Is that side. So this is going to be damning, I think. But I mean, we'll hear what Emily says because she's the boss. So let me just see what Emily is saying, and let's just get a legal point of view of this real quick. I don't know what else to do but to go to Emily and see. And I didn't mean to intercept that. I so apologize. I thought I put up a separate tab. But I'm very interested in what she has to say. There's nothing else I can do but go to a live. I like Emily's perspective on things rather than going to Joe.
All right. So court will be in recess. Let's come back at 2 so everybody gets an hour for lunch, okay?
Okay.
All right, 2 o'clock.
All right. So now they're letting the jury out of the thing. So the jury saw all of that. We're going to Elaine likes to watch everybody leave the courtroom. Did I say Elaine? I'm sorry. Emily. So.
Oh, wow.
Yep. See?
How often are lawyers on opposing sides friendly and friends? A lot. It happens a lot. And snarkiness in court isn't unusual. I think in civil cases, it can get a little bit lost because they don't always oppose each other. It depends on how large the legal community is in a given area, but it's a lot that they know each other and either have a relationship or at least a professional relationship. It is also, the same in the criminal bar. You get, I worked against defense attorneys in court that I went to lunch with, regularly and really enjoyed. So,
well, I mean,
it's
it's
can
not
be a very
personal
small
for them,
community,
so why
especially if
not?
it's
You
only
know,
a handful of courthouses, and that's
we're
really
gonna just listen to her for a second.
A lot happened in court. We're going to answer some questions. There's
just please
over
tell me your opinion, girl.
1,000 of you here. I'm just gonna do the YouTube things. If you want to,
Jesus, look at her. She's gonna get it. She's gonna be at
stay
a
in the loop,
million.
join the text crew,
That's
textemily.com.
insane.
It's going to be fascinating. Why is TMZ sitting on Amber Heard's side? I don't know if that's just where they were sitting in the courtroom, but they're kind of more aligned to Amber Heard's side because Amber Heard doesn't want that witness in for other reasons, and we're going to see another motion with regard to that witness, though the judge denied the voir dire. What does that mean? The judge denied questioning of the witness before the witness testifies. What happened yesterday with the witness, Mr. Knight from Hicksville, is that this was a surprise witness. There have been no depositions. This is like on the fly.
Yeah, on the cuff, off the cuff.
Time detriment is going to be so crushing to Team Heard because they have to ask questions in real time of somebody they have not deposed, and they have to figure out how to apportion their time for this witness from TMZ. Because if this witness says Amber Heard gave us the heads up, that goes directly against Heard's sworn testimony in this trial and others. It's wow, wow, wow. Why is TMZ's lawyer sitting there? It might have been just where they sat down in the courtroom. It might have been that they feel somewhat aligned with that side.
There's another motion though after lunch.
We might hit 550,000.
Dude, she's gonna be at a million. She's such an
thank you.
inspiration to me. Oh my goodness.
That was a lot. So TMZ's motion to intervene got denied. Yesterday when I talked about it, I was like, assuming arguendo, that we can overcome this first hurdle, which I didn't spend much time with. Then we can get to the second hurdle. Do they have an interest? Can journalistic privilege be pierced?
Yeah.
The judge didn't get over the first hurdle. The judge was like, under the law here in Virginia, and that's what Rob from Law and Lombard said. He's like, I don't know if we get past this first hurdle, but assuming that we do, you guys, my teen. Why is my teen calling? Can you just, bro, can you text me? Can you text me? What's up? I'm streaming. All right. So with that, TMZ got denied. The court didn't get over the first hurdle. How can you intervene? You're not a party here.
Ooh, turn down your
You're not a
caps,
plaintiff.
please.
You're not a defendant. If you need to deal with protecting your interests outside of this court, you do. The court is not compelling this witness to come in. They are voluntarily coming in.
So that makes sense.
With that
makes sense. That makes sense.
My kiddo forgot his key.
Okay. Oh, I just wanted to hear this little portion.
I'm gonna have to take a lunch break in a minute, but
all y'all on Twitter, I
let's
just
get
want to
to
hear
a
her
few
opinion.
questions.
That's
Is
it.
TMZ afraid of other people not selling videos, or are they afraid Depp can sue them since they purchased the video that was filmed?
The thing about these live streams with the attorneys,
on
I'm gonna go ahead and shut that down only because that's all I wanted to hear. I just, when it comes to Emily's stream, we're not in there to be, I mean, you know, obviously I support Emily. I watch her on my own time, but I'm not here to kind of stream her stream, if that makes sense. I just like to go in, as you guys know, on lunchtime, especially in something like this. And then also keep up with the DUI guy and James is, you know, texting and stuff. But remember, they're just there to read the jury. If you want, you know, other opinions of attorneys in LawTube, then you need to make sure that you are subscribed and are following these attorneys on Twitter, because you will get the real time what they're thinking on their posts, which is what I do while we're streaming. I have Twitter up on both sides. I have Microsoft Edge on my left side and I have Chrome up on my right side. So when we're streaming the trial on the left side, during for Microsoft, I'm on Twitter on Chrome, and I'm looking to see what's happening and what everybody's saying, and if I want to tweet myself or whatever. I also pay attention to my stream because Eric, as you said, you know, I know that the larger, obviously the more established YouTubers that stream, you know, it's more appealing, like you said, to the viewer to go into a stream that has thousands or hundreds of people rather than it is for one that just has 2 or 3 people. But my answer to that, or my reply to that, is that everybody has to start somewhere, you know. And like I said, I am new to the community of streaming. So this is something that I decided to do kind of, I mean, in terms of like, not live streaming in general, but in terms of streaming the court proceeding, I did that off the cuff. So honestly, the first 5 or 6 days that I did this, as you guys know, I talked to myself. I was just streaming to see if someone, would find me. And luckily, Candy's such a gem. I've spoken to her on the phone now, and we're building like somewhat of a little relationship here. It's kind of cool. And hopefully, she will be a person that appears on my stream as we move forward here and there. She's really a sweet person. So anyway, she said that she found my stream just by the live tab, which really inspired me because I didn't realize that. I mean, I do have I don't have a lot of subscribers, but I have enough. Like I said, I've been on YouTube for some time, just in a different genre. So it was important for me to stay within the community that I already built. And so that's why I've kind of rehashed that, because anybody that finds me new, you will hear me tell this story over and over again here and there as the days go by, because when people pop into my stream, they don't know who I am, they don't know where I came from, and to see that I have 1,000 on the back end, it says I have 1,050 now, but on the front end it says I have only 130 1,013 something, 1,335 or whatever the hell I have. So I'm growing steadily, and I've always been a slow mover on YouTube. But the streaming thing is new for me, and that's why I very much care and appreciate any of you that watch my stream from beginning to end, meet me here in the morning, that have recently found me over the last few days, because it was rough. It was rough the first few days, but I don't mean to reprimand you or say anything negative when it comes to the chat or things like that, because that was one of the reasons why Candy called me during the stream, because she was like, I'm trying to put links in the chat and it's yanking them. There's so many more guidelines to live streaming in the chat. When the chat is real time, it's going to scan, things. It's going to pick up on words. It's going to pick up on, what you're posting in the chat and things like that. And YouTube is very strict when it comes to that. So, there's guidelines that I have to pay attention to now. And I have to make sure that even my verbiage when I'm speaking and all that stuff. And I have been kind of, I am a fan of the cursey language, as Emily would put it, or I am a person of the F-bombs. So for me, it's hard. I just want to be authentic, and this is a grown-up place for all of us to hang out, right? Especially when we're talking about this kind of stuff. And if we move forward and maybe dive into a little bit of the Manson case, also we'll be trying to catch up on Colonel Kurtz as well, because she's trying to bring light to that case. And I don't know much about Manson, never been a fan of him, which is almost even more intriguing to me to cover, because that wasn't my kind of music. You know what I mean? It's more like, this is something that was really appealing just because I saw Edward Scissorhands. I was 15 years old or something when that movie came out, I think. You know what I mean? So, because I'm the same age as them. Me and Winona are the same exact age. So for me to talk about this, I was watching it from day one, and I was just like, man, I have my thoughts, and I'm talking to the TV, and I'm going, why am I talking to the TV when I have a channel? So that's the reason why. So please do not take anything that I say in regards to what you put in my chat personally, because it's not. I'm just trying to be very careful as a new streamer. And as you said, I do agree with you. Everyone has to start somewhere, but this will be a channel, where I'll talk about certain topics. We'll cover live streaming and different, and some of it will be serious. Some of it will be fun. I will have people popping in and appearing on my stream as we move forward. Especially to talk about the case, and stuff. And then we'll move forward to different topics. I don't intend on getting very personal on this channel. I want you guys to know that. Yesterday, I was sharing some personal stuff at the tail end of the stream, because I'm trying to take up photography as a hobby. And I was just trying to give you guys a little bit more insight on me as a person. But I do have other channels on YouTube that will go into more personal things if you want to get to know me more on a personal level. I have a car vlog channel where I just turn on the camera and I talk while I'm driving and just kind of, whatever's going on in my head. And then I have the channel that I built for my photography, which I will share on location as we go and we learn more about, more about cameras, photography, and all that kind of stuff. And I haven't done it very often right now because I need subjects. You know what I mean? Like my daughter-in-law was my first subject, and then my granddaughter will be my second subject. We were supposed to do her third birthday, and then something happened. I think the baby got into markers or something, and she just put it all over her skin, and we weren't able to get that ink off of her skin in order to take these beautiful pictures that I wanted to take of her. So I think we're supposed to follow up on that shoot come the next couple weeks. So I'll start building my personal vlogs on my camera channel. And then, like I said, my car channel is random. It's just something that I do talk about. Pretty much the car and the shower are kind of the thinking tank for me. So I love just turning on the camera and doing old school style of vlogging. So I just drive and I talk and, I talk about what I'm going to do or whatever. And then I also am introducing something on that channel called Manic Mondays, which is something where I want to talk about mental health and what I personally struggle with and how I deal with that and my experience and stuff with dealing with anxiety and all that kind of stuff, panic attacks, that kind of thing. And then aging, I talk about that also. So if you're interested in any of that, I will include it in the description box. This trial has been such a consistent thing lately that I haven't had time to do the things that I really want to do, even when the trial wraps. Like when I spend an hour after the fact with you, by the time I actually close everything out, I've got a real life behind this, and this is the first time I've ever treated this like a job. And so there's so much that I want to add to this channel. Like I said, I made a Patreon for it. I don't even know how to do that. I tried to update my PayPal yesterday, but it wasn't my PayPal. I've had it for some time, but it has my old channel username on there. So, because I'm not at a point where I can get super chats or anything like that. So since there was a time when someone said a couple of days ago that someone was trying to give me a super chat just to be nice or something, I guess. And if that's really the case, then I wanted to go ahead and include a PayPal if anybody wants to contribute to the channel. But that's not usually something I do this quickly because I feel like, I don't know. I just feel uncomfortable asking for donations or something. But, if you guys if you want to share the link, if you want to promote, my stream and help me kind of grow on IG or on TikTok or on Facebook or on, whatever platform you're participating in, I just appreciate that you guys like my stream enough to share it. And we're hoping that we'll grow as we go. We've been lucky enough over the last few days to have like 8 or 9 people in here. They do drop. The number does drop. So I don't know what you guys in the chat see. I only know what I see on StreamYard. And I also stream, like right now we're streaming live on Twitter and we're streaming live on Facebook. And Facebook is something I took a break from Facebook for about 3 months. So I'm just now reactivating my account and getting back into it. I never use Facebook. I have a personal Facebook account, but I don't use Facebook or any of my platforms for personal use. I really don't. So, if you're going to follow me anywhere, I will put all of my socials in the description box. You're welcome to follow me anywhere I go, or anywhere I have accounts. I just don't be surprised if I don't put a lot of personal stuff on there, just because I'm really focusing on getting my YouTube stuff rolling. And that's where my head is. So, but let's see what E said. Let me catch up on your chat, E. What if it was Elon or that other guy Amber was having an affair with that leaked the video? Maybe. I still think it was Amber, but that would be funny. Yeah, hopefully this doesn't set a precedent. Oh, for sure. Everyone starts somewhere. Thank you so much, E. So like I said, Marilyn's been in here and very active. Candy's been very active. E's been very active. I know you guys by your screen names now, which makes me excited that I'm building my little community. I'll now address you guys as my Canon. What did she say? Cannon, what are we? Cannonballs? Are we the Cannonballs? Is that what we are? Candy named my crew. I thought that was so cool. She either said, I think she said Cannonballs, right? Is that what we are? I think that's what we are. We're going to be Cannonballs. Candy will be, I'm sure she'll come back around at some point. But I thought that was cute. So at least now I know what to call my crew, the Cannonball crew. That's what we'll call ourselves from moving forward. And I'll make something cute. I'll probably make t-shirts or something. But I'm glad that she denied the motion. I'm glad that she denied the first motion. Now, as Emily said, there's another motion, which I haven't caught up on Twitter currently. So I don't really know what this second motion is. I am going to, for the rest of the break, you guys, I will put the banner on with the music. I hope the lo-fi loop was not annoying. The thing about StreamYard is I wish that they would let us incorporate like a copyright-free track, so I could vary it a little. But all I have right now is what StreamYard offers. So they have some pretty good music. I'm a lo-fi person. I like hip-hop, lo-fi hip-hop. That's what I listen to all the time. Or old school R&B, that kind of thing. I do like a lot of other types of music as well, but that's where my head has been, for a long time. My ex listens to country, loves country. I like country. I'm not anti-country because I do like country. It's just I listen to all types of music, but right now, recently, I've been into lo-fi hip hop is my thing lately. It's my vibe, and then also I've been listening to a lot of like my. Whenever I get into a really inspirational time period in my life, I start listening to like music from my teenhood, which would be old school hip hop, things like that, and also some of the dance music that was out when I was a kid, like um let me think, like expose and there was I like there's one girl that I was looking for on Spotify called, I think it's called, her name is Jaya. She sang the song. Who else was a big? I like Lisa and Colt Jam, that kind of thing. Cameo. That's my vibe when it comes to like just when I'm in the car and I'm doing my thing. But anyway, so I'm glad. And I will, like I said, I'm going to go ahead and sign off for a little while, you guys. I got to get some water and get some snacks and stuff. But other than that, I wanted to definitely talk about this next motion because I wanted, while we go through the lunch break, I'll come back about 10 minutes early if I can. So I'm going to keep refreshing the screen on my left side to make sure we don't miss anything. Sky does stay live. I believe Sky News stays live. So we should be able just to go ahead and resume the same stream we're on. I did think about splitting up the stream just for lunchtime purposes, but I think, just if you guys don't mind me putting the banner on with a little bit of music and you're okay with that, then I'm going to stick with that because I think that keeps us kind of in line and it doesn't give me any trouble with trying to go out and come back in. So, but yeah, I'm going to peek at Twitter a little bit. We will do a little bit of Twitter highlights about 10 minutes before the stream starts again. And we'll see if anything has been shared in terms of that particular motion. The second one we're talking about, because Twitter is actually doing a lot of, when Johnny says sorry, that was extra towards RB on the stand, number 9 is laughing. There's a lot of, it sounds like the jury is consisting of a lot of Johnny fans. And I think the more that they see through Amber, I think they're just understanding that, nobody knows really what the jury's thinking altogether. But I think the jury has a good idea of that. Amber's not really telling the truth. And we'll see really what happens when it comes to this witness coming up for TMZ. Did you hear that attorney say, "Can I just object?" Did you hear that attorney say that? That's crazy. Okay, you guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and sign off for a few minutes. I'm gonna go ahead and just put my Canon Girl Theories background on here, and I'm gonna play some music, and I'm gonna get some water and stuff like that, and I'll be right back. Okay. I will keep refreshing the stream. I think I'll be back soon enough to share with some tweets if I find some, because I'm trying to keep track of Sky News. But we do have a full hour, so I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Okay, you guys, I'm back. I've been refreshing the screen for the court just to make sure, because I don't know how many minutes we have. I didn't set a timer. I wanted to show you though. I did tweet something out for someone to give me the layout of the jury box, and it looks like someone did give it to me, so that's good. Which was really sweet. Okay, so let's stay on task here. Ever since I stopped, like since I've been running the music, there's like 200 tweets. So that's kind of interesting. Like Twitter is popping off right now. All right, so just making sure that we're on task for court. All right, so we're still safe with court. Here is the jury layout. So when you hear people talk about 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, you hear 7 and 9 talked about quite a lot. So the jury 9 is in his mid-40s, male. 8 is the female Caucasian 50s. 7 is a Caucasian late 20s, mid 30s. 6 is 60s, mid 60s. So I didn't know if problems between the jury box. 5 is mid 30s. 4 is mid 40s. So I thought that was cool, and I just screenshot this today. So if you screenshot it yourself, there's the post. How about now? Better? I unplugged it and plugged it back in. So I hope that's okay. Here, I'm going to try to look at my settings also. Just make sure that it's working properly. It looks like it is. My speakers are working okay. Yeah. That's so funny. They have this like little song that comes on. How's the mic now? Better. Okay, thank you. I had to just unplug it and plug it back in. Sometimes that works. All right. This little USB mic, I'm telling you, it's the best $40 I've ever spent. Let's just make sure we're not back yet. That the camera will pan out, I think, when we're ready to come back. So lots of tweets happening right now. Do I have my little banner for my afternoon delight twister? Yeah, Twitter highlights. All right, so I don't see a lot, honestly. I really don't see a lot that we need to talk about, other than Ben Chew's an ace. New statement from source close to Amber Heard on Johnny Depp's return to the stand. Johnny Depp's return to the stand is actually Depp's last stand. Whatever. Oh my God. Starting to think we know what is on these post-it notes. This is not the look they think it is. Oh my God, his last chance to change the subject or mislead the jury. Don't mistake charm for candor or snark for sincerity. What we're witnessing isn't testimony, it's a performance. Oh, please. Are you guys getting this? Oh my God. They are reaching. They're so pathetic. It's like, whatever. I was trying to. Oh my God, that is hilarious. What we're witnessing isn't testimony, it's a performance. If he'd been this good the last few years, he would have gotten those roles he lost. Source close to Amber Heard. Like what, Whitney? Is that the source? The only person that is standing by her right now? While she's screaming at her lawyers to do a better job? She's killing me. I know, that's what I said. All right, James, let's see. 4 minutes ago, today before judge arrived, Ben offered gummies to his colleagues and then to Amber's team as well. Okay. Well, that's sweet. Admitted as evidence. Boom. Look at this. Oh, well, that's not really a boom moment though, because we've already kind of seen these. Johnny always had marks on himself. Photoshop? I think not. So here's this honeymoon at the Raffles Hotel. Well, we already knew, even on the boat, remember? He already had that. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what they think is so, I mean, these pictures, Johnny was like, I love the way he's the only one that's ever had scars and marks on his body since he's been with her. It just kills me, like people like act like they have something lightning to bring to the table. Oh, please, man, shut the fuck up and sit down. All right, let's see what other tweets are coming around. I feel like those two already hated each other before this trial even began. They just appear to be nothing alike. Side note, JD glares at RB continuously, both as he testifies during bench conferences. His reputation is on the line, and RB is trying to help AH achieve her goals. Wouldn't you do the same if you were in his shoes? Hell yes. Hell to the yes. Of course. That's why I said she's sitting there at that table laughing. Are they for real? Is she for real right now? And she wants the jury to see that as if she's gloating? Oh, come on. I can't with that. Kate Moss looked beautiful, though, for her age. I don't know how old Kate Moss is. I think her and Johnny Depp are probably around the same age. She might be a little bit younger. I'm not sure. Let's see. How's my sound? My sound okay now? And we'll test the sound on the. We've been doing good today, right? I mean, I've been doing pretty okay for my crappy laptop. I mean, I still wish the processor was a little bit stronger so that we could put out a positive, like, speedy motion feed, but we're working on that. New computer in the works. Right now, we're just looking at Twitter. Not really doing anything fancy. I got a snack. I need to. It's going to be 102 here today. What state do you live in, E? If you don't mind sharing. It's hot today. Oh my God, they did not. Look at this. They did not. Oh my goodness. Oh, crud. That is funny. That's horrible. Come on. That's funny. The way she's wearing her hair. Get it? Oh my God, that's funny. Johnny is currently telling the jury in the courtroom about Amber abuse when Amber abused him and ended up cutting off his finger. And this is her reaction. Yeah. Yeah, it is. We already know. There's no live chat here. Do I have this right? Doesn't Sky disable their chat? I think they do. We've been watching it the whole time though, and I don't think they had. I know, huh? South Carolina, that's right. Oh, you guys are lucky. It's hot here in California, man. We should be pretty close to return though, right? They're still live, so 19 I don't know how to. That's a foreign one. New order. Ooh, here. New order up on Fax County. Amber Heard does not want people talking to the jurors after they decide this case. Note that this order does not mean jurors can't voluntarily identify themselves or speak publicly if they choose. It just means the court won't reveal their names. What? Look at Amber Heard is trying to shut it down, and she will not be able to. In the matter, order. This matter came to be heard upon defendant Amber Heard motion to seal records relating to jurors and upon consideration of the briefs and argument, counsel is hereby ordered that Ms. Heard's motion is granted, and it is further ordered that the names of all jurors shall remain sealed for 1 year following the conclusion of trial in this matter. So this was granted on the 18th of May. However, like Andrea says, because she's an attorney as well, Amber Heard does not want people talking about it, but she says, note that this this order does not mean jurors can't voluntarily identify themselves or speak publicly if they choose. It just means the court won't reveal their names. So, okay. I wonder if Camille's working this afternoon, you think? Like a boss. Miss Heard hit me. Is that better? We get hot moisture. Oh, okay. June, September is always 80 to 90. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, we have weird weather, right? I mean, I feel like for us, it should be a lot hot, like more. Oh, it feels like it should be hotter more consistently, but it's been the weather's just teasing. It's been a teaser. Uh-oh, I think we're going to be back here in a minute. They always zoom in when the camera pans out. I think we're coming back in now. I think we lost a lot of people, actually. I think it's just me and you and one other person. Well, I mean, it's you and 2 other people, but I don't know who those people are is what I'm trying to say. But sometimes people come in the afternoon. I think Marilyn usually comes in the afternoon. Ace hasn't been around. Candy should probably show up a little bit later as well. I don't know. She hasn't talked. I mean, she hasn't sent me any messages or anything, so I don't know where she went. I forgot to mark it myself again. I got to do that tonight. Tomorrow's closing arguments, right? I think tomorrow's closing arguments. There is court on Friday because May 27th is the end. Maybe closing arguments are tomorrow and then the jury decides on Friday. Maybe the jury brings us a verdict on Friday. I don't know. I'm confused. I don't really know the way juries work. I think we're back. Yep, we're back. Okay. We're back. Let me mute myself.
All right, you can have a seat. All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, I'd like to start with the honeymoon that you and Ms. Heard took in late July 2015.
Certainly.
You testify that you took a train ride from Bangkok to Singapore, is that right?
That's correct.
And you claim that on this train ride that Ms. Heard hit you in the face, correct?
Yes.
And left a black eye, correct?
Yes.
And Michelle, could you please pull up PX 162?
Is that already in evidence?
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Published to the jury?
Thank you. Mr. Depp, this is the picture that your counsel showed you both in your prior, or showed you this morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that mark under your left eye is what you claim to be a black eye caused by Ms. Heard, correct?
Seems to be there's some scratches around my nose as well.
Okay. All right, but it's your left eye, the one close to the chef. That's what you says your black eye, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was the picture your team chose to show you, right? Let's pull up exhibit 1905, Michelle, please.
I'm sorry, which number was it?
This is a new exhibit, Your Honor, 1905.
And that's defendants?
Defendants exhibit 1905.
Okay, thank you.
Ask for permission to publish, Your Honor.
Or you want to put it in evidence? Okay, any objection to 1905?
With the comments, we have no objection to the photograph itself. We would ask the comments be redacted as hearsay.
Well, I'd like to at least question the witness about the
I
comments.
have no objection to the photograph being published.
Okay, well, let's wait a minute. Mr. Depp, you see here, these are 4 pictures of you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and below it, they indicate that they were taken on July 24th, 2015 in Bangkok, Thailand, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
In Bangkok, Thailand, so before the train ride.
Correct, before the train ride, because you didn't get on the train ride till the 25th, is that right?
Somewhere in that area, I guess.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish this to the jury.
If it's just the photographs, we have no
All
objection.
right, if you want to redact the, just have the photographs in it.
Sure. We'll do 1905.
5, just with redaction, sure will be fine. I think there's still some on the bottom. I'm
just redact that. Yeah. Thank you, Michelle.
All right, publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, could you please scroll down to the bottom 2 pictures there? Mr. Depp, in these pictures that were taken before you got on the train ride for your honeymoon, where you claim that Miss Heard hit you and gave you a black eye, you have the exact same shadow or sunburn or mark under your left eye. The exact same mark, don't you?
That's the, when you get a side light, you see the occipital bone. So that is the exact area.
Yep. And it's actually
a side light will cause that
Yeah, well,
as
the
well.
picture's not being taken from the side, is it? It's being taken
No,
head
no,
on,
no, no,
isn't it?
no, no, no. The lens in front.
Yeah.
The light on the side.
Right.
Will cause that occipital bone, I believe it's called,
Mhm.
to appear sunken. And-
Just like lights on the side of a train car, correct?
Objection
Well,
calls for
You
speculation.
can take that down, Michelle.
that was in fact in the dark.
Sus-
I had a
sustain-
chef, I had people on either side of me, so
If you could
I
wait for the
don't
next-
see where the light fill is from the side there.
Mr. Depp, if you could wait for the next question, next question.
Next
Very
question.
sorry.
Even the picture your team chose to show you on that train isn't accurate, is it? Let's pull up.
Objection
exhibit-
calls for
let-
speculation.
Let's pull up exhibit 1859, please.
1859, is that in evidence?
No, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, this is the same picture or the same, the exact same scene displayed in PX 162 that you looked at this morning, correct?
That looks like my face has been, the eyes have been photoshopped.
Oh, okay. So this post from the Eastern and Oriental Express's Facebook page, you're saying that that's photoshopped?
Is
Let's
that from
pull
their
them up
page?
side
I
by
would, sure, why wouldn't they?
Let's pull them up side by side, please. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of this exhibit. We can just have the pictures. We don't need the.
Any objection to the picture?
Objection, lack of foundation, lack of authentication.
Is that you in the photo, Mr. Depp?
It is me, but it's clearly.
Your
it's
Honor,
been-
I'd move to
it's
strike
been-
anything after that, first of all, and would ask for admission of this photograph.
All right, just a photograph?
Yep.
You're gonna,
We maintain our lack of authentication, lack of foundation.
all right, over objection, I'll allow 1859. in
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, could I please get you to,
You need to redact it first.
we actually have one, it's, that will admit or ask to be admitted as 1858. That is just the picture.
I already have 1859.
Okay, so we'll call this 1859.
This is 1859.
Yeah, we just need to,
Okay.
we'll fix that exhibit sticker on the bottom and get you that correct 1859.
1859.
And Michelle, what I'd like to ask you to do, please, is to put the picture displayed as 1859, just was admitted into evidence, next to PX 162 that was shown to Mr. Depp this morning.
Okay, you can pop those, they're both in evidence.
Can you try to make them the same size, please? This is the exact same picture, isn't it, Mr. Depp?
With radically different quality. And
No, you answered my question.
how
Permission
do
to
you know I
publish.
wasn't done?
You answered my question, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Mr. Depp, you had that, whatever mark it is, whether it's a sunburn, whether it's a shadow, whether it's the light reflecting, you had that same mark on your eye before you got on that train.
Well, it's pretty difficult to get a sunburn on a train. And
let's
in
go
the
to-
photographs with the child, I don't look particularly sunburned. Could we see those again?
Let's pull up exhibit one. Actually, no, let's talk about Australia for a little bit.
Oh, good.
You testified that you've never done ecstasy more than a handful of times in your life, correct?
6, 7 times.
Now, you heard Ms. Heard's testimony. You've been sitting, I know you didn't look at her, but you heard her testimony. And
Oh,
you,
I
you
heard
heard her, you didn't hear her say you ingested 8 to 10 all at once. She said she came down after being apart from you for some time and there were 8 to 10 gone from the bag, correct?
Objection, form, compound.
Overruled.
I also heard Ms. Heard say I reached into a bag and poured a bunch of
Yep,
MDMA down my mouth.
correct,
Um,
that's right. She didn't say you poured
handfuls.
10 at one time, did she?
No, she said a handful,
Okay,
which is more than 10, I believe.
okay, the fact is, Mr. Depp, you were asking for ecstasy. You who have only done it 6 times in your life, you were asking for ecstasy and cocaine within minutes of being admitted to the hospital after suffering your finger injury, weren't you?
Objection, compound.
I don't recall that I was
Overruled.
Let's
begging
pull up,
for any drugs.
yeah, let's pull up plaintiff's or exhibit 393, please. You just said you don't recall you were begging for any drugs?
No, I don't, but I do
okay.
recall being in great pain and great distress, so
Okay,
I could have asked for a teddy bear as well.
okay. So this has been admitted, Your Honor.
This is an evidence, okay, published.
And if you can blow up the text, please, Michelle. In this text message, Mr. Depp, you were, after you suffered your finger injury, you just testified you don't recall asking for any drugs. You're texting Nathan Holmes, your personal assistant, need more whitey stuff ASAP, brother man, and the e-business. Now, we went over this in your cross-examination, didn't we?
If you say so, sir.
And whitey stuff is cocaine.
I would say.
And the e-business is ecstasy.
You
already
yeah,
testified.
quite likely, yes.
Okay.
So I
You can take that.
didn't recall that.
Thank you.
But,
Can you pull up exhibit 1817, please? This is a picture that you were shown this morning, Mr. Depp.
yes.
And you kind of made some illustrations on the picture and gave your account of what you see here. Mr. Depp, you testified previously that the vodka bottle that you allege cut off your finger was a handle of vodka, correct?
Yes.
You've already
the
testified to that,
second
correct?
bottle, there was a handle on that bottle,
Right.
yes.
This bottle, whatever it is, to the extent it's glass at all, that's in the corner of this room, that's not a handle of vodka.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think you'll find that I said 2 bottles.
Mhm. Well, actually, what you testified to this morning, Mr. Depp, was that the bottle in the corner was the handle. And there is no other bottle in the picture, is there?
No, that's not what I testified. I testified that, may I touch the screen?
Yes.
This is glass. This is glass.
Yep. And that's
Okay.
not a handle. Neither of those are handles of vodka.
It's that big, it's broken. The handle's up the top on those vodka bottles, sir.
Yeah.
I mean,
And none, if you combine all that glass on the floor, that doesn't make up the amount of glass in a handle of vodka, does it?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm not a, you know.
When there's objection, hold on. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
There is no picture of a handle of vodka broken on that floor, is there, Mr. Depp?
No, I don't see it. I see glass under this chair here.
Okay. Well, you testified this morning that you did see it, so it's good to get that clarification. Let's move
No, I
on,
didn't
please.
say I saw a handle.
You also testified this morning that yeah, and I want to get this, I want to make sure that we're on the same page here. You
I don't think we
testified
will be.
earlier this morning that there was no phone in the bar area downstairs. Is that what you testified to?
I don't recall a phone in the bar area.
Okay,
I don't recall a Bakelite phone in the bar area where I,
okay.
no.
Let's pull up, Michelle, please, UK day 3, page 421. Mr. Depp, we've done this drill before. This is your testimony from the UK, correct?
Can I please have,
It's this. We don't have copies for everyone. It's on the screen.
Your
right
Honor,
there.
may I please, I would like to have what is the testimony of the
Here,
witness.
you can have my copy. Mr. Depp, you remember giving testimony in the UK trial for several days, correct?
Okay, so, yeah, okay, yeah.
Yep.
So I
And
do
if-
remember a telephone in the bar area and this
You know,
telephone you picked up was made of Bakelite.
This is my turn to do this, Mr. Depp.
I'm sorry.
On page 421, line 19, you were asked a question, and this telephone that you picked up was made of, I'm sorry, I'm going to go up line 15. Question, at one stage when you were in the kitchen screaming at Miss Heard, you picked up a wall-mounted telephone. Do you remember a telephone in the kitchen? Answer, no ma'am, I remember a telephone in the bar area. Question, and this telephone that you picked up was made of Bakelite. Do you know what I mean by that? A retro telephone, wall-mounted but retro. Answer, it was a wall-mounted telephone, but it was not Bakelite. It was a modern phone. It was plastic. Question, a phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up. Can you scroll down, please? Question, a phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up by you, held in your right hand, and you were repeatedly smashing it against the wall in your right hand. Answer, that is possible. But I do not, if that is the case, I do not believe I spent very much time on the phone. I remember ripping the phone off the wall. That was your testimony, correct?
It seems it would be yes.
Thank you. Answer my question. Thank you. Mr. Depp, you've claimed before, you've said, if I'm angry and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted. You've said that before, haven't you?
Have you a quote from me somewhere saying that?
It's my question to you. You've said that before, haven't you? Well, actually, let's refresh your recollection. Can you pull up the Ghost in the Machine article, please?
Possibly about paparazzis.
Mr. Depp, you see the picture of you on the lower left. You appears to be shirtless and wearing a crown, I believe. You see the long paragraph above that that starts with "in the Mark Hotel"?
Yes.
You see that?
Yes,
At the bottom of that, does this refresh your recollection that you said, I have a lot of love inside me and a lot of anger inside me as well. If I love somebody, then I'm going to love them. If I'm angry and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted. Did I read that right?
You did read that right, yes.
Thank you. You can take that down, Michelle, please. Now, Mr. Depp, you've also claimed that you've said before that if you want to be with a woman sexually, that she is rightfully yours, haven't you?
Could you repeat that?
And you've also said that with
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, that if you want to be with a woman sexually, that she is rightfully yours.
That's ludicrous.
You've also said that with respect to women that you want to be with, you've remarked, I need, I want, I take, haven't you?
Equally as ludicrous, no.
Can you pull up DX 883, please?
You can pull it what you like. I've never said those words. There's not enough hubris in me to say anything like that.
883?
883, Your Honor.
It's not,
DX,
is it empty?
it is not admitted yet.
Okay, 883.
Mr. Depp, these are text messages from you to Stephen Deuters on February 22nd, 2017, correct?
This looks nothing like me. You might have mistaken.
Mr. Depp, we can show the full unredacted. You've looked at a number of text messages in this case, and the words him as the identifier, that's you, correct? In every text message we've seen in this case.
Yeah, sure. It still doesn't mean it hasn't been screwed with. That's not anything that I've ever said or written.
You want to see the whole thing unredacted? We can look at that too.
No, because you could have typed it up last night. No.
Yeah. I can assure you I didn't type it up last night, Mr. Depp. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Exhibit 883.
All right, any objection?
Objection on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
All right, well, do you want to approach for a moment?
Yes.
Let's take a look.
Still, I'm not digging her attitude, man. At all. I'm not digging her attitude. She's sitting there very flippant and very, she has a very smug demeanor today. I'm not digging that at all. I'm curious to know what Elaine's saying. I mean, God, I keep calling her Elaine. I don't mean to do that. I mean, Emily. They keep panning on Elaine, and so she's.
All right, 883, and evidence as redacted.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, you're aware that these are text messages. You can see the bottom right where it says Depp and then it has a number, 8129. Those are produced by you in this litigation. You understand that, right?
I understand that.
Okay. All right, Michelle, could you please, let's take a look at the top text first. Mr. Depp, on February 22nd, 2017, you texted Mr. Deuters, right, exactly. Molly's pussy is rightfully mine. Should I not just bust in and remove its hinges tonight?
Molly.
Right?
Molly's a drug, isn't it?
And the one beneath that, you say, I want to change.
I thought Molly was a drug.
Of what it is like to be thrashed about like a pleading mackerel. And then in all caps, you write, I need, I want, I take. Did I read that right?
You read it right, but I did not write that. Perhaps someone
You wrote
else
every
had
other
it
text that you produced that came from you in this litigation, didn't you?
Not necessarily. Sometimes you give your phone to people and they
And
text
when you
from
got off that plane
Excuse me?
from Boston,
Sorry?
when you got off the plane from Boston, you knew Miss Heard was angry with you, didn't you?
It was pretty much a given.
Objection, calls for speculation.
And you understood her to be angry, right?
She was always angry, yes.
And you asked Mr. Deuters, same person, you can take this down, Michelle. Thank you. Same person that you texted in that last exhibit. You asked Mr. Deuters to communicate with her on your behalf, correct?
I don't know what you're talking about. You'll have to explain.
You asked Mr. Deuters to communicate with Miss Heard by text to speak to her about the incident, correct?
About what incident?
To speak to her about the plane flight.
The plane?
The Boston plane.
The Boston plane. So you're saying that I influenced Mr. Deuters. I told him that he had to write this, and I told him that he had to write that. Is that what you're saying?
No. It wasn't uncommon for Mr. Deuters to text to communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
Objection, calls for speculation.
He was your personal assistant. Mr. Deuters was your personal assistant, correct?
I had two personal assistants at the time.
He was one of them, right?
Yeah, Mr. Deuters was one of them, yes, sir.
Right, and it wasn't uncommon for you to ask Mr. Deuters to communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
It wasn't uncommon for any of them to communicate with Miss Heard on my behalf if I were on set or unavailable or any of that.
Or if Miss Heard and you had a fight, you would sometimes have them to communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
I think my crew caught on very quickly that
Just a yes or no.
would be necessary for them to.
No, just a yes or no. It was not uncommon after you and Miss Heard had.
I've asked that he be allowed to finish his
That's
answer.
your question.
All right. Can I ask your question?
Thank you, Your Honor. Wasn't uncommon for you to have one of your personal assistants communicate with Miss Heard after you and her had a fight.
I disagree because you're insinuating that I had nothing to do and you don't know that.
After the Boston plane flight, you had Mr. Deuters communicate with Miss Heard, correct?
When I'm asked what to do, I said placate her, just placate her like we always do.
And you told him, send her whatever message you need to send. And
I'm sorry, he's sorry, he feels bad, yes, because any other answer, it would turn into World War III.
Okay, can you pull up exhibit 229, please? Your Honor, I think you know where I'm going here, and based on Mr. Depp's testimony, I'm asking for the admission of exhibit 229.
Your Honor, can we please return?
I don't understand where this is going. I mean, what? Now at the end, they're going to try to say he was a liar? Oh, come on, man. This is... None of this, it doesn't matter what was said in the text message, it doesn't prove he was doing what she said he did. That's the point.
Mr. Depp, you were pretty angry after Miss Heard got her temporary restraining order, weren't you?
What?
Angry. I was more than anything. I was hurt.
And you testified earlier this morning. You claimed that you somehow were responsible for her getting the role with Warner Brothers, correct? That's what you testified to this morning. You also tried to get her fired from Aquaman, didn't you? After the temporary restraining order.
Which question would you like me to handle first?
Just one question, sir. You tried to get her fired from the Aquaman after the temporary restraining order, didn't you?
Well, what is related to the story about me getting?
It just
her...
yes or no, Mr. Depp. I don't.
So
I didn't
life
ask
does
what
not
related
come down to
what
yes or
story
no at all
related to.
times. I can't please you with a yes or a no every single time.
It's a yes or no question, Mr. Depp. You tried to get Ms. Heard fired, didn't you?
Answer's no.
All right, let's pull up Exhibit 821.
Is that
Mr.
me
Depp,
trying to
is
get her
this-
fired?
This is a text message that you had with your sister, Christy Dombrowski. She was the first witness in this case, right?
She doesn't work at Warner Brothers. She can't fire Amber.
Yeah. This is a text message you had with her on June 4th, 2016, isn't it?
June 12th, yes.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 821 as redacted.
Any objection?
We would object on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
I'll overrule that objection, 821 in evidence.
And on June 4th, 2016, Mr. Depp, you texted your sister, I want her replaced on that WB film. Did I read that right?
You did.
Her is referring to Amber, right?
That's correct.
And WB is Warner Brothers, correct?
Again, correct, yes.
And then after you sent this text to your sister, following the temporary restraining order, you reached out to Guy Silverstein to have him fire Amber, correct?
Who?
It's Greg Silverstein, I'm sorry.
I don't recall reaching out to Greg Silverstein.
You reach out to Sue Kroll to get him to
Particularly.
fire Miss Heard, right?
I had vetted Miss Heard. And I had vetted Miss Heard.
Mr. Depp, you got your chance
Warner
to speak
Brothers
this morning.
had,
Your Honor,
Warner Brothers
Sorry?
had two franchises.
Mr. Depp, you just answer the question, sir. Next question.
You reached out to Greg Silverstein to get him to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
Asked and answered.
Excuse me?
Asked and answered.
It's a yes or no question that he hasn't answered, yes or no.
All right.
Yes or no, sir? You reached out to Greg Silverstein to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman.
Second half of your question is wrong, sir.
You reached out to Sue
them
Kroll.
because I vetted her.
No, Mr. Depp. You reached out to Sue
Well,
Kroll
you
to
like
get
that,
her
okay.
to try to get her to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
No.
And you reached out to Kevin Sujihara to try to get him to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
No.
Can you pull up Exhibit 857, please? Mr. Depp, this is a text message that you sent to Christian Carino on August 15th, 2016, correct?
This is already in evidence, correct? Or is it 857?
Parts of it are,
Oh, so not this.
not this
Well,
version.
this can't be 857 then, don't.
850, sorry.
Mr. Unbur, you can't do this to me.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Understood. We'll call it 857A.
857. Okay. All right. Yes, sir. Thank you.
My apologies, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, you sent this text to Christian Carino on August 15th.
I most certainly did.
Okay. And in this text that you sent to Christian Carino is the person who used to be Amber's agent and then was your agent for a time, correct?
That is correct.
And in this text, you Oh, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
You want to put in evidence
Yeah.
first?
Move for admission of
Any
857A.
objection?
No objection.
All right, 857A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text, Mr. Depp, you said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her.
Don't try to cry
Sorry,
now.
man, but now
Is she
I
really
will
trying to
stop at
cry now?
nothing.
Don't do that.
Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
Now, not
Is she
long
really going to
after
try to
this-
cry now? She was laughing all morning. Oh,
Not
now
long
it's
after this,
now she's
Mr.
sad.
You met Mr. Waldman.
Come on.
Late summer or fall of 2016, correct?
I believe, yeah, September, October, somewhere in there, whatever.
And he's been your attorney since then, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you met with him with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
I'm sorry, again?
You and Mr. Waldman together met with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
Are you asking me a question about my attorney and I?
Yeah, that you two met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020.
Was that during the London trial?
No,
No?
no, in February.
I don't recall it, though.
Okay.
I don't.
To the extent Mr. Waldman testified that you did, you don't dispute that, correct?
I just don't recall it.
Okay. You don't disagree with Mr. Waldman's testimony that you and he met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, correct?
If that's Mr. Waldman's testimony, then.
Okay.
But I just didn't necessarily know who these people were.
Right. The same month that the Daily Mail released alleged tapes between you and Amber.
Objection
Correct.
calls for speculation, lack of
Alleged-
personal knowledge.
Alleged.
I'll sustain. Next question.
Now, Mr. Depp, you testified, and I wrote it down before lunch. You said, Ms. Myers asked you something about, how does it feel to make you, or how does it feel to be here? You said, I've been living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to get the truth out. Remember saying that?
Yes.
You also said, I've spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back. Something to that effect. You remember saying that?
Yes.
And you've claimed several times in this proceeding, Mr. Depp, that this trial is your first chance to tell your story, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
But that's just not true, is it, Mr. Depp? That's not true.
No, for me it is true.
Okay, well, here's the thing. The fact is, Mr. Depp, when Dan Wooten wrote an article that was published in The Sun calling you a wife beater, you brought a lawsuit against The Sun in June of 2018, correct?
Yes, I'm
And that was 6 months before Miss Heard ever wrote her op-ed, correct?
I don't know.
And in the summer of 2020, there was a several-week trial in London against The Sun, correct?
Miss Heard was not a party to that trial.
Not my question, Mr. Depp. In the article that The Sun wrote that you sued over, you sued for Mr. Wooten calling you a wife beater, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustain. Next question.
And in the trial that you subsequently brought, you called a lot of witnesses, right?
I don't know what a lot is. I don't know.
Many people testified on both sides of the trial, correct?
Yes, many people.
And many exhibits were introduced, correct?
Like a trial, yes.
And you, just like in this trial, you were on the stand for several days in that trial, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And that trial involved the same factual issues that you were litigating here, which is whether you
Objection
committed
calls for
domestic abuse
illegal.
against Amber Heard.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
You brought that case against the Sun because you were angry at the Sun for calling you a wife beater, correct?
Yeah, that's
And you
probably a pretty good reason.
And you went through that trial in London, correct?
I did indeed, yes.
Mr. Depp, you've already had a chance to tell your story, haven't you?
No, there
Objection
were
has to answer.
limitations in the UK trial.
Okay.
No further questions.
All right. Redirect. Thank you.
Mr. Depp, Mr. Ronborn asked you some questions about the UK trial. Why do you feel that this is the first time that you've actually had an opportunity to tell your story and, as you said, get the load off your back?
As the UK trial was me suing Dan Wooten and the Sun for defamation for calling me a wife beater. The UK have there are different laws, there are different ways they handle things. There are also limitations in evidence. Some things can be brought up, some things cannot be
Your
brought
Honor,
up.
this is
Mr.
also
Rutland.
legal. He's talking about limitations in evidence in English.
Your Honor, he's talking about his experience testifying.
Overruled.
You'll be okay. Yes, there is a very, everything is quite boxed in with regard to what can be said, what can be spoken about. So, Ms. Heard provided information to the Sun as their star witness, but the case was not brought against Ms. Heard. It was brought against the Sun newspaper, journal, whatever it is.
Mr. Rottenborn referenced that you were on the stand for multiple days.
4.5, I believe, yes.
What was the nature of that examination? Or excuse me, who was conducting that examination of you?
QC Sasha was
And whose attorney was that?
the Sun.
Can we please pull up DX 857A?
It's already in evidence.
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Rottenborn was questioning you?
Oh, yes, I do.
Can you explain what you're conveying to Mr. Carino in this text message?
I'm in total shock that this is happening to me, that my entire life on the planet has been brought to the head of a pin. All this completely, utterly false information. So I am, when you're accused of horrific acts and things that you have not done, when it's actually some very ugly things that are going out there into the world about you on a non-stop basis by Ms. Heard and her team, you have a tendency as humans to get very, very irate and angry, not to the point where you go out and hurt someone, not to the point even where you assault a cabinet. But you do get irate. You do wonder why this person is doing this to me. So yeah, many things go through your head. And then you've got your family, you've got your kids, you've got your parent. My mom, thankfully, didn't get to read any of this because that would kill her. My father, my family, everyone that I've met, the people that have supported me, suddenly I'm scum. Why? Never had to happen. One little lie. So yes, very angry.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 821? Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Rottenborn was asking questions?
Yes, he loves this one, yes.
Yes. Would you care to explain what you're trying to convey in this text message?
Well, Warner Brothers was about to find themselves in quite a dilemma as the person that they had just cast.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation as to what Warner Brothers knew or thought.
Didn't I meet with them?
All right. You could just wait for the question. I'll sustain the objection. Thanks so much.
Mr. Depp, without explaining what Warner Brothers felt, why did you send this text message to your sister? And what were you trying to convey to your sister when you sent this text message?
Honestly, I felt responsibility for having gone to those people and painted such a beautiful picture.
Objection. Hearsay, Your Honor. Now he's talking about what he said to Warner Brothers.
Please continue.
Change seats.
So sorry, you can please continue.
I felt it was my responsibility to get the truth to Warner Brothers about what they were going to end up facing down the line, which is two franchises that would be causing problems for one another, especially as any news, any press, any media that came out about me at that time had been turned into, I was Charles Manson, I was the worst thing on earth, and they just kept coming. It was like a nonstop fire. So my responsibility, after having painted a beautiful picture of her for them, was to tell them, I think you better.
Objection, Your Honor. It's what he claims he told Warner Brothers or wanted to.
He's saying what he wanted to tell them. He's not saying what he actually told them.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned two franchise films with Warner Brothers. What two franchise films are you referring to?
There was Aquaman and Fantastic Beasts, the one that I was in.
And why did you feel a responsibility with respect to those two franchise films?
Warner Brothers was starting to get quite upset about some of the things that were being said about me in the press that were constant hit pieces. on one level, yes, it's just acting, it's just movies, but it's business, and it's your word. And I've given my word to them, and I felt responsible that I had to tell them exactly what was going on, and that it was going to end up there.
And which of those two film franchises were you a part of?
I'm sorry.
Which of those two film franchises were you a part of?
There she goes laughing again. Fucking can't stand it. It's really upsetting me. It's really pissing me off. Seriously.
And where to find them, and I was in the Fantastic Beasts, The Crimes of Grindelwald.
Could we please pull up DX 883?
The two pictures. The two pictures of him holding the child and stuff.
No. Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing these text messages during Mr. Rottenborn's examination?
Yeah, yes, I remember.
And you didn't seem to recall these text messages, is that fair?
It truly is fair. It's not, I'm not
Do you have
seeing
any,
those. I don't know who Molly is. I don't know nothing about this.
do you have any understanding of what you're referring to in this text message? Or these two text messages?
No. I honestly, if somebody else had borrowed my phone or something and made this text to Stephen, possibly. But I don't understand that. I don't have that kind of. I don't have that kind of hubris or expectation. That's quite grotesque text.
Can we take that down, please? Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1821?
I don't see anybody changing their mind on Twitter.
Mr. Depp,
I just don't.
do you recognize this document?
That is behind the bar, yes.
Okay. And do you see it? Mr. Ronborn asked you some questions about whether there was a telephone
Yes, and
in
now
Australia.
I see a telephone there now.
And did you recall that telephone being there?
I don't recall the telephone being there, but I can see it now.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820? Do you recall me showing you this text message earlier on? Or excuse me, do you recall me showing you this picture during your examination?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And I think I asked you whether you recall a phone being mounted on the wall in the left of this picture. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what was your answer to that?
No.
Yeah, the picture. Look on Twitter. I just retweeted one.
Some questions about your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I believe you had testified that you and Miss Heard were on the Orient Express.
Aren't they out of time?
That's correct, yes.
Not
Where had you
Depp.
been prior to being on the Orient Express?
We had been in Australia.
Remember, people like Amber Heard are relentless. They're relentless.
Made it over to
She never gets tired. Never.
Orient Express.
If we could bring up the Plaintiff's Exhibit 162 again. Mr. Depp, do you know who took this picture?
Malcolm Connolly.
And despite what Mr. Rottenborn showed you about the picture of you prior to this, Do you see a bruise on your face in this picture?
I see like what looks like a pretty decent shiner and kind of a scratched up nose, yes.
And do you recall how you got the scratches and the shiner?
There was a very brief freak out that Miss Heard had in our cabin just before this dinner. I can't remember why, but there were many. I remember taking the photograph, though. I mean, I remember being there. I remember meeting the chef and all. But I mean, the quality of the photo is not great. The quality of the other photo that he shows is pretty dope.
Mr. Depp, did you ever physically abuse Ms. Heard during your relationship?
Never. Never.
No further questions.
All right, sir, you can have a seat next to your attorneys. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Your next witness. Didn't quite get that, I'm sorry.
Mr. Depp calls Morgan Tremaine.
All right.
Ah,
Morgan Tremaine.
that's Camille, our ace. I wish Camille would have directed him, but that's okay. I don't think that was that damning. I just don't.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case and have to the law?
Here we go. Here's our TMZ guy.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tremaine.
Hello,
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Morgan Cliff Tremaine.
And what do you do for a living?
I produce esports events and design video games.
And in 2016, what did you do for a living?
I worked as the field assignment manager at TMZ.
What is TMZ?
TMZ is an entertainment news website and television show.
And what were your responsibilities as a field assignment manager for TMZ?
I was the go-between the news desk in the office and the reporters in the field, which you might know as paparazzi.
Approximately how many paparazzis were you in charge of?
At the time, it was about 20 in LA, a handful, maybe 3 in New York, and then 1 in DC.
True.
And what were your responsibilities specifically as to the paparazzi?
It would be to dispatch paparazzi to various locations based on tips or just direction dictated by having a list of sort of hotspots where celebrities would be.
And how were those tips received?
They were received either through tips that we received through our tip line or directly through news producers in the office.
And were tips frequently received directly from sources?
Very often that case, yeah.
And who were the type of sources that TMZ received tips from?
They would receive tips from, oftentimes it would be publicists, managers, agents, or B-list celebrities.
Lawyers?
Today's been stressful, man.
How are tips verified?
Tips are verified.
I don't like Rottenborn
by
at
an
all.
extensive process. If they come in through our tip line, we have to verify who sent it, that they that the source is truthful, and so they have to add their contact information, which is a field in that on that website for like name, phone number, things like that.
And how long did that process typically take?
If we receive a tip through the tip line, it could take a while because that would need to be, if it was a tip, we would need to verify it. If it was media, such as photos or videos, that would need to be extensively verified to ensure that the person sending it is the copyright holder and that we would have the legal ability to air it and distribute it.
And while working for TMZ, were you involved in any assignments related to Ms. Heard?
I was.
What was the first
He's a
time
good
you
witness.
recall working
A
on
lot better than the
assignment
trailer
related to
park
Ms.
guy.
Heard?
I believe it was May 27th, 2016.
And what was your role in that assignment?
For that,
No, I didn't hear that, but it's funny.
Restraining order at a courthouse in downtown Los Angeles. So I dispatched camera people to that location.
Under what circumstances would you normally send paparazzi to a courthouse?
Only if we had been informed prior. It's not by any means a celebrity hotspot. We would only ever send people there if we had been tipped off that something was occurring and there was somebody present there.
And what footage was TMZ trying to capture at the LA courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
We were trying to capture Amber leaving the courthouse and an alleged bruise on the right side of her face.
What was your team of paparazzi supposed to do while they were at the LA courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay and foundation.
What were they supposed to do?
Right. She's asking for, I don't think there's a foundation.
I'll overrule the objection at this point.
Go ahead, Mr. Tremaine.
Can you state the question again?
What was your team of paparazzi supposed to do while they were at the Los Angeles courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
Their objective was to capture her leaving the courthouse, and then she was going to sort of stop and turn towards the camera to display the bruise on the right side of her face, the alleged bruise.
Did your team of videographers get the shot of Amber Heard?
We did.
What is the difference between receiving a tip from a news producer and any other source?
If it's any other source, it would have to be verified by copyright. If it was anything that was received directly through a news producer, then they go through that process to verify the source.
Did you do anything to verify the tip on May 27th, 2016 related to Amber Heard?
I did not,
Why not?
because it had come directly from a news producer.
Does that mean it had been verified?
It means that they had verified that tip and deemed that it was credible, and therefore a camera person needed to be
He's very professional. I like him.
After May 27th, 2016, were you involved in any other assignments related to Amber Heard?
Yes.
Can you tell me about those assignments?
The next one would have been August 6th, 2016, where she was giving a deposition.
So what did you do in relation to that tip?
I dispatched camera people to a parking lot adjacent to a law office in which she would be arriving to, so we could get the footage of her arriving for the deposition.
Do you typically send paparazzis to parking lots of law offices?
No, not at all.
Did you get the shot of Miss Heard on August 6, 2016?
We did.
After August 6, 2016, were you involved in any other stories involving Miss Heard?
Yes, I was.
And what story was that?
On the 12th, we received a video depicting Johnny Depp slamming some cabinets that was captured by Ms. Heard.
And what day was that?
I believe that was the August 12th
Of 2016?
of 2016, yes.
Can you describe to the jury how you received the video on August 12, 2016?
Yes, the video was sent in through our email tip line, which is an email distribution that goes to all the producers and to myself as the field assignment manager, because it often included celebrity locations. It came in as I recall,
Objection, hearsay.
He's just describing how it came in.
I think he's about to reveal hearsay, Your Honor.
I'll overrule for now. We'll see where it goes.
Please continue.
So I received that email, and it included a link from some unknown Dropbox type public website in which it contained that
Objection, Your
video.
Honor, hearsay. He's about to describe what comes from the Dropbox website, and that's.
So far, he just said what's a link from a Dropbox. We'll see the next question. Go ahead, next question.
So you received a link. What was in that link?
In that link was the video of Johnny Depp smashing the cabinets.
And you received this video in your inbox, correct?
I did.
What did you do once you received that video?
We downloaded it. We alerted the web editor who was sitting next to me at the time. We We downloaded it, and then were instructed by the news producer to do what we call slap bumpers and a bug on it, which is putting the dun 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 at the beginning end, and then putting a translucent watermark over it, which indicates copyright ownership.
After you did that, was it posted?
It was posted, yes.
Where was it posted?
It was posted to tmz.com.
Did you do anything else related to Amber Heard on August 12, 2016?
Yes, I received a tip that Amber Heard would be arriving at LAX, and so I dispatched camera people to film that exit, or her arrival to LAX. Rather.
And why did you do that?
I was instructed to.
How long does it take to post a story after media's been received by TMZ?
After media's been received, it could take any length of time depending on who owns the copyright.
How does TMZ obtain copyright over images and videos?
The only way to obtain copyright over media would be if we shot it ourselves, if it was sent to the tip line, source verified that it was from the original copyright owner, and then either purchased from that person or given to us. And then the third option would be if it was directly given to us by the copyright holder, like a direct source.
How long does it take to copyright something TMZ has received through the tip line?
It can take a while because you have to extensively verify that that person owns the copyright. And then possibly, it depends also if you can even get in contact with the person because they might not be super responsive immediately via phone or email that they provided. And then potentially you'd have to enter a negotiation with our clips and clearances department to figure out the cost of that media.
How long does it take for TMZ to obtain a copyright over something received directly from a source?
Something in the realm of 15 minutes just to do what I described before, which is putting bumpers and a bug on something and write the article and post it. It's pretty fast.
How much time had passed from the time you received the kitchen cabinet video to the time it was posted on TMZ?
About 15 minutes.
Did any other tabloids other than TMZ post this video?
No,
Objection leading and calls for hearsay.
Did any other tabloids? Mr. Tremaine, go ahead.
No, they did not.
And why not?
Because it was a TMZ exclusive.
And what does that mean?
It means that TMZ owns the copyright to it. So it can't be distributed by any other media source without backlinking to TMZ. And they wouldn't be able to upload that media without getting a copyright strike.
Have you seen the kitchen cabinet video that was played in this trial?
I have, yes.
How does that video that was played in this trial compare to the one you received on August 12, 2016?
When I had clicked the direct link that we received and watched the video in its entirety, it was much shorter than the video we had received, than the video that's been played in this trial. There was a bit at the beginning that was played here in which Ms. Heard is seemingly sort of sitting at the camera and getting into position. And then there's a bit at the end where she's seemingly sniggering and looks at the camera. That part was not present in what we received.
Did TMZ edit the video?
No, not even a little. When we receive something and it's edited, there's a clear indicator because there's sort of a journalistic practice that uses when there's an edit, you do what's called like a white flash transition, which covers the entire screen with white to very clearly indicate to everybody there was an edit here for time or whatever, just to make it a little more compelling. But in this case, it was not edited as I was staring at the machine that edited it and present for the entirety of receipt to publishing.
When was the next time you worked on an assignment related to Amber Heard?
It was, well, there was the time where we went to the airport. And the day after that, because she had flown in for the deposition, because I think the first time didn't work out. So she was arriving again for the deposition in that same parking lot adjacent to a law office.
And what's that, August 13th, 2016?
That was August 13th, yeah.
And what was your assignment on August 13th, 2016?
To dispatch camera people to that parking lot at a specific time in order to film Amber Heard arriving for the deposition.
How did you know that tip was legitimate?
It came from a news producer.
While you worked at TMZ, did you ever receive any communications from Mr. Depp or his camp?
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes. So how do you know what video was shown at this trial?
I was alerted by a friend that that TMZ was being kind of talked about in this trial, and so I had seen a clip of that.
So you watched some of this trial?
Correct.
Okay. When did you first reach out to counsel for Mr. Depp?
I believe that was 6 days ago, whatever that date would be. I'd have to do that.
All right. And then you received a subpoena, I think yesterday, in care of your attorney, Cindy Hickox, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Cindy Hickox represents Christy Dombrowski, Kate James, Robin Baum. and
Objection,
Debbie
Your Honor.
Lloyd. Were you aware of
Calls for
that?
speculation.
Overruled. Were you aware of that?
No.
Now, if you don't have information that's helpful to this case, then you wouldn't be a witness, correct?
Objection.
I
Calls for
can't.
speculation.
Sustained. Sustained. Next question.
I'm not
Right.
aware.
Okay, you know this case is being televised, right?
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
I can ask that question.
Overruled.
So I stand to gain nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself kind of in the target of TMZ, a very litigious organization, and I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
A little argumentative, don't you think?
Oh, hardly. I find that to be purely logical. Thank you.
Now, are you aware that Mr. Depp's attorneys were well aware of the TRO that was going to be presented on May 27th?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Were you aware of that?
Lack of foundation.
No, overruled if you can answer it.
Can you restate the question?
Were you aware that Mr. Depp's divorce attorneys were aware that Amber Heard was going in to seek a TRO on May 27th?
I don't think I understand the question. I don't think so, no.
Okay.
It's
Do
kind of a
you
complicated question.
know whether Blair Burke, one of Mr. Depp's divorce attorneys, had a very close relationship with TMZ at that time?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Overruled. If he knows.
I was not aware of that.
Okay, and when you said that you were dispatched twice, once to film Amber in a parking lot for the deposition, and then it didn't work out, and so you had to do it another time. How did you know it didn't work out?
Because TMZ.com posted an article saying as much.
Okay.
And
do you
I was
know-
not dispatched.
Do you know
I worked in the office.
why the deposition did not work out?
I'd have to reference the article, I forget.
So do you know?
I didn't write that story. I wasn't involved in the
Do
actual
you know
journalism of that.
which side? Do you know which side would have known or not known whether that deposition was going to work out? In other words, the people representing Mr. Depp or the people representing Ms. Heard?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. And then the video clip. You don't know who provided that, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Not testifying to
I have
that.
no further.
All right, redirect.
Mr. Tremaine, why did you contact me in relation to this case?
I saw that there was a discrepancy with like the video that was shown here and the video that I know I had received. So I had no interest in testifying. I had reached out simply to maybe try to help with the timeline of things or help with the case in any way, just by virtue of understanding the timeline of the stories that were published and kind of how that can be unclear. But I had no idea I'd be on the stand.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, sir, you're free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. You have another witness? Okay.
Mr. Depp calls Brian Newmeister, Your Honor.
All right, Brian Newmeister.
Whitney has the same smug face now every time when the camera pans on her. Not digging that either. And I know the jury is paying attention to everything.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Newmeister.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
It's Norbert Norbert, Brian, I go by Brian, Bryan, Neumeister, Neumeister.
Could you start by describing your educational background, please?
My educational background, well, I graduated from Cal State University Northridge 42 years ago with a degree in political science. From then on, I've been working professionally in photography, totally unrelated, for the past 42 years. And that would also include videography, audio, and a few other different binary related tasks.
Where do you currently work?
I own USA Forensic.
What is USA Forensic?
USA Forensic is a digital forensics company. We are boutique. We're very small. We work. We have offices in Grosse Pointe Farms, Michigan, and in Phoenix, Arizona. We work with varying types of clients because to us, data is data. It takes no side. So we can be ending up working for prosecution, defense, law enforcement, the Innocence Project. We have a contract with the Department of Defense. We do classified and unclassified work. We've done classified work with various agencies. We've worked with DOJ, and I've worked in 23 countries as a photographer.
What's your title at USA Forensic?
CEO.
Did you also found USA Forensic?
Originally, in around 1990, it was called Skymeister. And that is because of the amount of helicopter photography time I have. About 10 years ago, we changed it to USA Forensic while still doing a lot of the same tasks.
And you described, I think, some of the entities that you work with. What kind of work do you do for those entities that you mentioned?
We do audio forensics, which is clarifying audio, for example, sting operations or audio that may have been picked up on surveillance or any other type of recording, removing background sounds. Video clarification, we do a lot of work with Axon
Your Honor,
cameras.
just gonna check on relevance based on the discussion we had earlier. This experience has absolutely nothing to do with anything.
All right. Do you have an objection to him being moved in as an expert in the field?
Well, she hasn't moved yet. I'm objecting to the relevance of the testimony on the subject matter right now.
I'll overrule the objection. Thank you, Your Honor. Go ahead, Mr. Neumeister, you can continue.
Where I left off is we do a lot of work with Axon police cameras because they don't really handle low lux levels or low light levels very well. So we clean up, we are beta testers for a program called Input Ace, which is part of the Axon company used by police officers. We clarify their cameras to better see what happened at night, for example, in different scenes. We do the same with surveillance cameras, any kind of camera, cell phone cameras. We also do cell phone forensics, computer forensics, and cell tower forensics, along with photographic forensics.
What types of cases do you work on?
It can be anything from Fortune 500s to it can be anything from a pro per, which is a person that's actually just representing themselves in a smaller case, to a lot of homicide cases, defamation. It could be any kind of case that requires cell phone extractions or computer extractions. Could be money laundering, could be the Department of Defense identifying a voice, that type of thing. Satellite imagery, and basically anything with binary information.
Have you been retained as an expert before?
Oh, yes. I would say we average about 150 to 200 cases a year. In the last 4 years, we've done over 600 cases, and that would be in U.S. federal courts, U.S. district courts, various state courts throughout the United States. We just wrapped up a case that was an overseas case, wrapped up yesterday. We do U.S. military court. We have a case coming up in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. So it's really varied. I've done quite a few U.S. district court cases.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics before?
Yes. And what people sometimes don't understand is only about 2% of all cases go to trial. So 98% of the time, you're actually just doing the forensic work and getting it to the parties. And as we say, data is data. It really doesn't take a side. We don't have a narrative. So Very often, it's just providing the data for the attorneys to work with or the parties.
Have you ever been excluded from testifying as an expert regarding any work that you performed?
No, but you have to take into account that sometimes there might be curbs put on what, for example, in this trial, there's certain boundaries. Or if you're working with a proper or with a attorney that is not very familiar with electronics. And the thing is, again, they teach Latin in law school, not binary. And binary is the universal language these days. So sometimes in the legal system, it's a little bit hard to explain to attorneys what exactly we're doing. So we try to break it down and make that work.
What is digital forensics?
Digital forensics is anything that you are using, like your television set, your cell phone, your computer, anything that runs off of binary information that has coding in it.
How long have you worked in digital forensics?
Well, I actually started off in analog, so it's been 40 some odd years. I started off as a cameraman. My first cameras were film cameras. When I was a kid, my dad was a director of sales and sales service administration for the NBC television network on the West Coast. So I grew up around television cameras. My first cameras were cameras people might not have heard of, Leica, Hasselblad, cameras like that. I trained with some of the best photographers around at the time, William Wallner, Niall Latham, really excellent photographers. And I started shooting videotape from helicopters, and I logged about 14,700 hours of video. And at that time, oddly enough, since we were the only helicopter, a television helicopter, we were the only helicopter in Phoenix. At the time, the sheriff's department did not have a helicopter. The police department did not have a helicopter, nor did Aerovac. So we ended up doubling up, being a news crew as well as an air rescue crew. So as far as forensics, analog probably from 1980 to 1990 and digital from 1990 through current.
How'd you get started in it?
Really by osmosis. I started in the production field. I usually don't do that much TV work anymore. I did shoot part of an episode, a program called Planet Earth for the BBC last year. I don't normally do television anymore. It's just 99% forensics. But I got started because very often as working in a helicopter, we'd be asked to work for a police department in a rescue or a chase or whatever the situation might be. And since I'd be videotaping it, they would ask me to break it down frame by frame and analyzing it using what's called a time-based corrector in the day. And so word got out that I could do unusual things because I'm pretty good with machines. And it just ended up, more and more people started calling and it just became a full-time job.
Have you received any professional certifications in forensics?
Yes, but again, most hackers and people who do interesting work don't have any certifications because the certification is usually like a week-long course. I've been doing this stuff 42 years. My partner, Matt Erickson, he's actually a
Objection, Your Honor, to the partner who's not testifying to these qualifications on relevance.
Sustained objection. Yep. Mr. Newmeister, can you just describe which professional certifications you have received?
For cell phones, Oxygen, which is a program similar to Celebrite. But these are programs that are used by law enforcement and by private parties to extract data from cell phones that has been deleted or which is critical in a lot of cases, deleted data, or just to what we call image a cell phone. In other words, get every bit of data that's possible on a cell phone. And again, every cell phone is different. The next would be in cell tower forensics.
Are you a member of any professional associations in your field?
Yes, IEEE, which is the International Engineering Society. And the reason I belong to that is about 40% of the world's white papers on electronics are published through IEEE. So they have a huge database on anything from microwave technology to telephone transmission technology. Anything that I might work with, they might have a white paper on it. Also, with the Audio Engineering Society, AES, I a member of that. I lecture to AES. There's a few others, but again, they're just mainly to have a repository of information.
Have you received any honors or awards?
Yes, I've received about 80 honors and awards. I have for videography, I've got a total of 12 Emmy Award statues, but I've been the principal in 39 Emmy Awards, which means I've written the music for the program, and the program has won the Emmy Award for music, but it was given to the production company, which happens a lot. I've won for best editing. I won for best ACE editing, which is computer editing. Best sound. I've done the music to a piece that won the Gold Lion at the Cannes Film Festival. I've done music to a piece that won the gold at the Calgary Film Festival. I've got a lot of awards from Associated Press and different
Dang.
companies from doing documentaries and news.
He did Planet Earth.
Have you published any works in the field of digital forensics?
Yes, and they're mostly articles, about a half dozen of them or so. We don't have much time, and I don't usually do it, but it was basically on most of my work deals around clarifying or authenticating. So it was basically the things I published were on clarification of digital files.
Have you appeared on TV as an expert in digital forensics?
Yes.
Where?
CBS, NBC, ABC, BBC, Discovery Channel, a number of different things.
Any particular examples of things that you've spoken on TV about?
Boston bombings, how the frame averaging was done on that, sort of things like that. Again, we get calls a lot, but I don't speak specifically about cases. I just speak about technology.
Have you given any public lectures in the field of digital forensics?
Yes, we get asked quite often, but due to our schedule, it's a little rough. We do what's called Inns of Court. We speak in front of private investigator groups. We do attorneys continuing legal education. Audio Engineering Society, we try to do a few a year, and that's about what our schedules will allow given our time.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to tender Mr. Neumeister as an expert in the field of digital forensics. Any objection?
No objection.
All
Your
right,
Honor.
so moved. Mr. Neumeister, turning to the work you've done in this case, what have you done?
I was asked to analyze the photographs of purported injuries to Miss Heard.
And what was the purpose of that analysis?
To authenticate photos or to review and see if they were altered in any way.
What did you analyze to reach your opinions?
Well, I analyzed groups of photos that were submitted by Ms. Heard's legal team.
What work did you do to analyze those photographs?
Well, normally you start off by looking at what's called the EXIF data. The EXIF data is the binary data that's encoded into a photograph. It tells you, for example, if the flash fired, what the operating software version was of the cell phone or camera that shot a photo, what type of lens was used, what the f-stop was. There's literally about 1,000 lines of code in the EXIF data on a JPEG photo. So we would start with an EXIF editor or an EXIF viewer.
Anything else that you looked at?
Yes, when we're dealing with RGB cameras, which are red, green, and blue channel cameras, which would be a cell phone or a basic home camera. They're based on RGB channels. We would do four types of scopes. We would do a vector scope. We do a luminance scope. We do a waveform scope, and then what's called an RGB parade. And those scopes analyze different things. The vector scope analyzes where the different types of colors are headed in, for example, it's broken up into reds, magenta, different areas on a scope. We would take a look at that to see if there's anything out of the normal for the type of camera being used. In other words, would there be above a certain percentage of chroma? And chroma means color saturation.
Objection, Your Honor. Outside the scope, we can approach.
All right,
Like,
you want to approach?
Who is this guy? Is this someone new? I don't recognize the voice. Is this a new attorney for her? And how did he sneak in? I'm trying to ask. Who else can I ask? Emily D. She doesn't have time. She's got too many. I'm trying to add this to people that might see. I don't know. Maybe Andy Signor, but I'll try. Andrea Burkhardt, though, for sure. Or maybe Joe. Or maybe Hogue. Hogue Law. There's someone noticed something on the text messages. If you see this, you can look and see if you agree. Maybe you can debunk it, but I'm going to ask Rob. Rob is pretty good too. I keep forgetting to Law and Lumber. Or wait, is he under Law and Lumber or is he under Rob? I know Law and Lumber is probably too long. Oh yeah, no, Law and Lumber. Lumber Law. He just did it backwards. Okay. And then let me do it to the DUI guy. Someone noticed this and I'm really curious. I'm really curious to.
Mr. Newmaster, based on the analysis you performed in this case, have you formed any opinions?
Pardon?
Based on the analysis you've done in this case, have you formed any opinions?
Yes.
What are they?
Well, three basic ones. One is quite a number of the photos have been through a photo, at least one, possibly two.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation, which photos is he referring to? We have to go through this one by one.
What's in evidence? Mr. Newmeister, in terms of the photos that you looked at and that you formed opinions about, do you understand if they've been submitted as evidence in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And what conclusions have you formed about those?
Same objection, Your Honor. That doesn't cure the issue of the objection. We have to go through this. Which photos is she talking about? Which one's in evidence? What exhibit numbers? That's the basis of the
You're talking
objection.
generally about opinions right now, Your Honor, and we're going to get into some specifics. I can go straight to specifics. Okay.
Oh, I should have did it to Runkle. I didn't think about that.
Mr. Newmeister, have you prepared a demonstrative that aids in your testimony with respect to any of the photos that you looked at in this case?
Yes.
I'd like to pull up plaintiff's 1303. Your Honor, if I might.
He was about to say they're doctored. Who's the new guy?
Your Honor, I would, can't object. We can approach and discuss it.
Oh, God. See, they got somebody new in there. They don't want anything uttered about the photos and how they were doctored. He's going to try to shut it down. I don't know who he is. They're not panning on him, so I don't know who he is. I thought I heard somebody say that there was a new attorney introducing themselves, but I'm over there. I'm over Amber. I'm over her. Like getting sick of it. Getting sick of it. And I'm sure Rottenborn's probably going to do. No, not the photos. No. There's a text messages that Rottenborn was presenting to Johnny. There is, I just retweeted it to hopefully someone that will answer it, but someone noticed something on the text messages that were addressed to him. And
Tom, can we pull up Defendant's Exhibit 178, which has been admitted into evidence?
she's going to have to do this a different way.
Mr. Newmeister, does this photo appear to be one that you have analyzed as part of your analysis in this case?
There were many versions of this photo. I would say there were dozens of different versions with different chromatic values, different file sizes, different physical sizes. Some have been through Photos 1 or Photos 3, which are photo editing software programs.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to show Mr. Newmeister's demonstrative plaintiff's exhibit 1303. All right, any other objection?
I would object again, Your Honor, because the photograph in 170A is not in evidence. Or, yeah, I mean, the photograph is in evidence. None of the photographs use wishes to show the jury or evidence.
1303 is an evidence of objection. Oh, not in evidence, I'm sorry, as a demonstrative, just as a demonstrative, I'm sorry. Could we go to publishing the jury, please? And Mr. Newmeister, what does this demonstrative show about the photos that you analyzed?
Well, they appear to be similar. However, if you look below at the file sizes, one on the left is 712 kilobytes. The one in the middle is 489 kilobytes. And the one on the right is 524 kilobytes. Now, what's unusual about that is these photos will not digitally fingerprint with each other. They won't hash. In other words, forensically, they don't match. But the thing is, you could say, well, it was sent through email, maybe it's a different size. The file sizes, for example, would be possibly, you could select the file size, you send a photo, but there's no way to authenticate any photo that was presented in the way the evidence was collected.
And so what conclusions do you draw from that?
Well, this is just three of many of the same type of photos that are all different sizes and have different chromatic, which means color.
Objection, Your Honor. We just had a ruling on this.
All right, sustained objection. Mr. Newmeister, stick to your opinions that relate specifically to what you analyzed about the EXIF data, please.
All three of these photos had to go through some type of transformation to change sizes.
We can take that one down. You mentioned photos 1.5 and photos 3.0 earlier, I believe.
Photos.
What is that?
Photos 3 and Photos 1.5 are editing programs that Macintosh or Apple put out with their product. It's for editing photos. In other words, you would put a photo in and you would change the colors, or you would crop it, or you would clarify it by enhancing, for example, sharpening, or you could darken it. But when you save a photo through an editing program, you leave a mark on the EXIF data.
And what is the EXIF data?
The EXIF data is the data that is embedded in a photograph that tells you a lot about the photograph. And again, in the early days when we were using film cameras, you would write down the f-stop, which is the light setting. You would write the type of lens you use, the time of day, the type of film stock, the type of filters you're using. Now with digital cameras, that's done electronically, and there's about 1,000 lines of code, of which 50 are probably important, that tell you what the camera was doing.
So what's the significance of EXIF data in your photo analysis?
Well, in this situation, I could see that normally where the operating system of the camera would be, which means the
lane
of operating system the phone is running on, it would normally say something like, I'll just throw out an arbitrary number, 9.1.3 operating system for iOS, which is Apple's iPhone operating system. Instead of saying that, it says software Photos 3.0 or Photos 1.0. That means that the photo had to be rendered, which means
changed in some way.
Program.
There you go. There it is. Whoop, there it is.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that shows some of your analysis?
There are three people in this exchange. Look at this. Look at the side. Jesus fuck. They tried to trick him again.
Your Honor, may I approach? Okay.
She grabbed it. Good. 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 I think. So incoming, he didn't even send it. It is received, not sent. Oh my God. Someone got to point that out. Yeah, it's the text messages. So
To publish it as a demonstrative.
No objections demonstrative.
All right, thank you. We'll publish it at 1304.
she's going to get annoyed with this one too.
And Mr. Newmeister,
Who's he replacing? Baby Rottenborn?
Demonstrative excerpts from the report you prepared in this case.
Yes.
And what do they show?
On this particular photo and on all of them, it shows the first few lines of EXIF data, the ones that would be most important for this photograph. So, for example, things you would see, the very top line would be the make of phone. It's an Apple iPhone 6. And then the resolution is 72 pixels per inch, 72 to 1. And instead, where it says software on a normal iPhone photo, it would, instead of saying Photos 3, it would say the software version, for example, 9.3.1. And then you've got the date and the time of the photo below that, and which is really easy to change in an EXIF editor. And below that, you have things like the like the flash. You've got the exposure type, how long the exposure was. So what you just highlighted there again was the date and time. So that's universal time code minus whatever area you're in the world.
Anything else you want to show us with this demonstrative?
Yeah, just below that, if you look, there's some things that would say, for example, a directly photographed image. That is not going to be necessarily accurate once it's been through an editor. It will always pretty much say that. So when you're looking at scene type or auto exposure, these are things that really don't matter all that much. What would matter is, for example, if you're taking notes, the focal length would be important. The pattern of metering, things like that to a photographer would be important. And again, this is just a few lines, and the reason I put these in there was just to explain a bit what EXIF data is. The actual thing I'm trying to point out is the fact that instead of an operating system, it shows the editing program that was used on this photo.
Are there additional photos that you did this analysis for?
Yes, many.
Can we scroll to the next page, please, Tom? Is there anything about this photo that you noted as part of your analysis, Mr. Neumeister?
Yes, again, it's right there, you got Photos 3.0 on that particular photo. And I think, we pretty much covered what the stuff is, but again, you see the Photos 3.0. And again, this could not come out of
Christina got it. Good. Good. Yay.
Be edited and rendered through the photo editor. And this would then be embedded in the EXIF data.
Do you have other photos in this demonstrative?
Yes.
All right, can we scroll to the next page?
Same thing. You've got up here at the top, you've got the Photos 3.0, and this is throughout a lot of the photos that are in evidence, or versions of the photos in evidence. We're got through Photos 3.0 or Photos 1.5, an earlier version.
Can we scroll to the next page, please?
Yeah, he replaced Baby Rottenborn. I thought so. Because all of a sudden he's benched. You know what I mean? Over there by the wall. Maybe it's because we're at the end. I don't know.
First of all, it's not.
I didn't know you could bring in a new attorney at the
There's going
end.
to be compression artifacts because it's JPEG file.
So basically, just to let you know on Twitter,
Next question. Can we move on to the next page of this?
the text messages that they were questioning, that Rottenborn was questioning about Johnny, he didn't send them. It wasn't, they weren't his text messages. It's going all around Twitter. Like, what the fuck did they do? It's not even an outgoing from
What about this one?
Johnny.
Again, if you look up there, it
It's not
says,
even his
Photos
organic
3.0
text message.
on that
I was like,
particular
what the
photo.
hell? That's what I was asking you to look at. I was like, what? But it's going around right now.
We can take that one down.
It's becoming a thing.
Your Honor, I have a little bit left. I don't know if you wanted to. All right, you want to take our afternoon? Let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess. Just do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. Thank you.
I'll let him look at it. I don't know who he is, but he's a big guy. So let me see. Ellis Gregg. I don't know who he is, but I'm going to send this to him too. I'm trying to follow who's really, really like has something to. Oh. Okay. Hold on.
Right, so let's just come back.
Okay, so
All right.
I'll show you in just a second. Hold on. I got to send this to. Who was I wanting to send this to again? That Ellis guy. Hold on one second. What's this? 11 exhibits. 16 minutes ago. 11 exhibits have been added to the Depp.net. So, yeah. So this person that's accrued this, hold on. Let's hear what Emily's, I wonder if we have time. I need to keep Emily's stream up on this page to, so that we can know, but hold on. I'll put this on me for a second. Hold on. Let me put this on me for a second. And then I'm going to show you after we hear what Elaine, I keep calling her Elaine. God, I'm doing the same thing Elaine literally did. That text message situation though was a complete bust, y'all. Those were not his text messages. That's why he was like, "What? That's not even me. I don't talk like that." So, it was no wonder. They misread. They had somebody looking at that, and I'll show it to you in just a second, but right now we want to hear what Emily's saying about Johnny's testimony because this guy came up right after Johnny, right? I just want to hear what she has to say right quick. Someone keep the clock. 15 minutes. It goes by so fast. I'm sitting in this room. It's 102 outside and my ice is melted already. I'm so mad. All right, hold on. Let me just hear what Emily's saying. I don't know why that. Maybe it's because I don't like that lady so much. Rottenborn was ready though. He's just annoying anyway. Rottenborn's just a piece of. I do not like that attorney. I do not like him. He has I don't know. I mean, I know I don't like him, but I mean, I guess if you are going to be, excuse me, I'm tired. If you are going to be an aggressor for Cross, it makes sense that you need to be, whatever. Hold on one second. Emily D. Here we go. I'm trying to get her. I'm going to back her up just a tiny bit. I just want to hear what she's saying about Johnny. I'm feeling a little uneasy about his testimony. I mean, I know he didn't write the text messages, of course, and I hope someone brought that to her attention because I know I'm sure Emily has people working for her now. She's up there in number. I know she can't be running that show by herself. Come on.
Wild. So wild. All right. Let us get to questions.
Wait, no. What was she going to say first?
The text messages because
okay.
Let me go find those real quick. They're on. I had sent them.
Okay, hold on, because she's talking about them right now. The text messages
on my.
I put them up on Twitter. I see Viva Fry's like aggregate knowledge of the internet. I saw someone else mention this, but I went to check the playback of your video and the Molly text.
Indeed, incoming instead of outgoing, and that's why we spammed post it because it's hard to catch stuff in the moment. Direction incoming. Direction incoming. Incoming, right, exactly. These are incoming. It's interesting that nobody caught it in the moment. I don't know. And so participant him, but that might be, who is this incoming to then? Is this incoming from Stephen Deuters? Because Depp said that doesn't even sound like me. That's very interesting. I wonder if that will come up at closing. It
depends.
So
it depends unless they have somebody very sharp on their team.
It's because of the way the texts are saved. I don't know if it's significant. We will see. So let me go and anyway. All right. We got to dire sentencing. We got to these.
What about
photos.
What about the TMZ
Let's
guy?
Go answer some questions while the court is on a break. You guys, thank you.
Okay, we don't need that. No, Depp wasn't lying at all, and I'll show you right now. I'll show you right now what I'm talking about. So there is this point being said on Twitter. And I'll show you. That's so funny. I saw his face. He shouldn't have had that. Anyway, there's it's right here. So Christina caught it. So this is the tech. There's two. Even the one that was foul that they were talking about, it's not him sending them. They're incoming. That was the point. Because they were trying to say that he sent them, out. And they're saying it's an incoming message. So someone said on Twitter, do you think I'm stupid, or am I just reading this stupidly, or am I catching something here? So that's true, because if they were sent from Johnny to Steven, it would say outgoing, not incoming. That was the point. And there was the other one too that was really foul, I think, is what I retweeted. This is also going around all her faces, especially today. Today she came in completely just flippant, and I don't like that woman. Ooh, I do not I just don't like her. I don't like her so much. Like I don't like saying that, because I believe in karma, but at the same time I just feel like this woman is just too much. Coming in there laughing, arrogant, smug, and if she's, like I said before, if she thinks the jury is not, this is the body language guy. So there's lots of people noticing this, and the behavioral panel will do another video on her, especially on today. But that is what's happening right now, is everybody's oh yeah, this was so this is the thing. I wanted to show this picture. I found it on the internet. I did not see it on Twitter. Okay. I did not see this picture on Twitter. I found it on Google myself, and I was going to post it, but I got scared because I thought, well, she's not dressed and this and that. But she was the one in her testimony trying to say that he was the one talking this way and that way. And this falls in line with the knife, how she says, my beloved Tonto, he was making the Lone Ranger. And she said, this blonde Texan will eat you alive. I need, give me what I want. You see this? So this is what they were trying to turn around. This is why they were saying she wrote the text message or whatever, somebody for her. And this is what they're talking about. So this is what his team, someone from the audience or in line or something, needs to show Camille, or needs to, and this is what they're talking about. Where is it? See, hold on, you guys. I'll be right back. I got somebody at my door. Did you hear that? Sorry, we got a delivery. Doorbell, I heard. Yeah, my family's here, but I wanted to make sure that it wasn't our cameras. We have cameras all over. So anyway, so this is what they're talking about, and this is also going to reflect the same text message that they were talking about with the long one that was really, like he said, it was grotesque. But I found this weeks ago, and I wanted so badly to share that. And I just was scared. I don't know Twitter that well, you know, and I was like, can I get away with it? But obviously Twitter, you can. So so I'm going to retweet this because I think it's really important. So see, that was the umbrella guy too. No wonder Johnny Depp didn't recognize that quote they threw at him. It's 27 years old from 1995. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Anyway, so while I retweet this, I'm going to put this back on me just for a second. Let me retweet this real fast. Anyway, I find it. Is it Candy? You're so funny. No, she's in Texas, silly. Anyway, I found this picture. So how did I find this picture? Well, a while back, when I was first on Twitter, I first joined Twitter and I didn't know much about it. Someone was saying, she was on the stand saying that Johnny Depp would not let her dress a certain way, and someone had posted this picture of her in this very sheer shirt. She was in this like really fancy, you know, sort of lace, sheery, you know, kind of lace. She was topless, you know, she had a blazer on and she was at the airport with his kids. And this was the day that she was on the stand saying that Johnny Depp controlled everything. She couldn't wear this, she couldn't wear that. And so I was like, somehow I couldn't find the picture or whatever. So I was on Google and I was looking for this picture and I didn't know how to find it. I was like, topless. I mean, I didn't mean to say topless because I didn't know her stripper background or anything. And so I was just looking for this picture, you know, trying to figure it out. And I saw this picture of her, the sign she was holding up. And I was like, man, I want to share this so bad on Twitter, you know, because she kept saying, you know, that he was like this and he was saying all this like animalistic stuff or whatever they were talking about. And I was like, wait a minute, this is like this is classic for a psychopath to accuse someone of something that they are doing. It's also very falls in line with narcissistic behavior. So narcissistic personality disorder. I'm telling you guys, if we have to revisit that interview with Sam Vaknin, although it's painful and it's 2 hours, I will revisit it because it's that important. You know, I mean, it really just goes to show, I'm telling you, it goes to show like what kind of person she is, she fits the bill. And that's one of the reasons why Sam Vaknin's an excellent person to learn this kind of stuff from, even though he's kind of painful to get through because his interviews are very long and he's a talker, but the way that he breaks it down into layman's terms, it's very, very easy to understand. And although the interview's old, he did do a new one, which I will revisit again, like I said in that stream, because his original interview with Nancy Fulton, it's like an industry kind of interview on personality, on narcissistic behavior, because that's how they study for roles for villains. And so that's why she was interviewing Sam, even though it was way back in the day. Yeah, I just, it was just crazy. Like, I was like, oh my God. So anyway, I just feel like that was, don't let me lose the time, y'all, while I'm trying to, I just want to make sure I'm not 15 minutes. It seems like it's short, but it goes by so fast. I mean, it seems like it's a decent amount of time to get up and get something to drink or something. I'm just mad. My ice, my room I'm in is so hot. My ice melted. I'm so mad. When I get soda and it's not real soda, but it's diet soda. But when I put ice in it and it melts, I don't like the way it tastes. I don't like watered down soda. All right. So anyway, if you look on Twitter, like I said, oops, you'll see this thing that's going around right now. I'm just trying to, I'm trying to tag the Law and Lumber. I'm trying to tag the same tweet to these guys because sometimes so many tweets come in and out that they don't get to see them. So I'm trying to make this light, and then the DUI guy. Oops. I guess I should do that to Runkle too, but I don't know. I don't know if he'd really even care. Andy Signor, though, if you ever get the chance to see Andy Signor's story, he made that video in 2017, but he had something very, very similar happen to him. It was very sad. It was very sad. My son said he was a huge YouTuber, like a huge YouTuber, and then he was accused of something in the Me Too era, and it ruined his career, and he had to end up starting another channel, Andy Signor Popcorn Planet. He's had the same experience. So sad. Sorry, I was just trying to get this tweet out. It's 102 here, so. All right, I'm just going to let this go. They can tag whoever they want. Let me see. How are we on time? Are we back yet? I think we have like 5 minutes left or something like that. All right, I'm going to put myself back on Twitter. I just had to, sometimes when it refreshes or tries to like give me enough, I'll show you, like, my computer's just weak. It's just weak. So it has a hard time. It has a hard time like retweeting things. It takes forever. See, I was trying to get this tweet out, and that's what I have to go through. So I'm just trying to, I can't keep up. There's so many coming in. It's like, look at just for the few minutes we were talking about right now, 139 tweets. So it's like, oh my God, I'm trying to get this. A lot of people are confused. Okay, a lot of people are confused. Here is the message that says outgoing. Same thing with participants. Him, Johnny owner, and the other dude, they claimed this was also sent by Johnny. Huh? What? Oh, well, that one, yeah. I guess. So either this one is not sent by Johnny, or the other one, and I think it's pretty clear which one it is. So Chris, wait a minute. Hold on. I don't know. What do you think? Because are they sure this isn't Christian Carino? Because look at that one says owner too. I'm confused. It's obviously a group text, but the question is who was the source that wrote it? See, they extracted it on the bottom right here. So you can't really see who the originator is. He pulled a fast one, I think. I don't think Johnny wrote that. And you know why I don't think that he wrote that? Because based on all the other text messages that he submitted, and hopefully the jury will pick up on that, that doesn't even sound like him. Johnny's humor is very obscure and very abstract. It's not like Johnny doesn't have a like street humor kind of sense of humor, if that makes sense. His humor is very, very obscure. It's very just odd. It's not like everyday, like just comical comedy. It's just not. That's not his style. So I agree. I don't think he wrote that. That's why he was so like, I don't know. I mean, I was trying, I made, but I think the point was to manipulate him and get him to doubt himself. That's what I think. I think that's what it was. I think that's why they did that, is that they got him to doubt himself because it was so long ago. I don't think it was him. That's why he said, I don't write like that. That's why he said that. I mean, and we'll see the behavioral people, respond to that anyway, because they're going to pull his testimony and do a response video to it. So make sure you're following the behavioral panel. They'll do, a new video on him, and most likely we're going to find out he wasn't deceptive. I mean, Johnny's hardly ever deceptive. He's had some gestural behavior that they said might, but and I don't think it's just because it's Johnny Depp. I think they were being very clear and very honest, about him not being deceptive. All right, let me put myself down here this time. Uh-oh. We're back. We're not on camera yet, so that's good. All right.
Yes, Your Honor, sorry, I'm sorry.
All right. Here we go. Yeah, Molly, I was thinking, isn't there a drug? I thought there was a drug that was like, they called them Mollies. I thought there was a drug or something. Oh, okay. Molly is ecstasy. Okay, but what is that? I don't know. I was so confused about what fucking Rottenborn was trying to do, because like everybody knows Johnny Depp had an addiction to drugs. That's nothing new. Bring us something new. If you're going to come out here, oh my God, look at that guy, how tiny he is. Oh my goodness, not that I'm short myself, but like it just looks funny.
Seated. Your next question.
The lawyer looks like a hobbit. Look how tiny he is.
Mr.
You got Rottenborn that's like 6'3".
That shows a photo with EXIF data reflecting that it was saved in Photos 3.
Correct. Photos for yes.
Your Honor, we have a video of these photos, and we're happy to play it once so that counsel can review, if that's all right. Okay.
I hate to say this, and I'm gonna say it because I feel like I need to, because I'm a plus size girl myself, but I feel like whatever she's wearing today is much more flattering than what she wore yesterday. You know, because as an overweight woman, you have to wear things that compliment you, if you will. So I feel like what she's wearing today is a little bit better, you know, than what she's been wearing. I feel like the type of pantsuits that she's been wearing have not been very flattering, although I know she's a plus size girl, but I feel like I feel like she needs a little bit more style to her. Just saying. I mean, no shade, just saying. Let me see. God, 35. God, these tweets are they're just overwhelming. There's so many tweets that come in at one time. It's like it's hard to tell. It's hard to see. Yeah, everybody's just talking about a digital forensic expert has just confirmed that the photographs of Amber Heard's alleged abuse and bruises were exported and saved from the editing software, which, yeah, okay, we already know that. This is damaging to Amber Turd. Ladies and gents, I don't really see. Here we go again. This is all over Twitter. I don't really see any context to these texts, to be honest. They may be coarse, but what of it? Also, Rottenborn said that they can't be from Depp's phone. So why does it say incoming, and really 2017 texts are relevant? I don't know. Everybody's doubting these text messages. They're all over the place right now. So the text messages were hopefully someone in the jury. Oh, I do. I'm a girl. I notice everything. Or I'm a broad, I guess. There was multiple texts the lawyer brought to Johnny. Yeah, they censored who received. Yeah. Well, they redacted those, but still the point is they didn't come from Johnny. That was the point. They cut that out. They redacted them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Rottenborn tried to make us think that Molly was a person. That's true. That's very true. That's why I was like, what?
Your Honor, thank you. May we publish, or would you like to see it? Okay. And what's demonstrated?
Why is Rottenborn pushed aside?
Plaintiff's 1305, Your Honor. All right, thank you.
She must have bitched and moaned and got that last minute lawyer in there. Where did this hobbit come from? And I can height shame. I'm short myself.
All right. So 13 marked as plaintiff's 1305 and uses demonstrative.
Metadata expert testified that all photos couldn't come out from an iPhone. They went in. Yeah. Well, we kind of know that now. I mean,
Mr. Neumeister, we're gonna go ahead and play the demonstrative that you prepared, and then after the jury's had a chance to see it, if you want to explain to them what the demonstrative shows, that would be great.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Neumeister, what was depicted in that video?
The same photo treated two different ways. One was marked with the original or with the operating system from an iPhone, which is iOS 9.3.1 on that particular photo. The one that says 9.3.1, there's a graphic below indicating it.
Boom.
The second photo
Boom.
is marked Photos 3, and it looks quite a bit different.
Boom.
And just Tom, could we pull up defendant 708?
Boom. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
Mr. Neumeister, does the image in defendant 708 appear to be similar, same photo as what was depicted in your demonstrative?
It's the Photos 3.0 edit version.
What did they
You
redact?
can take that one down, Tom.
Her earring?
Mr. Neumeister, have you also formed an opinion about defendants exhibits 712 and 713?
Correct.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that shows?
Here we go.
I can show
We're
you.
going to name him Hobbit. Okay, I'm gonna put that on Twitter just because I think it's funny. We shall name the new Amber. Oops, wait. I don't want to tag her. I just want to. I keep putting the @ sign instead of. Straight out of the Shire. Straight out of the Shire. Oh shit. Okay, wait.
All right. Could we pull up plaintiff's exhibit 1306, Tom? And Your Honor, this is another video that. Oh, can you pause that, please? This is another video that we prepared. It's not published yet, so I'm happy to play it once through. So that.
Hobbit human. Someone already named him. Someone already named him Hobbit human. No. Someone already named him Hobbit human. Shut your mouth. Oh my god, that is so. That is hilarious.
Sorry, Your Honor. What exhibits are these that are in this video? It doesn't say. I don't know.
Yeah, I tried to get my question out a moment ago. Defendant 712 and 713, Your Honor.
Mm-mm. Oh my god.
And if we could go ahead and play that, please. Tom? And Mr. Neumeister, what's your, what do we see here in this demonstration?
There's exhibit 712, I believe you have. I'm not sure the dates number, 712 and 713. They're two separate exhibits, except it's the exact same photograph that's been one's been edited, one hasn't, or I can't say that one hasn't, but the colors have been modified in an editor.
Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the scope of your ruling, talking about colors, it keeps happening.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Neumeister, did you form an opinion in this case about the authenticity of the photos that you reviewed of Mr.
Well, first of all, nobody can identify the authenticity of the photos, of any of the photos. Marked Photos 3, Photos 1, or just marked with the operating system number. And the reason is the manner of collection.
So these came from an iTunes backup. Now, what is an iTunes backup?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm sorry. You're bound to scope your ruling. Exit metadata. This keeps happening.
Your Honor, may I approach on this one?
They're all giggles. Oh, please. What, you guys do not look good. You look very, it's not good. This giggling and whispering, and I don't know, man. I just don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know. Yep.
So, Mr. Newmeister, without going into the specifics, what's your opinion about the authenticity of the photos you received from Ms. Hurd?
Based on the way they were collected, there would be.
Objection, Your Honor. Just rule on this.
I frame myself, Your Honor, to avoid the issue that you're concerned about. Mr. Newmeister, what's your opinion about the authenticity here?
There's no way for any forensic expert to validate any of these photos.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Newmeister.
Good afternoon.
Your only degree is in political science, correct?
42 years ago, correct.
And you have no degree whatsoever from any academic institution in computer science, correct?
That's correct.
And you have no certifications in computer forensics, correct?
That's correct.
From the opinions you testified today, you rely on no data except for the embedded EXIF metadata to support those opinions, correct?
Incorrect.
What other data did you rely on for the opinions you testified to today?
I was trying to explain that you kept it.
What other data did you rely on for the actual opinions you've been able to testify to today besides EXIF metadata?
The type of extraction that was performed. You're asking the question.
For the actual opinions you testified to.
That is what I would use. I also use vector scopes.
Objection, Your Honor. That was not responsive to my question, Your Honor.
If you want to approach.
He's objecting to his own question. Are we having this happen again? He just objected to his own question. He just objected to his own question. Oh my God. He just objected to his own. He's asking a question and he's not allowing him to answer the question. Thank you. Thank you.
You can answer the question.
Can you restate the question?
I don't recall a question, Your Honor. You can move on.
Your Honor, maybe we could have the court reporter read it back.
They could redirect.
No. What was the question, Judy?
He tried to dodge it. You see that?
I believe the question was, what methodology did I use to make my findings?
Judy's voice has changed. That's...
Sorry.
Is that correct, Judy? Okay. That's fine. Okay.
So when you're analyzing video or photo, in this
Objection to video, Your Honor, that's beyond the scope.
Oh my God.
All right, if you could just answer the question, sir.
When you're analyzing a photo, a digital photo, you look at the EXIF data, you use a vector scope, you can use a Pantone chart if that's available, and that should be done. That's a whole different deal. If I go into that, I'll object to it. So you'd also use a waveform scope. You would use an RGB parade. You can use a histogram, though in this case, it's not really all that relevant.
You are not offering any opinions that any photograph in this case was intentionally modified by Ms. Hurd, correct?
I'm just stating the fact that photographs were modified.
But so you are not offering any opinion that any photograph in this case was intentionally modified by Ms. Hurd, correct?
That's correct.
Can you please pull up Exhibit 170A?
Is that defendants 170?
Defendants 170, yes, Your Honor.
Don't come here with an attitude. She won't put up with that.
So you offer testimony.
He came to the table with an attitude.
Examination, right, Mr. Neumeister?
There's
That's a yes or no, sir.
the photographs like that. I don't exactly remember the photograph. There's so many different versions of this photograph, but yes, I've talked about that particular.
He came with an attitude. He don't need to. The judge won't put up with that. She's gonna hold him in contempt or something if he doesn't get his shit together. See, she thinks that's why she came in with an attitude. That's why she came in so snarky like that. That's why she came in acting all stupid like that, because she got this new attorney that she thinks.
Do you recall being deposed in this matter?
Yes.
You were under oath?
Yes.
And that was on April 6, 2022?
I believe.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I don't like him. He's very aloof. He's flippant. I don't like that. He's got an attitude.
Mr. Neumeister, if you could please
They
turn
are
to page
barking at the
76.
judge like they own it.
And
Can't
when I
do
say
that.
Pages, those are the
And the
little
jury
pages
the
in
jury
four
sees it
boxes,
all.
not the page at the top. And do you see page 76, line 3?
If
Pull up
we're not the only one. We're not the only ones seeing this way. We're not the only ones like
Exhibit 517.
picking up on
Or
this.
Defendants 517.
Thank you.
Specific photograph, right, Mr. Neumeister?
That's correct. My testimony's been limited here.
And you are not offering any opinion.
She'll redirect her though. I think she can redirect.
By Amber, correct?
What?
I can't put the person who might have done it.
Well, you're not offering an opinion that a photo was visually doctored by anybody, are you?
I'd have to see each photo. There's no way to authenticate any of these photos based on what I received.
Don't come here with your fucking attitude, dude. Don't do that, bro.
So you testified about Photos 3. Do you recall that testimony?
Correct.
Yeah, Photos 3 is a photo editing and photo sorting application, correct?
It's a photo editor and photo sorter, as are a number of editors.
So when you reference Photos 3.0, you never did any independent strike that, Your Honor. So when the software of a photograph in the EXIF metadata says Photos 3.0, that could be just saying that the photo was saved in Photos 3.0, correct?
Unless you looked at a scope of the photos, that would tell you that the parameters of the photo do not meet that of the cell phone that it was taken on.
But the notation Photos 3.0 in the software EXIF metadata, that does not in and of itself mean that the photo was edited in Photos 3.0, correct?
It means that you've recompressed the photo and it will not hash or digitally fingerprint with the original photo.
But it does not mean in and of itself that it was visually edited in any way in Photos 3.0, correct?
Again, it's not the same photo because you're using lossy compression once you save it. So you have changed the photo.
Come back with something else, snarky ass.
So if you could please turn to page 233 of that transcript.
He's just doing the same thing that Rottenborn did.
And line 20, do you see question? It says exit software, okay, Photos 3.0 on the 234. That's just saying it was saved in Photos 3.0, right? Response, saved in 3.0, that's correct. Question, that notation in and of itself does not mean that the photo was edited in 3.0, right? Answer, that's correct. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
A file has not changed visually just because it has been processed through Photos 3.0, correct?
That's incorrect.
Can you look at page 128 of your deposition, please?
Remember, the jury's still looking at Camille to see how she's responding. For some reason, the jury really trusts Camille. So whatever, and she's
line
right
20,
there by the jury.
You see, question, but the file changed visually just because it has been processed through Photos 3.0. Answer, you know, obviously I understand what you're asking. From a technical point, yes, because of the compression. You get down to scopes and artifacts, yes, it has changed. Was it intentionally changed? We don't know. In other words, did somebody save it in there and just save the photo? We don't know. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct. But again, it says here.
That was my question, Mr. Newmeister.
Okay.
Look at Camille.
So if the EXIF metadata software field lists
She thinks he's a hobbit
software
too.
as iOS, you have no reason to dispute
And she's
that,
also
correct?
connecting with the jury, which I
Wasn't
like.
Data. That was what you testified to, right?
It's very simple to modify EXIF data.
Did you find any evidence in this case of actual modification? Of
He
EXIF?
came in argumentative, and the jury
can't-
sees that.
You can't authenticate any of these photos because of the way they were.
That wasn't my question, Mr. Newmeister. Did you find any evidence of any modification of EXIF metadata of any photograph in this case?
You didn't listen to my answer. My answer is there is no way to know because of the way the files were presented.
So you found no actual evidence of it, correct?
No one could.
I'm not
Either
asking
way.
anyone else could, Mr. Newmeister. I'm asking, did you yourself find, you found no evidence of any modification of EXIF metadata of any photograph in this case, correct?
Now, I understand trying to control the narrative, but there's no way to answer that scientifically because given the evidence we were given, there was no way to positively or negatively answer that. It's not a question that can be answered.
Turn around, Johnny. Come on now.
The question is,
You're at the tail end.
You found no affirmative evidence of any modification of software.
That Candy, that means
metadata of
nothing.
any photograph
That
in
means
this
nothing.
case,
What he's
correct?
saying.
You found no.
Don't
actual
let baby Hobbit,
one
Hobbit
could tell
born.
either
Don't
way
let
because
him
I'm not asking about
intimidate
anyone
you.
else, Mr. Newmeister. I'm asking about you. Did you found no evidence of that? Did you?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
He's not answered what he found. Your Honor.
Overruled.
Thank you.
There's not a way to answer that the way you're asking the question. You have to restate it. You're trying to.
Your Honor, he's not responding to the
All right,
question.
could you just answer yes or no, sir, to the question?
It's not a yes or no question.
Did you, yes or no, you found no evidence of EXIF metadata modification of any photograph in this case, correct?
That's incorrect.
Okay.
Accept it and move on, buddy. Move on, Hobbit.
It is your opinion that the
Baby
metadata
Hobbit
of
born.
all photographs of purported injuries that Ms. Heard has identified as her trial exhibits do not indicate that the photographs went through a photo editing application, correct?
Well, first of all, that's not a yes or no question because a lot of the exhibits that you have put up, they're not photographs. They're screen grabs, and they've been changed from a Apple format, which is JPEG, JPEG, to a JPG Microsoft format. So you have actually changed the exemplars. You changed the data yourselves. We actually ran EXIF data on some of your own examples that you entered into evidence. They are not photos from an iPhone. Those were edited in our PC.
I'm going to hand up a page from your disclosure.
He's telling Johnny, just hang on. We're going to redirect. Hang on. Hang on. They don't get the last word. Let baby Hobbit born. Let baby Hobbit born sit there and have his moment because he was included in a televised case and he's acting like he owns it. So we'll see. Calm down, baby Hobbit born. You're a little bit too arrogant for the cameras. Talk about narcissistic, man.
Thank you.
So do you see on page 8 of your disclosure, Mr. Newmeister, it states, quote, the metadata of all of the photographs of purported injuries that Ms. Heard has identified as her trial exhibits do not indicate that the photographs went through a photo editing application. Did I read that correct?
That's correct.
No
But
further-
we're talking
no further
exif
questions,
data.
Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Mr. Newmeister,
Yes.
a moment ago, Mr. Murphy was asking you some questions about your opinion about the trial exhibits that Ms. Herg has offered in this matter. And he asked you about your opinion that they don't indicate that they've gone for a photo editing application. What can you tell us about that?
Well, first of all, in this last exhibit, it says metadata, not exif data. So that's.
I think you need to look on Twitter, Candy, about the text messages.
And on the report, I
The
put
text
metadata
messages that caused you doubt
requested to cover
are
meta and
completely
exif data.
false
So
anyways.
taken out of
Just
context.
that's going around
The
on
exif
Twitter.
data is the
They were
data
not sent by
based
Johnny.
that's
So
embedded
that's
in
been
the
discovered.
photo. Metadata can be the file data.
I don't believe the
file
pictures. If
itself,
I was in the
two
jury, I
different
would not
things.
believe the pictures
So
because if you were
the way
to
the data was
compare
collected, it was
an actual DV victim,
an iTunes
she did.
backup
There's no swelling.
is a
There's nothing
backup.
to nothing.
Objection, Your Honor.
There's nothing she
Backups
submitted.
outside the scope of Your Honor's ruling
Thank
beyond
you.
exif metadata.
I think you opened the door on the.
I overruled the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Go ahead, Brian.
An iTunes backup is only a backup of things that are on an iPhone that have not been deleted. It does not have the critical operating system. It doesn't have any of the files that would validate the path of a photograph.
The malice falls into the Instagram
It
post.
does not have a lot of the
The
log files.
intentional
It does not have the knowledge C database,
posting of the
which talks
article
about
from
usage
Instagram,
of the
and
phone
it's
and,
it's
the patterns
defamation
of
per
how
se.
data was handled. All it is the photos you decided to save, not the photos you deleted. So it's a very limited database. Without the system registry or without
Emily
the
D
system
picked it up
operating
as well
system, there's no way to tell because it's very
regarding
easy
the
to
text
modify
messages.
a photo on a phone and have it just read iOS 9.3.1. But with the actual phone, if you were able to get a hold of the actual phone, and in 95% of all cases we work, we have the actual phones. It doesn't matter if the phones are 10 years old or 20 years old, or I mean, not 20 years old, but 10 years old. The reason is if people have something they want to keep as evidence, they don't throw out their phones.
Oh.
They don't recycle their phones. They
It's
save
okay.
their phones. So people ask how we're doing phones on 13-year-old cases.
Basically,
Because
everything they've pretty much submitted has been altered, so
they keep the
they're in the
phone.
can.
So in a situation like this, there are no forensic extractions. In fact, the
I mean, it will
extractions
still
we
be up to the
provided
jury.
were
But
backups
bottom line,
of backups of iTunes.
they've altered the pictures.
just
There was no
exports.
swelling, no
So it's
bruising. There's
third
nothing. She has
generation,
nothing.
And
Nothing.
there is no way to verify the file paths and the history of any single photo that we've looked at.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go.
Thank you very much.
All right, next witness.
We call Beverly Leonard by video link.
I need the TV. All right, just give us a moment to get the TV up.
She's so sweet. Did you see her when Johnny was turning around and staring at him while he was trying to be, Hobbit Rottenborn with the attitude, the arrogance that's reeking around him is just ridiculous. She kind of put her arm on his arm and said, "Okay, John. Okay, Jay, come on, turn around." Because the jury, she doesn't want him to offset the jury. So, because this baby Hobbitborn we've got going on, actually, I think I'm going to rename him on Twitter. What happened? We lost it. Oh, that's not us. That's them. They're trying to get it up. That didn't sound very good, huh? I mean, they're trying to get the application up and running. Um, I don't like to use that. I'm trying not to use. That's not us, by the way. That's them. Oh, wait. No. That's still them. They don't have it up. They might be having trouble, issues maybe. LiveView must be the application that they're working on. Man, it's hot. Where are we, people? What's happening here? I don't think that's us. I think that's them. I'll keep refreshing it and see. Gosh, I swear my ice melted like in 5 seconds. Sorry, you guys. Oh, good. Thank you. I know. No, I don't think it's that. I think they honestly are having problems. They're probably just sitting in the courtroom trying to get it together. It's just my feed when they do go live, my feed doesn't refresh, so I have to continue to do that. You didn't miss anything, Candy. I mean, they got this he has this new they have this new attorney that's in here. I'm going to call him Baby Hobbitborn. He's very arrogant and very flippant and very just narcissistic, honestly. I mean, he's worse than any attorney that's been appeared for her. That's why she came in smug this morning. I was wondering what is up with this bitch? Like, why is she like all, oh, you'll see, blah, blah, blah. Well, they got this new attorney in there. So they probably just added somebody to the team. But thinking that since the blowout from Elaine, were we cut off? We're back. Or no? What do we do now? What should I do now? Oh, here we go. No. Sky was cut off too. So are they going to have to make a new stream? Hold on one second. CBS. Did they already start CBS? Okay, let me go to CBS. I hope I don't get dinged for them. CBS is dinging people, but it's okay. I was gonna is People not live? Is this it? They don't have the days on them. I might get a copyright claim. I'm not going to use CBS, you guys. I'm going to use People because otherwise I'll get a copyright claim. The big media outlets are dinging People. Can you see if Sky News is back up? They all have to get on board. They're not going to start it without. I don't know. I guess we're going to have to go to CBS. There's no other way. What happens is I'll get a copyright claim. I'll get a copyright claim for the major media outlets, and then I have to dispute it in order to keep the stream on my channel. That's why I haven't been using them. Law and Crime too. They're tagging they're claiming everybody. I guess we'll just use this one. She's so cute. Oh, there's a new one. Wait a minute. Is Sky back up? I prefer to use Sky because I don't have any problems with them. I use them every day. Down and offline. Okay. Well, if Sky's down, if they're streamed 3 minutes ago, they're probably going to bring another one up though. She's so cute. Look at her. She's baby Camille. Baby Camille just always feels giddy when she's around him. This has been a very frustrating day for me. I don't like that new attorney at all. I wonder though, I wonder if they hired him for closing arguments. They must have. That's what I think. I think they're going to use him for closing argument. She's another attorney. Who's the girl with the bun? Oh, is it the same? Oh, it's the same girl that she just put her hair up in a bun. Well, babe, Hobbitborn isn't up there with them, so. Oh, Entertainment Tonight, they're up. Well, this is, I guess, Entertainment Tonight. Let's see.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're still on track to have closing arguments on Friday morning. But the the plaintiff only has one more witness in rebuttal. And then since we have a counterclaim, the defense has a chance to have rebuttal for their counterclaim. And so you'll hear the remaining witnesses tomorrow on that. So since we don't have anything further today, I'm going to go ahead and release you at this point. Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't
Oh,
do
we're
outside
wrapped.
research.
We're
I'll
wrapped
see you back
today.
tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Okay.
20 minutes early.
Thank you.
We're wrapping early today. What happened to their witness? They don't get to use him? What happened to their witness? What happened? They had one more witness. You'll notice too that attorney's gone.
Okay.
Baby Hobbitborn is gone.
All right. And then for the record, charge the plaintiff the remaining time till 5:30. The plaintiff has 7 hours and 8 minutes left as of this moment. And the defendant has 1 hour and 16 minutes left, right? So we're on the same page. Okay, and jury instructions, we get clean copies today.
Yes, Your Honor. So here's, I think we just received their comments around noon today, but we've had someone not in the court who's been looking at those and I think has narrowed down the areas of disagreement and either is sending or has sent to Sammy an email that sets forth the few remaining issues of disagreement. But largely, I think we're mostly there, but I haven't had a chance to read what they said.
Mostly, okay, so I have everything, so I don't have everything quite yet then.
It's not finalized.
Okay, but I will get it sometime this evening. We have an hour now, you can stay in the courtroom and work it out, how about that?
We're happy to address those. I think we need an opportunity to see what we sent them our comments 2 days ago. You just got it.
I
3 hours
understand,
ago,
but we have some extra time right now, so nobody leaves until I get my jury instructions. How's that?
That's fair.
I like that. Okay, we'll do that and the verdict form also. And then if I could read Sammy's handwriting and tell you exactly what he said. Sammy, what are you saying here? Oh, yes, we got the 3 jury instructions that are under advisement, so we'll address those tomorrow as well, okay? And we'll work on Sammy's penmanship. All right, anything else?
So to be clear, is Your Honor wants to hear the disputes right now or tomorrow?
I don't think you know what the disputes are yet.
Right.
So I'll hear the disputes tomorrow. Well, yeah, we could do those at some point tomorrow. Sounds like we're gonna have some extra time tomorrow. So we'll take care of those tomorrow, but I want everything today. I want to know what those disputes are and have what you have clean.
And that's what I'm saying. I think that by 5, you will get
Okay.
what the disputes are.
Okay, for everything, right? Okay, so just stay here until we get all that, for everything. Okay, great. Anything else then?
No,
All right, we'll see you in the morning.
Thank you.
All right. Let's hear Elaine's thoughts on this Hobbitborn. You know I should keep her feet up. I never do. I always tell myself I'm going to keep her stream up and not. I wonder what happened to that witness. We got to find out. They're not using them. At this point, we're at the end anyway, so I hope somebody reaches out to Johnny's team about that text message, text message situation. So someone can break it down and really look at it. Maybe someone in the courtroom can get a hold of Johnny's team and talk about that. Right at 8 hours, even every single day, my Facebook feed drops. So give me a second and I'm going to back up. Yeah, you're right. I believe too. I didn't like Baby Hobbitborn though. I did not like him at all. He came in with an attitude. I didn't like that. He came in just not even he came in just why? Why would he come in like that? It makes no sense. Hold on, I got to hear what Emily's saying. Just to wrap up. I want to hear what she has to say about a lawyer, an attorney coming in with that kind of attitude. I don't like that. That person was not okay with me. I'll tell you that. I got to get those audios out on the new audios too, out on my channel. I wish I had more of me so I could have me working on audios all day on top of live streaming all day. If my machine could handle it, I could have been doing that as I was watching the trial.
And the over-the-ear headphones were squishing my piercings. So
Okay. Hold on. 1 second.
We just received their comments.
Okay, so we've already heard that. Okay, here she is.
Everything today, I want to know what those.
She's going to
disputes
tell us
are
what that means.
And have what you
Really
have
quick.
clean.
And that's what I'm saying. I think that by 5, you will get
Okay.
what the disputes are.
Okay, for everything, right? Okay, so just stay here until
For
we
both.
get all that,
Yeah.
for everything. Okay,
Sure.
great. Anything else then?
No,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
we'll
Thank
see you in
you.
the morning.
Thank you, Ron.
the judge is like, and I'm out. I really like the way, I like the judge's demeanor. I like the way she's been working with everyone. I just really, really enjoy, I really enjoy this judge. So it's just.
Me too.
I really,
Me
really
too.
enjoy her.
Me too.
Judge just pulled a the bell doesn't dismiss you, I do, and I'm here for it. She really did. I'm gonna try to leave this court feed on as long as it stays in the courtroom, and then we will pull into another one if it stays, because now we're gonna get to see, hopefully, the lawyers interact a little bit. So wow. Why was it cut short today? There is only one more witness for Team Depp. I imagine that that's the forensic,
There
was a forensic doc of some sort, an MD of some sort that was on the witness list that I remember being published.
Oh, her hair looks
wonder
good
if
like
that's the
that.
only witness left, but there's one witness left, and with one witness left, then there's going to be more time tomorrow. It sounds like Amber Heard's team will get rebuttal witnesses. They have an hour and 16 minutes left. I don't know how much they're going to bring.
Really?
I love that they are approaching the stenographer, and I'm like, thank you. But everybody's been ordered to stay, which is interesting. I wonder if until Depp leaves the courtroom with his team and Heard leaves the courtroom with her team, if you're going to see the gallery start to clear out. There are a couple people on the list, including apparently the flight attendant. There are a few people on the list that have not been called yet. So
please just
it
talk
sounds
about
like
the
we're gonna get
Hobbit
to it tomorrow.
born.
Where is Kate Moss? She was there this morning. Are you wearing an earpiece? Yes, those are my in-ears so I can hear the court feed and not echo back at y'all. And I have like a piercing back here in this ear and piercing here and then glasses. And the over-the-ear headphones were squishing my piercings. So I took Nick Ricada's suggestion and got in-ears. So that is what I'm wearing.
I'm going to try that,
Also,
you guys.
with the in-ears, the lawnards that have been here a long time know that I get very distracted by noise. So these also have some sound canceling.
I'm going to try those. I've never heard.
We're going to do some questions. Is it over? No. It's over for, well, it's not even over for today for the lawyers. The lawyers still have to sort out jury instructions. I still don't know Bro's name because he never said it on the record.
She called him Bro.
So we're done for today. The time charged to not finish, and it is 4:45 on the East. So that means they got charged about 45 minutes of time since they didn't fill the day. I imagine that was a strategic choice to do their next witness tomorrow. It might have been a scheduling choice. They have the 45 minutes extra. So Depp's team is charged for the 45 minutes of court time. The court's like, and then ordered the parties to stay and sort out the jury instructions, which is interesting.
Well, tell me what you're thinking,
I would have
man.
died if Elaine asked Kate Moss, "You're only here for the 15 minutes of fame, aren't you?" Wouldn't that have been a moment?
Girl,
Are judges allowed to do interviews after the case? There are rules of judicial ethics, and there are things that they will.
She's not saying anything about.
So could the judge talk about the case? Maybe. I imagine if we see Judge A talking about this case, it might be in the context, and this is just me talking about the things that I could see possible. Anything is possible, but the things I would see is reasonable. Talking about being
I just wanted to see
on a high media case, on a televised case, dealing with celebrities in the courtroom, like the practical nuts and bolts
I have some
of running this courtroom. Not necessarily, I thought this witness was believable.
I have some.
thought that witness was lying. That would be, I think, beyond
All right.
the bounds of judicial ethics to comment on a case in that
Okay,
way.
I'm gonna kick
and
this.
after retirement, I can't see this judge turning around and commenting
Okay, I was hoping she would say something just about the demeanor and about the metadata, Hobbit born. But I don't know. I didn't like Hobbit born. I named him baby Hobbit born from the Shire just because he was sitting next to Rottenborn. He was like like a hobbit. So that was my title for him. I did not like his demeanor. I did not like that at all. You know, I don't know why they just used him for that one portion and that was it, and then he was gone. I don't get it, honestly. I don't like. I think the jury took notice, and I will watch Larry's live stream tonight. I will watch his live stream for sure. And I didn't see a lot of posts from Rob, but I know that some of these are practicing attorneys. The finale, when JD says, "No matter what happens, I did tell the truth." Jury number 8 nodded. Okay, so let's talk about that. Okay, let's talk about that. We did bring up. We finally got a screenshot, Candy, of the jury layout. So now tomorrow, when they address the box, you'll know who they're talking to or who they're talking about. Look at you guys. I started with 0. Isn't that cute? I got 103 followers. I'm so excited. I started out with nothing. And I've only been on Twitter for a week and a half. Okay, so this was the metadata, and that pretty much kind of spoke for itself, because basically the guy came in and said these pictures were altered no matter what. It was also pointed out, Candy, if you're still here, that because I can't tell by the viewing thing, it says 2. It's kind of jumping from 2 and 3. Then it was at 4. Then it was at 5. Then it jumped back down to 2. So I don't know how many people are watching us right now. But there was some question about the text messages. So the text that Depp supposedly sent literally say on the screen that they're incoming texts, meaning that he received these texts. He did not send these texts. So, oh, Rakita Law. I don't know her. You know, I heard her name. I know she was, is that the girl that was on there? I like Andrea Burkhart. She's my favorite. I like Joe, Good Logic, and I like Emily D. Baker's pretty much the only one that I really kind of hang on to. I do know Legal Bites, so I do like Lita. I just don't like the fact that there's so many people talking at one time, but I do like the lawyers on there. I like Hogue a lot. I feel like Hogue is pretty fair. Uncivil Law, I like him also just because he seems to be leaning more just on the level, you know, on the Rakita Laws is him. Oh, sorry. I didn't know. I do like Runkle. I do like him. But Hogue, I like. Nate the lawyer, I like him too. But I like lawyers that are very analytical and have a strong opinion, I guess. So and are just like, I like lawyers that seem like they just have a strong opinion, you know? Hogue is good, but he seems a little bit too fair, but I guess, you know, you're supposed to be, because, you know, they're referring to court and how it operates and all that stuff. Lita, I like Alita, I'm sorry. I like her a lot. I like her opinion. Nate the lawyer, I like him. Good Logic, I like him even more. Andrea Burkhart, I like her a lot. I like her a lot. And I very much enjoy Emily D. And it's very interesting, you know, because at first I was watching Legal Bites, watching all these, you know, assorted opinions that I thought were really, really interesting, because it was not just one person's perspective. But then one day I was watching, you know, it was like early in the trial. It was like day 6 or day 7 or something. And then they were kind of saying this or that or the other, you know, about the case, and kind of like, oh, they thought one side didn't do better than the other. And then I went back to my original OG, which is Emily. And then Emily said something completely different, which turned out to be really what was going on in the courtroom, like what ended up sort of being kind of the lead. But I think it's because she was a prosecutor, and I know a lot of the people on Legal Bites' channel are litigators, right? So she was a prosecutor. So I feel like that, to me, is more promising in terms of opinion of what's going on in the courtroom. I do like very much so though Andrea Burkhart a lot. I like her a lot, and I learned of her more so on Colonel Kurt's channel rather than seeing her on Christina's channel. But Christina does kind of like a wine happy hour kind of thing with Andrea Burkhart, and she's so cute. She gets all dressed up. And then it was so funny because one night she had her on and Andrea Burkhart was all dressed up and kind of glammed out, Hollywood glammed out. And then the next Friday, Christina came all glammed out and Andrea came all casual. It was funny. They were kind of flip-flopped. But I really enjoy Andrea Burkhart's opinion. But there are some attorneys that I just aren't familiar with on Lita's panel that I do like a lot. I do like Larry. I like him a lot. I don't care. I did watch. Oh, and I really love Rob. Rob to me is really, really, really good. I don't know who. Let me look at who Rakita is. I don't know who that is because but you said it's a him, right? So he has been though on Legal Bites, right? Yeah, you said she streamed with him all day. Does she have her own channel? I'm curious. Does she have her own channel? Or him, he, whoever it is? Let me see. I have to see who you're talking about because I'm a face person. I don't remember names. Even comments and stuff when I'm like visiting someone's social media, I don't read comments. I'm kind of bad at that, I guess. Let me see who you're talking about. Let me just try to grab it. Okay. I have heard that name though. I have heard that name on Legal Bites. Let's see. Rekeitas. Okay, let's see. I like Lawn Lumber. He's my favorite. He wasn't even a YouTuber either till like a week and a half ago when his video went viral. All right, whoa, he's got 500,000. Damn. Let me see. Day 22, they're live. Let's check their stream out for a second. I subscribe to them now, so let's see. Let's see what they're saying right now. I thought she posted a video on Twitter today, but I'm not sure. Let's see. Wow, this person has 62,000. But Emily D rules everybody. She stomps everybody. She's got like 100 and she always has like 100. She had like 160,000 watching her the other day. I was like, whoa, that's like for a YouTuber like me, I could only dream. Should I be happy with just like 100 people watching me? Let's see. Oh, this guy. Oh,
so she filled out
yeah.
all these indicators and it looked like someone who's really looking for PTSD. And then you compare that to today.
Let me see. See, I have earphones like her, but that's where I was getting that really strong, crazy echo. And I just ended up stopping because I couldn't get my earphones right. I was so frustrated. Constantly having it. I have Sony earphones, but they just aren't working out for me. So I just ended up telling my son,
Johnny said, and how it really destroyed things and made her career go bad. Or maybe get her.
Hold on one second. Here we go. All I'm looking for is for someone to summarize today for me.
And was nothing but charming and polite. Because if he had attacked a flight attendant, he would potentially be facing federal crime. And if he had given a flight attendant drugs, he would be facing potential federal crime, and so would she. So I don't think she's going to testify they did.
Yeah.
Just guessing. So.
Who is hard to
Amber's
convict?
Skirt from 1957. She's wearing.
Where's the summary? Right. Do they do the same thing right when they walk out of court? Do they do the same thing like as soon as court wraps up? Do they do the same thing that Emily does? Because I really don't want to stream somebody else's stream. I just wanted like the first few minutes of their thoughts because I don't really want to go into like streaming someone else's stream because I don't want to get in trouble for that. I just, using their content. Although, I mean, I can use anybody's content as reaction, so that's not a problem. But I just don't want to get in the habit of streaming somebody else's stream. I'm looking for an attorney like Emily D right at the close. of like when they walk out of the courtroom or whatever, usually Emily will give her thoughts just in 5 minutes and then she starts getting to questions. So that's the reason why I chose her channel, because I'm like, she gets to the point right away when
I think she all around looked really well that day, and or looked really good that day, and every other day has been just kind of weird choices. Like, why?
She looks like a pilgrim, like a librarian.
I can't help but notice that the attorney standing directly behind her kind of looks
There's the
like she's
Hobbit.
wearing
See how tiny
almost
he is?
exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
So perhaps Amber has finally learned how to mirror legal attire.
It is pretty close. Is that an attorney? I mean, I saw her sitting in the gallery, but she was in the front row.
Maybe paralegal. I mean, yeah, who knows?
Or a publicist or assistant, maybe?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Who got the worst end of the stick this day? This guy. You screwed up, buddy.
Thank you.
Knew it.
Yeah.
He's I was wrong. He wasn't the guy who objected to his own question before. That's this guy.
Yeah.
Who looks like it might be his dad, like legitimately. But yeah, I think, oof.
So he messed up. Baby Hobbitborn messed up, you guys. That's
You
good.
should probably find a different mentor. That guy wasn't doing you any favors. So there we go. There we go. Well,
Okay, let's listen to their
any
3
particular
minutes,
thoughts
and then
that
we'll
you want to share.
We'll talk
I mean,
ourselves.
I've got super chats, but I'd love to get thoughts out first, of course.
I don't know how you come back from Morgan Tremaine. I mean, that was just such a mic drop. You know, we knew the TMZ video was coming, but to get that extra bonus of they knew she was going to turn her face to present the bruise to the camera. Done.
Oh yeah.
Maybe you're right. I can try.
Crystal
Oh, yeah.
clear.
I just
that
don't want to
probably
get in the
came
habit
from
of streaming
Depth's
other people's
lawyer,
streams
though.
all day. You know, I want to kind of
Probably.
build my own
That's where that
rapport
tip came
with my
from.
followers, with my cannonballs.
And again, just the logic behind the accusation that would come from Depp's lawyer.
Cannon Crew. I like Cannon Crew better. Cannon Barbarians. I don't know. I have to think of something that's really good. Yeah, the rude guy was. Did you see him do his pointer? So you'll see this guy.
Did anybody catch the time that Depp has? He's 7 hours and some minutes. Hers is an hour 16.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna show you
8 or 7 hours and 8 minutes.
8 hours. I thought they had 8 hours.
I thought it was 7 hours, 8 minutes. So I wanted.
They have 8 hours. So I'll show you really quick before we go back to this timestamp.
Hard to know what
This guy, watch.
what's sticky for them.
They have a new attorney,
Right. I found this.
which is this guy right here. Do you see my cursor over here to the left? Here, let me expand my screen so you can see.
Process to be very kind of frantic.
So this guy right here. See him?
Fast
Where my yellow cursor is
just
right there?
stepping over the.
This guy. He was a guy that crossed for them today. The metadata guy. He crossed the metadata guy. And apparently he did a really shitty
onto
job.
the witness. I'm trying to game the testimony.
Yeah, that came across really well.
So that's what they're talking about right now. So let's see if we can grab just their final thoughts, you guys. This is new for me. I you know what? I have seen this.
We have
guy.
an hour now. You can stay in the courtroom and work it out. How about that?
We're happy to address those. I think
So she talks about real quick on the court, like I showed before. I thought Depp's team has 8 hours, I believe, not 7, if I'm not mistaken. She'll say right now, watch. I'm trying
we need
to.
an opportunity to see what we see.
She'll say it right. Right. She'll announce it right here. See, they watch Law and Crime. I use everybody that's been streaming, saying that
functional.
that they use Law and Crime are getting copyright claims, so I didn't want to use them. I like Cannon Crew. I like that better. My foot soldiers.
Change the branding.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, here we go.
What?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're still on track to have
she'll
closing
say the
arguments
time
on
right
Friday
now.
morning. But the plaintiff only has one more witness in rebuttal. And then since we have a counterclaim, the defense has a chance to have rebuttal for their counterclaim.
She'll say right
so
now.
you'll hear the remaining witnesses tomorrow on that. So since we don't have anything further today, I'm going to go ahead and release you at this point. Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research. And we'll see you back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Okay?
There we go.
Nice to get a time summary at this point. Your
She
Honor.
usually gives one at the end of the day once the jury leaves.
She does. As soon as they walk out, she will watch.
Man, that's an even earlier day than yesterday. I wonder who the one last witness is going to be.
I think it's the flight attendant. At least that's
Oh,
who was
yeah.
announced. The flight attendant.
Okay.
It'd be smart if they brought her
Right,
into
and
court.
then for
rather than
the
video.
record, charge the plaintiff the remaining time till 5:30. The plaintiff has 7 hours and 8 minutes left. As of
7
this
hours and
moment.
8 minutes.
And the defendant has 1 hour and 16 minutes left, right? So we're on the same page. Okay, and jury instructions, we get clean copies today.
Yes, Your Honor. So I think we just received their comments around noon today. We've had someone not in the court who's been looking at those and I think has narrowed down the areas of disagreement and either is sending or has sent to Sammy an email that sets forth the few remaining issues of this disagreement.
So when did you leave, Candy? When did you leave today? What was the last thing you saw?
Okay, so I have everything, so I don't have everything quite yet. And
it's not finalized.
Okay, but I will get it sometime this evening. We have an hour now. You can stay in the courtroom and work it out. How about that?
We're happy to address those. I think we need an opportunity to see what we sent them our comments 2 days ago.
TMZ guy.
I
Okay.
understand. We have some extra.
Okay, so you saw the mic drop moment for the TMZ guy, right? That was good. That was a good one. All right, so once we hear these guys' thoughts, since we just heard the time, we'll do the thoughts first if you want. I'll go back and play the metadata witness if you want. I don't mind doing that for you. And then we'll wrap up at the end. E, if you have something to do and you can't stay, then I'm totally okay. I mean, I appreciate you being here regardless. He's been keeping me company all day, so thank you for that. Anyone that comes back and, kind of just gives me the time and I just appreciate it. So we're going to listen to these guys' thoughts. No, you don't have time to watch the new witness? Is that... Did you want me not to play it or just tell you, I guess? What we can do is we can just listen to their thoughts then if you want. I know you said you were working. Well, let's hear their thoughts first and then we'll move on. So let's see. All right. Let's listen to their thoughts. All right.
And back to bite them. Because
didn't see the mic drop. Gotcha.
Blonde lawyer there and saying, he opened the door to this.
Yeah.
Your Honor. And he absolutely did. I think he actually probably opened the door to more. And I really wish he would have taken the guy up on his offer to tell him everything that he used as data. I think that would have been the only way that could have gone any better. But
so I'll show you this guy. For the metadata witness, maybe 30 minutes.
Greatest publicity stunt, Nick, and you know it.
We can listen to it in 2 times if you want, or 1.5 times.
It's a shitty investment in a publicity stunt by 2 people who stand to lose their entire careers along with millions of dollars if it goes wrong for either of them. So what is the chance of the last witness for Team Depp is Amber Turd? No, I think Andrea's right. The person listed, although she was listed for today, is the flight attendant.
Oh, the flight attendant is tomorrow.
Presumably, the one whom Johnny Depp allegedly grabbed her wrist and said, "Do you know how many pounds of pressure it takes to break a human bone?" after giving her a bunch of drugs, which you can imagine she's going to testify that Johnny Depp did not indeed give her any drugs and certainly did not grab her wrist in any way and was nothing but charming and polite. Because if he had attacked the flight attendant, he would potentially be facing federal crime. And if he had given a flight attendant drugs...
This is new for me, y'all. I've never been to this live stream before. So
So I don't think she's going to.
I just want to hear their thoughts, though. I don't
did.
really want to
Yeah.
Just guessing.
stay too long.
So I like Amber's skirt from 1957 that she's wearing.
Prison guard attire.
Oh my goodness,
Yeah,
this is
Is
funny.
this that SS jacket again? I really hated it when she wore that during the first week. It's just such a not good look.
She has dressed well one day out of this entire trial. And in my opinion, that was the one where she wore the dress with the jacket over it. The dress was like ribbed, vertical ribbing on it. I think it looked really good. I think she all around looked
We're
really
just
well that
sticking
day.
around.
And or looked really good that day. And
Yeah.
every other day has been.
Well, I just wanted
She
to.
has been on their witness list. She has
Okay, so this
historically,
is the thoughts.
you
We're
know,
only
signed-
going to stay here for just a few minutes, you guys. I don't have.
Or looked really good that day. And every other day has been just kind of weird choices. Like, why?
So let's do thoughts, and then we'll move on with
But-
my stream.
I
Okay.
can't help but notice that the attorney standing directly behind her kind of looks like she's wearing almost exactly the same thing.
You're not
Yeah.
missing anything with Baby
Perhaps
Hobbit
Amber
born.
has finally learned how to mirror legal attire.
It is pretty close. Is that an attorney? I mean, I saw her sitting in the gallery, but she was in the front
Okay.
row.
I need
Maybe
thoughts, people.
paralegal. I mean,
Can
that
they?
Amber Heard's pup.
I need thoughts, people. Thoughts. That's all I'm here for. Is your thoughts?
Publicist put out. So
But wait,
I
their
think she did a
rebuttal,
deposition.
though, should be limited to Johnny or to her claims, not Johnny's. I would object to Tasia. How does
scope.
this? Yeah, how is this within the scope of her counterclaim on Johnny Depp?
Yeah, it's a good point.
Maybe call Dr. Hughes back to try and rehab it. I mean, she's unlikable, but what do you got other than that? Yeah, if they try to call Tasia, I'd object. You get Amber to come out and talk about like how hurt she was by what Johnny said and how it really destroyed things and made her career go bad. Or maybe get that lady damages expert who is, I don't think she was great, but she's one of their best witnesses.
Yeah, Arnold was at least not completely dislikable. She didn't come off as very informed, but you didn't actively hate her while words were coming out of her mouth. So
Yeah. No, that question to the TMZ lawyer.
There you go.
Subpoena was
There you go.
because it said your law office received a subpoena in care of this person. Did you know she's also the lawyer for Johnny Depp's sister and stuff like that? So they still didn't release who sent the subpoena, right?
No. Yeah.
Yeah. So
how would you know that, Elaine?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Really
the interesting part.
funny.
Who sent it to this lawyer on behalf of the person?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the only reasonable outcome.
Elaine wants to cheat, but she doesn't want anyone to know she's cheating, so she's always saying that
They were cleverly
you know.
trying to use the subpoena to expose a potential conflict of interest. I think they failed miserably, but that seems like maybe what they did. Well, we can bring up the lawyer issue if we send a subpoena to his lawyer and then ask him if he has knowledge of this thing. I guess maybe. I don't know. It seems like something Elaine would think of. I don't think it seems like a bad strategy to me. So
I don't know.
Elaine is playing checkers here. I mean, that's just all. That's the bottom line.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, everybody
there it
else is
is.
playing Risk.
There it is.
We're playing Go.
Yeah. It's very,
Okay, so anyway, they had a baby hobbit born, is what I called him. Come in and cross the metadata guy. So we can watch that really quick if you want. That's about 20 to 30 minutes if you have the time. If not, we can watch it in 1 to 1.25 speed if you want. So what I can do is go back into my live stream, this one, and we can just do the end of it because that's really was the end. So if you want to start, we'll do that for you. And that's this guy. So did you, and you saw the TMZ guy, right? The whole thing. You didn't miss much. So we can I'll start this guy for you. He's about 30 minutes. So I'll do this for you if you're okay. Oh, you didn't see the TMZ guy. So we can start with him, and then you could just tell me in the chat if you want to listen. I'll listen with you again. That's fine. I don't mind doing that. And you saw Johnny Depp's, right? You did see Johnny Depp's. Oh, okay. Just go where the lawyer was rude. Okay. All right. So we're going to start with the metadata guy then. I'll go back. The TMZ guy is good though. Oh, you have to jump a call. Did you want to revisit this then tonight when you get home, and then we could talk about it in the morning? Or because I don't want to keep you. I know it's getting late where you are. What time do you get off? I don't want to play, like if you don't really have the time, you won't be able to concentrate. It's just 2 witnesses. I mean, if you watch it when you get home tonight, you should be good. It's only about 45 minutes of testimony, but I think it's important for you to see it in order for you to catch up on closing arguments, because we only have one more witness and then it's closing arguments. So I think you should try to watch you can watch my stream if you want to give me the watch time, tonight. So it's up to you. I mean, I can play the TMZ guy, and then you could just tell me. We can play the TMZ guy really quick, and then we'll just play him, and then you can tell me. Oh, okay, you want to see Rude Lori? Okay, but you got to see TMZ guy because TMZ guy challenges Elaine, so that's good. All right, so we'll start with metadata. See, TMZ guy only took like maybe 10 minutes. He was very, very fast. But he challenges Elaine. That's what makes it so good. So we'll start then with metadata guy right here. And you'll see how rude he is. So we'll watch it now. But we're going to do it in 1.25 speed. See if it changes the voices that much.
Me in relation to this case?
I saw that there was a discrepancy with like the video that was shown here and the video that I know.
That was cross.
In different scenes. We do the same with surveillance cameras. Any kind of audio and a few.
Hold on one second. He kind of goes through his resume, so it's kind of hard. But we're at 1.25 right now, so. You can watch TMZ Guide tonight. He's only like 15 minutes. I'll rewatch this with you really quick.
Good afternoon, Mr. Neumeister.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
It's Norbert, Norbert, Brian, I go by Brian, Bryan, Neumeister, Neumeister.
Could you start by describing your educational background, please?
My educational background, I graduated from Cal State University in Northridge 42 years ago with a degree in political science. From then on, I've been working professionally in photography, totally unrelated, for the past 42 years. And that would also include videography, audio, and a few other binary-related tests.
Where do you currently work?
I own USA Forensic.
What is USA Forensic?
USA Forensic is a digital forensic
Watch
company.
when he objects and stuff. He's an ass.
We have offices in Grosse Pointe Farms, Michigan, and in Phoenix, Arizona. We work with varying types of clients because to us, data is data and it takes no side. So we can end up working for prosecution, defense, law enforcement, the Innocence Project. We have a contract with the Department of Defense. We do classified and unclassified work. We've done classified work with various agencies. We've worked with DOJ, and I've worked in 23 countries as a photographer.
What's your title at USA Forensic?
CEO.
Did you also found USA Forensic?
Originally, around 1990, it was called Skymeister, and that is because of the amount of helicopter photography time I have. About 10 years ago, we changed it to USA Forensic while still doing a lot of the same tasks.
And you described, I think, some of the entities that you work with. What kind of work do you do for those entities that you mentioned?
We do audio forensics, which is clarifying audio, for example, sting operations or audio that may have been picked up on surveillance or any other type of recording, removing background sounds. Video clarification, we do a lot of work with Axon
Your Honor,
cameras.
just checked on relevance based on the discussion we had earlier. This experience has absolutely nothing to do with anything.
All right. Do you have an objection to him being moved in as an expert in the field?
Well, she hasn't moved yet. I'm objecting to the relevance of the testimony on the subject matter right now.
I'll overrule the objection. Thank you, Your Honor. Go ahead, Mr. Nemister, you can continue.
Where I left off is we do a lot of work with Axon police cameras because they don't really handle low lux levels or low light levels very well. So we clean up, we are beta testers for a program called Input Ace, which is part of the Axon company used by police officers. We clarify their cameras to better see what happened at night, for example, in different scenes. We do the same with surveillance cameras, any kind of camera, cell phone cameras. We also do cell phone forensics, computer forensics, and cell tower forensics, along with photographic forensics.
What types of cases do you work on?
It can be anything from Fortune 500s to it can be anything from a pro per, which is a person that's actually just representing themselves in a smaller case, to a lot of homicide cases, defamation. It could be any kind of case that requires cell phone extractions or computer extractions. Could be money laundering, could be the Department of Defense identifying a voice, that type of thing. Satellite imagery, basically anything with binary information.
Have you been retained as an expert before?
Oh, yes. I would say we average about 150 to 200 cases a year. In the last 4 years, we've done over 600 cases, and that would be in U.S. federal courts, U.S. district courts, various state courts throughout the United States. We just wrapped up a case that was an overseas case, wrapped up yesterday. We do U.S. military court. We have a case coming up in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. So it's really varied. I've done quite a few U.S. district court cases.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics before?
Yes, and what people sometimes don't understand is only about 2% of all cases go to trial. So 98% of the time, you're actually just doing the forensic work and getting it to the parties. And as we say, data is data. It really doesn't take a side. We don't have a narrative. So very often it's just providing the data for the attorneys to work with or the parties.
Have you ever been excluded from testifying as an expert regarding any work that you performed?
No, but you have to take into account that sometimes there might be curbs put on what, for example, in this trial, there's certain boundaries, or if you're working with a pro per or with a attorney that is not very familiar with electronics. And the thing is, again, they teach Latin in law school, not binary, and binary is the universal language these days. So sometimes in the legal system, it's a little bit hard to explain to attorneys what exactly we're doing. So we try to break it down and make that work.
What is digital forensics?
Digital forensics is anything that you are using, like your television set, your cell phone, your computer, anything that runs off of binary information that has coding in it.
How long have you worked in digital forensics?
Well, I actually started off in analog, so it's been 40 some odd years. I started off as a cameraman. My first cameras were film cameras. When I was a kid, my dad was a director of sales and sales service administration for the NBC television network on the West Coast. So I grew up around television cameras. My first cameras were cameras people might not have heard of, Leica, Hasselblad, cameras like that. I trained with some of the best photographers around at the time, William Wallner, Niall Latham, really excellent photographers. And I started shooting videotape from helicopters, and I logged about 14,700 hours of video. And at that time, oddly enough, since we were the only helicopter, a television helicopter, we were the only helicopter in Phoenix. At the time, the sheriff's department did not have a helicopter. The police department did not have a helicopter, nor did Aerovac. So we ended up doubling up being a news crew as well as an air rescue crew. So as far as forensics, analog probably from 1980 to 1990 and digital from 1990 through current.
How'd you get started in it?
Really by osmosis. I started in the production field. I usually don't do that much TV work anymore. I did shoot part of an episode, a program called Planet Earth for the BBC last year. I don't normally do television anymore. It's just 99% forensics. But I got started because very often as working in a helicopter, we'd be asked to work for a police department, a rescue or a chase or whatever the situation might be. And since I'd be videotaping it, they would ask me to break it down frame by frame and analyze it using what's called a time-based corrector in the day. And so word got out that I could do unusual things because I'm pretty good with machines. And it just ended up, more and more people started calling in. It just became a full-time job.
Have you received any professional certifications in forensics?
Yes, but again, most hackers and people who do interesting work don't have any certifications, because the certification is usually like a week-long course. I've been doing this stuff 42 years. My partner, Matt Harrison, he's actually a
Objection, Your Honor, to the partner who's not testifying to
No,
the
no,
qualifications on relevance.
Sustained objection. Mr. Newmeister, can you just describe which professional certifications you have received?
for cell phones, Oxygen, which is a program similar to Silverite. But these are programs that are used by law enforcement and by private parties to extract data from cell phones that has been deleted, or which is critical in a lot of cases, deleted data, or just to what we call image a cell phone. In other words, get every bit of data that's possible on a cell phone. And again, every cell phone is different. The next would be in cell tower forensics.
Are you a member of any professional associations in your field?
Yes, IEEE, which is the International Engineering Society. And the reason I belong to that is about 40% of the world's white papers on electronics are published through IEEE. So they have a huge database on anything from microwave technology to telephone transmission technology. Anything that I might work with, they might have a white paper on it. Also, with the Audio Engineering Society, AES, I'm a member of that. I lecture to AES. There's a few others, but again, sort of things like that. Again, we get calls a lot, but I don't speak specifically about cases. I just speak about technology.
Have you given any public lectures in the field of digital forensics?
Yes, we get asked quite often, but due to our schedule, it's a little rough. We do what's called Inns of Court. We speak in front of private investigative groups. We do attorneys continuing legal education. Audio Engineering Society, we try to do a few a year, and that's about what our schedules will allow given our time.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to tender Mr. Newmeister as an expert in the field of digital forensics. Any objection?
No objection,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
so moved. Mr. Newmeister, turning to the work you've done in this case, what have you done?
I was asked to analyze the photographs of reported injuries to Ms. Heard,
And what was the purpose of that analysis?
to authenticate photos or to review and see if they were altered in any way.
What did you analyze to reach your opinions?
Well, I analyzed groups of photos that were submitted by Ms. Heard's legal team.
There you go.
What work did you do to analyze those photographs?
Well, normally you start off by looking at what's called the EXIF data. The EXIF data is the binary data that's encoded into a photograph. It tells you, for example, if the flash fired, what the operating software version was of the cell phone or camera that shot a photo, what type of lens was used, what the f-stop was. There's literally about 1,000 lines of code in the EXIF data on a JPEG photo. So we would start with an EXIF editor or an EXIF viewer.
Anything else that you looked at?
Yes, when we're dealing with RGB cameras, which are red, green, and blue channel cameras, which would be a cell phone or a basic home camera, they're based on RGB channels. We would do four types of scopes. We would do a vector scope, we do a luminance scope, we do a waveform scope, and then what's called an RGB parade. And those scopes analyze different things. The vector scope analyzes where the different types of colors are headed in, for example, it's broken up into reds, magenta, different areas on a scope. We would take a look at that to see if there's anything out of the normal for the type of camera being used. In other words, would there be above a certain percentage of chroma? And chroma means color saturation.
Objection, Your Honor. Outside the scope, we can approach.
All right,
like.
one approach. Demonstrative plaintiff's exhibit 1303. All right, any other objection?
I would object again, Your Honor, because the photograph in 178 is not in evidence.
All right.
Or, yeah, I mean, the photograph is in evidence. None of the photographs use wishes to show the jury are in evidence.
1303 is in evidence over objection. Oh, not in evidence, I'm sorry, as a demonstrative. Just as a demonstrative, I'm sorry. Could we go to 1303, please? And Mr. Neumeister, what does this demonstrative show about the photos that you analyzed?
Well, they appear to be similar. However, if you look below at the file sizes, one on the left is 712 kilobytes. The one in the middle is 489 kilobytes. And the one on the right is 524 kilobytes. Now, what's unusual about that is these photos will not digitally fingerprint with each other. They won't hash. In other words, forensically, they don't match. But the thing is, you could say, well, it was sent through email. Maybe it's a different size. The file sizes, for example, would be possibly, you can select the file size, you send a photo, but there's no way to authenticate any photo that was presented in the way the evidence was collected.
And so what conclusions do you draw from that?
Well, this is just 3 of many of the same type of photos that are all different sizes and have different chromatic, which means color.
Objection, Your Honor. We just had a ruling on this.
All right, sustained objection. Mr. Neumeister, stick to your opinions that relate specifically to what you analyzed about the EXIF data, please.
All 3 of these photos had to go through some type of transformation to change sizes.
We can take that one down. You mentioned photos 1.5 and photos 3.0 earlier, I believe.
Photos.
What is that?
Photos 3 and Photos 1.5 are editing programs that Macintosh or Apple put out with their product. It's for editing photos. In other words, you would put a photo in and you would change the colors, or you would crop it, or you would clarify it by enhancing, for example, the sharpening, or you could darken it.
Yes.
But when you save a photo through an editing program,
Okay,
you leave a mark
cool.
on the EXIF data.
That's good because I think I have to go soon. All right, hold on one second.
A lot about the photograph. And again, in the early days, when
I'm trying to stop it. Sorry.
you would write down the
Okay, so that's good that you were able to see that. My son called me. I'm gonna have to kind of end my stream early. I've got some stuff I have to take care of. But yeah, so I think, but not the cross. Okay, I don't think I'm going to be able to. I apologize very much that I'm not going to be able to do the cross with you. I have an important call I have to take anyway, I just have some stuff I have to take care of. So I can't stay on as long as I was yesterday. My son's getting ready to call me back in about 10 minutes. So yeah, today was very interesting though, to wrap it up. I mean, we've got the pictures, coming out, and the metadata expert that basically just said, yes, the pictures were altered, bottom line. We had baby Hobbit born, which we may see again, which I hope not, because obviously with watching the other attorneys, he didn't do a very good job. But anyway, today was very interesting, and I'm really excited to hear some of the behavioral language analysts go over Johnny Depp's, testimony, but I believe him. I think he's pretty authentic, and I think his reaction to the text messages, that's why they were so important to see on Twitter, that he just was thrown with those. I mean, they were trying to blame him for writing those texts, and he was like, what is this? It's not even the way I speak. So I do believe that it wasn't him. I just do. I mean, in my heart of hearts, I feel like for me, I'm pretty intuitive for myself. I mean, I'm wrong when I'm wrong. But I feel like overall, I feel like they were setting him up again. They wanted him to fall into a bear trap, and I think, but it's a perfect example though, honestly, to the way she manipulated him a lot in that relationship. So it's kind of good actually for the jury to see that, because of the way that they operate. And obviously, Miss Heard's shenanigans have been displayed more than once at this point. So I don't think any of us really have to, doubt that Johnny Depp primarily is telling the truth. I think he's been pretty transparent in my opinion. I would go back also, Candy, tonight before you go to sleep and go through Larry's tweets, and also some of Geller Depp's tweets too are good, just because she knows so much about the case. There have been new exhibits put on the website as well. So Angie put up some more exhibits. So I have to take the peek at those tonight. I'm going to try to get some audios done, man. I'm just really struggling with my 4 hour, and I'm one of those people that when I start on something, I got to finish it. And every single time I try to put it in my video editing software to finish up that 4 hour video, it tells me it's got to download for like 8 hours. I'm like, I don't have 8 hours. So I may try to get around it and just save it as a project and do it last, so I can get the 1 hour and 9 minute. And then now there's these new audios that have just been released on the website. So I think I'll be okay with releasing some of that audio. since it's public record. All of this is public record, should fall into fair use. I don't think anybody should have a problem with it, but we'll see. So, because it wouldn't be public if it wasn't public. You know what I mean? Like, so whoever's doing the research on this case, and these were the audios that were released on that website on Depp Dive. So that's what I'm going to work on tonight. I'm going to program to, schedule my feed in the morning. I'll be back at 6 as usual, you guys. So that's pretty much a wrap for me today. Thank you so much for being here, E. I really appreciate it. He was, anybody that returns, you guys have been so good to me. Thank you so much. Like I said, please feel free to share any of my information on Facebook, IG, or anywhere else. Anybody watching from Twitter, hi, I hope you come around to the YT and subscribe and hit the bell. Like I said, you guys, I have created a PayPal and a Patreon if you guys want to contribute to the channel of any sort. I feel uncomfortable saying that just because I don't know anything about all that. But since someone came in the chat a couple of days ago and tried to do a super chat, it gave me that idea. So I will link everything up to the very front page of my YouTube channel. I will try to fill my description box tonight as well and put as much social media extensions that I have available for you all if you want to follow me anywhere else. And that's going to wrap it up. So thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. E, I got to go. I have some things I have to take care of before it gets too late here in California. It's 2:30. So I have about 2 hours left of the business day. And I've got some stuff I need to do for my daughter and myself. And I've got some phone calls that I need to take care of. So other than that, you guys, I think it was a pretty interesting day. I would follow up and listen to some live streams from the Law Tubes. If you guys get a chance, I'm sure they'll all live stream tonight. Check out the Umbrella Guy. Follow him. He always has really good information to release in terms of the real facts of this case. Brian doesn't do live streams. Otherwise, I would refer you guys to him. So that's going to wrap it up, you guys. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow at 6-8. Oh, actually, I'm going to try to get in at 5:45 tomorrow. I think 5:35, somewhere between 5:45 and 5:30. So if I schedule it tomorrow for 5:30 and I change it to 5:45, it's usually because I have a hard time getting myself rolling out of bed trying to get online in time. So otherwise, I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Have a really good night. Eat something really good for dinner. Get hydrated. Get a good night's sleep. And I'll see you guys back tomorrow. Take care, y'all. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.